Um. Okay. Let me do it this way. This is the final. Uh. Oh, really? Why my stream is like this? Really, I don't know. So anyway, this is the final masterclass. Let's see what happens.
Is CM Baja, and I'll be your guide today through the chaos that's going to be ensuing today on the battlefield. Yeah, also joining me today, I know that these two probably don't need any introduction, pillars of the PvP community. Some might even call them unks, they've been around for so long, but yeah, I think, some of you guys probably have met them out in the battlefield too, cross-swords with them along your journeys in Black Desert. Armin and CM Etsu, why don't you guys introduce yourselves really quick?
Welcome everybody. Yep, you guys know me. I'm CM Etsu, Awakening DK main, and yeah, I'm just good to be here. Vaha, thank you so much for joining us on desk and just guiding us through the tournament. Yeah, it's good to be here.
Hi guys, my name is Armin. Unk is crazy. Okay, listen. I'm still young here. Right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're actually younger than me by a few years. But
If you guys don't know me, I'm a former CMGM, and now I stream over on Twitch TV and just play a lot of Arena Solaire, known for some PvP stuff. So yeah, I'm glad to be back to cast another tournament. I'm super excited.
for sure, and I feel like some people are looking for that belt. Did you bring the belt?
The
Armin?
belt, listen, I tried to bring it. I couldn't fit it through TSA. All right, listen, you guys can't blame me. It's tough to bring, but I'll try to bring it next time for sure.
For sure.
Let's
I was
start.
trying to get a signature on mine, so I mean,
Yeah,
if we got some time later.
Okay, I'll take it. We can
Blah
try.
blah
We can try.
blah blah
Yeah,
blah.
but
Let's start,
yeah,
man.
these two are very very tenured veterans in the PvP scene, so they're going to be walking us through some of the play-by-plays today, analyze some of the plays and highlight some of the key moments for everyone to check out while we have these really high octane matches that we have for the grand finals. We're going to be going through the first half of the bracket here. There's going to be a ton of classes, of course. Every single class is going to be touched upon. I can't wait for the shy matchups. It's going to be really fun seeing those boomerangs fly. Yeah, let's go ahead and hop into the overview for the program if we have that ready. Wisdom.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And as you guys can see, it's going to be a whole cacophony of classes today. I'm going to go ahead and read them through. We have Deadeye, Sorceress, Warrior, Sage, Valkyrie, Berserker, Nova, Lon, Wukong, Witch, Striker, Mystic, Shy, Guardian, Wizard, and last but not least,
Let's go,
Dracania.
Guardians.
So, we are also going to have another day coming up tomorrow. There's just so many classes to go through, especially with the ever-expanding roster of Black Desert. I know that you guys might be some very hopeful adventures for some of the new classes that are coming out on the horizon. Cough, cough. But yeah, I'm glad that everyone's here
Let's
to
go,
join us for the
Guardians.
matches today. Let's go ahead and hop into the rules. And, kicking things off, we do have our, just normal run-of-the-mill Arena of Arsha format. Yeah, it's going to be a 3-minute match with health decay starting at 80% when we hit 2 minutes and further decrease to a 50% max HP pool at the 1 minute mark. So, definitely forcing people to get involved with each other to see if we could get some, pickoffs at the last moment. Hopefully we won't have any timeouts when we get closer to the end of things. And as always, the barrier will be kicking in around the same time as the HP decays, shrinking smaller and smaller, just like I said, to make sure that we get some action on the screen.
Yeah, it's going to change things up a lot as we get towards the end of matches.
For sure. I can't wait. And they are going to be all playing on
Blah,
the
blah,
Arsha
blah, blah.
Gear
Let's
Set 3,
continue.
which is going to be rocking a
Let's start.
clean 375
Well,
AP
meanwhile,
and a 435
I will
AP.
drink
Might
some-
be more good than me, actually, with this
Some of my medicine.
That's crazy. And yeah, as you guys all know, this is no mystery. It's going to be a 1v1 tournament, class mirror matches. And yeah, we're just here to find out who's going to be the best. Yeah, why don't we hop into the rewards that we have for our participants today. We have a star-studded, or I guess, would you call Cronstone stars? I guess not, right? They're just more like cookies.
Yeah,
something like that.
Something like that.
Okay, so starting
Yummy
with top
cookies.
32, you're going to be taking home 20,000 Cron Stones. Pretty hefty amount. That is nice. Top
That's
16
nice
is
too.
going to be taking home 30,000 Cron Stones. Just a little bit more on top, a little icing on top.
Even the
Top 8, you are going to be getting 40,000 Cron Stones.
20
Top 4,
the 20
50,000 Cron Stones. And second place,
Cron Stone,
you know, we thought
20K,
50,000 Cron Stones was
20,000
nice, but
crowns
why don't you go ahead and
is
take home a
very,
suitcase of pearls,
very cool.
50,000 pearls on top of that, and your very own Masterclass second place trophy. I believe that this trophy actually does have some benefits too. So if you're an avid PvPer, it's definitely a nice buff that you can have in your residence that provides all AP plus 15, max HP plus 100. It's a 10-hour duration actually. That's insane.
And it has 10 uses.
10 uses of that. Wow. So, you know, got a big day at Siege. You know, probably going to be having like an open world GVG for 10 hours. Go ahead and pop that on. Probably get yourself a little coffee too to get going. And on top of that, you will be taking home a glorious Arsha weapon. 180 days on that, you know, be able to flex on your guildmates or friends
On
or
the homies.
opponents. Yeah.
And it doesn't, you know, even when it expires, it stays in the inventory, so you can still link it.
What
You know,
what
just
kind
like,
of
I'm not using it right now. I'm not
glorious
gonna
Archer.
rock out some of the other weapon
What
skins.
kind of
Let's go ahead and
weapon?
move on
Okay.
to the grand prize winner. We do have 100k pearls for them.
Wow.
That is quite the hefty amount. If you need some help taking that home,
Wow.
ask me. You might not see some of it, but I'll
Crazy.
try my
Wow.
best to make sure that all of it
Share
gets
some
back to
for
you.
a friend.
And of course, you get the 50k crons on top of that. Get some of those gains in at the end of the year. We do love our holiday clicks, and the winners actually do get an exclusive title. Everyone does get a title for playing, which is going to be the Master, as you can see on the screen right there. But if you are indeed the grand finalist, the winner of the best in class tournament. Sorry, wait,
The Masterclass.
Masterclass. Sorry, I'm just getting all these tournaments mixed up.
Same thing. Same thing.
You will be taking home the Master class. So, I mean, if you're a warrior, it's going to be the Master Warrior. If you're Lon, Master Lon. It looks really cool. It's got kind of like that, I guess, like...
Gradient.
I like the gradient.
I
Yeah,
like
I'm a
gradient.
fan,
It's
I'm a
really
fan.
cool
It definitely
on that.
pops out.
So you get the master and master in the new class. there.
Exactly. And on top of that, you do get a 1-year license for your very own Griffin mount.
Sheesh.
You know, I know that a lot of players have been clamoring for different mounts. People wanted to see the Sarnal, I don't know what do you call it, like a War Bear or something like that. They wanted to see like different mounts, a lot of the cool things in Odraxia. And of course, the Griffin was definitely one of the more requested ones as well. So you will be taking home a nice flying mount. Just, you know, a little bit of a nice reskin to your Pegasus. Also, I think it does actually fly.
Yeah, it does. It has some cool stuff too. I mean, you know, for not entering the tournament, you know, the crons and the pearls, the Griffin was the one thing I was like sad about. You know, honestly.
Yeah. No, we're gonna have a Superman situation where it's like Armin's missing for extended periods of time from the desk, and it's just like a random ninja shows up in a bracket. Like, does anyone know where this guy came from? But yeah, super cool amount.
Any
I wish I could bring that home
worldly
myself, but yeah, that's gonna be going
that
to the
Griffon
first place
mount?
winner. On top of that, as mentioned before, you will be getting the Master Class first
Just
place
fly.
trophy. It's gonna be the furniture item once again. Super massive buff for 10 hours, and you're gonna have 10 uses on that. I believe it's the same buff, right, Etsu? If I'm not mistaken. Okay.
Yes.
And of course, your Victor's Diamond Ring. This is kind of just your championship ring. You know, you got to flex those titles on people. You know, be collecting those rings. So yeah, be taking home one of those as well. Very cool to link people as well to show that you are indeed the best. And glorious Arsha Awakening Weapon, permanent. That's
Permanent
just in your bank forever.
forever.
Yeah. So super cool. And yeah, so I'm pretty sure everyone is excited to get into everything. So with now all that squared away, why don't we hop into some of these matches?
Right, yeah, I know the first one we have is Deadeye.
Yep.
Really excited to check this out. Hopefully you guys got to check out the EU stream earlier as well. I know they just ended recently.
It
and they
was
had-
pretty early for us.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
it
was
was
pretty
kind of
early
hard
for
to
us.
tune in.
Yeah,
I heard it
crack it
went
on.
well. I heard it was pretty hype.
Absolutely.
Yeah, some action-packed moments in there for sure.
Right?
Yeah.
So today is the first day. We'll be heading into Deadeye. I believe that's going to be, well, we already have it on screen, Demolition versus DV McQueen.
Exactly. So we have 2 adventures here, 1 class, nowhere to hide, and it's going to be all about timing, execution, and you know, just skill on full display. So with further ado, let's see what's going on. Masterclass Finals begins now.
Oh, finally.
Absolutely. You
Finally.
know, I'm very
come
interested
on.
to see how these this match is going to go between Demolition and DV McQueen. When I was watching some of the Deadeye matches in the earlier brackets before the stream,
Shut up, guy.
you know, it's always funny
start.
when you see two good players like playing against each other because you'll
Yeah.
end up seeing them do like the exact same skills like against each other.
That's just the mirror matchup.
It's just the mirror matchup, right?
Yeah.
You'll see run and gun, back and forth, mayhem. But yeah, fun fact about these two, they are always perpetually competing for ranked 1 Dosa.
You mean Deadeye?
Or sorry, Deadeye.
I'll
My
go
apologies.
Getting them D's mixed up, but yeah, for sure. I mean, really cool to see that they're probably, really well versed in playing against one another. They're definitely meeting each other a ton on the ladder. So I'm pretty sure they're going to be quite used to playing against each other, understanding what tendencies that they have from each side, and trying to play around it. So I'm really curious to see how they're going to edge out the win over their opponent.
Absolutely, it's definitely going to come down to like taking smart trades.
The thing is, I see these two always in my AOS matches. I've seen them for like multiple seasons now. So they're definitely kind of used to fighting each other, but I think it does get very different when it comes to the 1v1 matchup.
For sure.
And I'm curious to see like what are some of like the frontal guard skills do you know that they trade with potentially on Deadeye? I know the run and gun, they're kind of spinning around each other and all
I
that.
think
run and gun, like they go for
players, I'm
stuns,
excited,
I mean,
that,
it's gonna be kind
when
of hard to
start,
like,
when
get
to start.
CCs on the other Deadeye though. I mean, is it just mostly SA trading going forward in
There's
this
a lot of
matches?
SA trading. I know one of them, I believe it's one of the shift R&B skills where like, they kick bullets forward.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking
that-
about. Yep,
like
yep.
that's like the one where I noticed like they were getting caught if they had to use it.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just gonna come down to like managing those trades well and not being put in those situations where like you're low on stam and you're forced to use front.
Yep. And also the zone is something
The
I kind of think
zone
about.
closes,
I'm curious to
absolutely.
see if like with the zone closing, because some of the Deadeye skills they move you pretty
They-
far. Is it
yeah.
going to take them outside of the zone?
It might.
Yeah,
you see that like especially like with classes like Wukong, Deadeye,
Yep,
especially that SE skill on Deadeye. It's the one where they like they jump back really far and then shoot
Yeah,
out the
yep.
rocket. Are they gonna use that on accident and then just be in the zone? Like you never know. You know?
And that's
So
the mark of a great Deadeye versus an amazing Deadeye, right? Being
There
able to
are-
manage that rocket jump.
Yep.
There's the rocket jump. You can, like you'll notice like players who are aware of that. We noticed it. I noticed it a lot with Wizard, where if they were using TP, they had to make sure they TP
Yeah, they
into
TP in the wall,
patio.
yep.
So maybe that's going to be a situation where we see Deadeye, if they have to use that skill, they use it into the wall. But we're just gonna have to wait and see.
And now why don't we go ahead and check out the bracket to see their journey up until this point in the grand finals. Why don't you guys kind of walk us through some of the storied, time they had here, taking out some of their opponents to reach this point in the grand finals.
I mean, looking at Demo, Ukuzen, not Coco. Coco was one of the favorites to get here, who Devi McQueen beat. I think a lot of people were excited for Coco to be coming into the tournament.
But there is the upset.
There was, I mean, yeah, I think that
And
is
that
also-
happens.
But the thing is like I think that is just because Coco's a bit more well known in terms of the large scale scene. I mean, he's been playing for how many years in Chill. But Devi McQueen, I didn't really know about them until the 2 AOS seasons ago when they kind of rolled over. So it's interesting to see them beat that. And then Demolition, I don't know how much you know about them. They've been playing for also a pretty long time, but once again, like 2 seasons ago, Deadeye came around, instantly top of the leaderboard.
Yeah.
So I think they were kind of the favorites going into the top side bracket.
Absolutely.
Too much
Well,
blah,
we do
blah,
love
blah.
a good upset. I love the underdog story. Like, it's just inevitably going to happen. But yeah, I know everyone always has those crowd favorites and expecting certain people to win. But I feel like every class had those situations where, someone unexpected took the crown. But it does make for an exciting finals match to see who's going to take number 1.
Yeah, for sure.
I think especially with some of the new blood coming through, it's always exciting to see some new competitors come up and rise to the top. It looks like the match is ready. Why don't we go ahead and hop into things? Actually, I'm getting word that we're still getting a little bit prepared here, so why don't we riff a little bit more about the matchup between Deadeyes. I know that a lot of people have, kind of viewed this class as a little bit of a contentious in the meta. They've obviously know how strong this class is, especially with how much damage it deals, and a lot of the rebombs that they've gone make them even more deadly in the more recent times.
Yeah, I do think it came down to, or this class comes down to a lot just, at least outside of the 1v1, where I'm more familiar. How much it can damage trade, especially combined with its mobility and its essays. Oh, but
Looks like we are just about ready to go.
Yeah, for sure. Looks
All
like
right,
we are
Armin.
just ready to head out to the gate soon.
okay, and the first round coming up, Demolition versus Devi McQueen. Let's get it going. We do have our kind of custom GM spectator view here. You can see a lot of the skills on the side. So if you guys are new to BDO or new to PvP and you're not sure what skills they're using or how the cooldowns on this class might look, you can kind of look to the sides and see how it's looking. Demolition already starting off. You can see they start off, so yep, they start off the matches a lot with those rocket trades, and then it's going to come down to trading kind of in the small circle. Now, getting CC'd here is going to be kind of hard. They do have some frontals. You can see Demolition already popping a few, but it's just kind of tough to realistically catch each other. Run and gun, that used to be the protected CC.
Used to be knockback.
Yes, it used to be super strong.
Tough to deal with.
It was so many hits that you would get multi-hitted, and it was such a big threat. But Deadeye into Deadeye, especially with that no longer being that protected CC that it was, now it's going to be about that kind of, I think it's quick shot, the one where they move forward and they're spinning around. That's their stun, their primary catch, and the one they're going to be looking to punish each other with whenever they see any kind of frontal guard coming out. So
Absolutely.
far, trades coming out. We're going to be at the 80% HP mark kicking in now with a 2-minute timer. And both of these classes, or sorry, both of these players are good enough that they're not really going to get caught in the close range, but you can see Demolition with the trades already taking Demon Queen down to about 40. So doing pretty good on the trades right here. Needs to be careful. That kind of Magnum pistol skill that they pull, that is going to be a big chunker that they have. And Demolition actually gets a stun right there. Good skill. I think he used Max Payne, got behind the frontal, got the stun, forced the V, and now Demon McQueen in a rough position. 1 minute 30 seconds left on the clock. 30% HP. Is going to need to look for some kind of CC here. He's playing around the pillars. Yep, the pillars are going to be super important. And believe it or not, the zone, while it normally is pretty deadly, and especially was deadly in our last tournament, in this one, it's actually not that bad to try and run around the zone and go between the pillar, maybe to try and save some health on the trades and instead take some damage from the zone. But Demon McQueen down to 10. This might just be Temo taking a hard win on the first round, trying to trade back with the spin, but is not going to be able to get any kind of CC. Demo's just staying fully protected, trading the Magnums at the same time. Demo's actually going to cancel out early to try and go for the close range change. Good frontal guard coming out from Demon McQueen. Barely stays alive right there, and actually gets a stun once again. Good connection onto Demolition, and Demolition from going from a winning position to now losing an HP. Final circle, he's not going to have a lot of opportunity to get his HP back here, down to 5%. Tries to go forward, the running gun to try and get the kill, is not going to manage to. Pops the rocket for the frontal guard. He's desperate in the shotgun blast to finish it off. Great stuff coming up from Demon Queen, and a good turnaround.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was actually really interesting to see because, as you said there, Demolition was getting the best of DV McQueen with a lot of the trades that are keeping his health pool low, but at the very end, it looks like what really matters is that one catch and just chunking Demolition out
and
the
he
win.
did catch him with, I believe, that was Flow Evasive Fire. Kind of looks like Gunslinger's, like the KD portion. I know Gunslinger's entrance used to have a KD at the end of it, like where they kind of sit there and shoot out.
Maybe I can
There's
learn
also a skill that looks a little bit similar called Flow Evasive Fire, but that was a really good capitalization on his part.
And well, now second round starting out. And this, it kind of goes to show, even if you get an early lead like Demo did there, and you force the V, and you're going to those final circles.
Oh, and it looks like he went behind the block, and he did get a catch.
Fast V.
Ooh,
okay, Demo.
Demolition.
I'm surprised he V'd so early. I'm sure he could potentially stand up there, especially going from a stun into the situation he was in, but maybe he would lose too much health and stand up with one. And
especially since this is a trading matchup.
Yes, yeah, potentially just too risky. And tries to go for the Q block there. Run and gun, goes around him for the spin again. Demo has to cancel out, needs to be careful of the spin. And you can see the spin right there is the deadly kind of stun that they need to be worried about. They can also get behind their frontal guards really quickly, going for an iframe stun as well.
Yep, that spin is Mayhem, by the way.
Mayhem, okay. You know, as much as I know Deadeye and everything, the skill there is still the one thing I struggle with.
Mayhem's the one thing that I'm like, oh my god.
Yes.
Jumping behind you in super armor. Also a good SA trade ability as well.
And Demo, Demo does look potentially a bit nervous here. Pops the rocket, trying to go for the trade. And Zone is now going to be closing, so 80% HP cap. So despite Demo being down on trading there and was losing, actually, because of the HP drop, DV McQueen drops to 80, and then he is able to get another trade, now putting DV McQueen at a disadvantage. So that's the thing, as the timers tick low, and we may potentially hit the 1 minute timer here, even if you are lower HP, maybe say 50 to 80, the HP timer will just automatically even you guys out.
Absolutely.
So it can be just a strategy, so once you're low, just stall out as long as you can and play to survive. Going for the Q block right there. It's going to match a block a little bit. DV McQueen.
Choosing good times to use frontal, by the way.
Mayhem, no connection. Yeah, doing a good job so far. The Q block's good CC. Demolition, no V. Gets a secondary. Actually, a full combo. And there's the Magnum pistol.
Wow.
DV McQueen now up 2-0. I was not expecting this.
Kind of a cinematic finish there with the just, you know, the very one-shot pistol shot.
Absolutely. That was pure aura farming.
A little Overwatch. It's high.
It's high.
Yes, sir.
One thing I do want to note here from these two, they're actually choosing really good times to use frontal trades, although I say that, but each catch has been when someone was in frontal. You can see that as soon as someone's holding block at the wrong time, or the other one predicts that they're using frontal, specifically DV McQueen's doing a good job using running gun behind it, like like he's anticipating it.
And you know, that's the thing when it comes to the Q blocks. A lot of people think that Deadeye trading is just pure SA 1v1. No one's gonna get CC, etc.
They got a lot of super armors changed the frontal.
Yeah,
as I say that,
another connection. Yeah, the thing is that they did get that, but realistically, they don't actually really need to use it. They can stay perma SA just as long as they want to, especially using a lot of their I forget the name of the skills like Mayhem and a lot of the connections.
Yeah, Mayhem.
Demolition's gonna pop his E-buff right here. Yeah, Bullet Storm. And that's the thing is, it's not really a stamina issue or a protection issue. It's actually just they need to frontal guard to deny damage trade because they're on off timers. And Demolition getting back attacked right there. The back attacks coming in from D McQueen have actually been on such good timing. He's trying to pop the rocket to try and survive down to 30%. Once again, he has popped his E-buff here, so you can see he's doing a little bit of damage to D McQueen and opening out the HP. Actually, D McQueen also needs to be careful because anyone can die here without being and gets a stun of Mayhem to finish it off. A quick clean 3-0. And actually way faster than I expected. DV McQueen is gonna be your master Deadeye. That was not what I expected coming into this matchup.
Wow, insane stuff from DV McQueen. I mean, honestly, just playing so methodical and knowing his limits, especially, or I wouldn't say, you know, overstepping bounds on Demolition's part, but DV McQueen just honestly just having control of the battlefield and, you know, getting those key pickoffs in those around the super armor, just being able to get that stun in or being able to just get that CC to, you know, find that damage.
Absolutely. Like we said going into this, all of this was going to depend on who is able to take those trades better. You know, anyone can go into super armor trades and just going into your opponent, but it's trying to decide, is this the right time to use frontal into super armor so that I can try and trade into him without taking damage myself? But we saw in the situations where you end up anticipating the wrong time to do that, and Demolition would get punished behind his frontal as a result.
I mean, that's all it is. And especially when you're in a mirror matchup for a lot of these newer classes like Deadeye-esque, the Ascension classes, I should say, the flow skills, they kind of connect into each other, and so you guys are almost mirroring each other. And once someone gets on a little bit of an off timer, I think DV McQueen, or like kind of with your skill patterns, just took the advantage there. And the back attacks, I think, was
back
just
attacks
really good,
were going crazy.
Yes. I'd be really curious to see the add-ons in this matchup. Whereas a lot of our other classes, although we can't see them or anything, but I'm saying I'd just be generally curious.
You want to know if they're like similar, the same, which one had like something slightly different.
It would definitely make a huge difference, and we're gonna see this actually going throughout the tournament. There's gonna be a lot of people potentially running plus evasion add-ons on DR classes like Deadeye because every missed hit is that much of a difference in the SA trade.
Yeah, when someone lives with like 10%, 5% HP, even 20 HP, it might have been that reason.
Yes.
Why don't we go ahead and bring up that bracket there to see what we have here. Looks like DV McQueen is just going to be your grand
He's
finalist.
Going to be the master of Deadeye.
So congratulations once again.
Oh, he got that Griffin mount. He's getting 100k pearls.
3-0 is nothing to scoff at. That was really convincing and, you know, just really in control, like you guys said. I think
despite
one thing
it being a 3-0, I do think Demolition did play well too.
Oh,
it's just really hard to take those trades. And one thing before we get into this that I feel like it's as someone who's an avid PvP player, and you as well, Armin, like everyone on the desk, nerves are nothing to laugh at.
When you're going up to
when you go to perform, like a lot of us, and I feel like you've had this too, Armin, we're like, yeah, we can PvP just fine in front of an audience no matter how many people are watching, but it's never, those things never make me nervous. It's when there's something on the line, something you care about, and you've put in this much effort, you've practiced, and you've gotten this far into the tournament. Even for seasoned players, it is very difficult not to get nervous. So props up to those two for competing at the level that they did for the masterclass.
You know, the best way I can explain it is if you ever played Arena of Solaire, it's when you're on that one game to rank up. It's always that one game that's the hardest game, you know.
And it's a reverse sweep.
Yes,
and there's one more round.
It's
absolutely.
Tough. It is tough.
It is tough.
So we're actually getting word from our behind-the-scenes production team that we will be going to a really quick break. I understand that some of you guys are experiencing some of the lower quality on stream, so we're going to really quickly fix that. Stay tuned. We're going to have all the matches coming up.
Absolutely. Thank you everyone.
Yeah, so the stream is actually going to restart, so of course you guys are probably going to be wondering what's going on. Just go ahead and sit tight.
Changing it from 720 to 1080. We
got the technology, so if anything, just reset the stream a little bit, refresh your page, and we're going to be right back.
Don't touch that browser. We'll be right back.
Okay. They encounter some, that's why they talk a lot, because it's like waiting for the, you know, the queue, everything is set up. that good, you know. So that's why they talk. Okay, they turn it off. Okay, let's see them again. Okay.
Is this the right time to use frontal into super armor so that I can try and trade into him without taking damage myself?
Stay tuned. We're gonna have all the matches coming up.
Absolutely. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
We'll be
So
right
the
back.
stream is actually gonna restart. So of course you guys are probably gonna be wondering what's going on. Just go ahead and sit
Changing
tight.
it from 720 to 1080. We got
Exactly.
you.
We got the technology. So if anything, just reset the stream a little bit, refresh your page, and we're gonna be right back.
Don't touch that browser. We'll be right back.
Okay, they didn't get that.
When I think of my empire, I think only of beauty, exquisite buildings arranged in divine harmony, ornaments on every street. Until invaders reduce it to rubble, we shall build an unstoppable force on sea and on land. Thanks, guys. Love your work. I'll take it from here.
Anno 117 Pax Romana.
In a fabricated survey, 9 out of 10 dentists love Toyota's all-electric BZ. But where's doubting dentist number 10? She's gone from unsure to all smiles. One drive can change your mind. Toyota, let's go places.
No favorites before anyone says, but probably Gunism I'm going to predict is going to take the win here, but anything can happen.
I will probably say that I think it's going to be a 3-2 for this matchup. I think that the Sork matchup is really coin flippy. Because at the end of the day, like getting a CC in this scenario, it is pretty hard. It's going to come down to trades in the final circle, and when it comes to trades in the final circle, I mean, the biggest factors are realistically just going to be your add-ons, and I think even on Sork, your E-buff doesn't really affect it, right? Maybe I think you get some movement speed or an attack speed buff off of it. I could be completely wrong about that.
Yeah.
So it's not really a big deciding factor. So I think it will just mostly come down to add-ons. Maybe who gets a good FG trade. Yeah.
You know what I noticed? Not just a good FG trade, but you never know. Someone might get caught by Nightmare. I was actually very surprised when I was watching all the matches going up to the finals that a lot of Sorceress players were getting caught by Nightmare.
I mean, Nightmare is scary now.
It's very scary.
I mean, the range on it alone is just so far. And I think for Sork specifically, it's kind of hard to punish really quickly because your only fast CCs are realistically like TBS.
Catch
credits. You can do what's the Shift F in your Pre-Awakening?
Oh, you're talking about Shadow Eruption.
Shadow Eruption,
which is
FG
super
CCs,
armor.
Yeah. It is actually FG now, no?
Yeah. Oh.
I think it is FG now. I could be wrong about that. But the whole idea is all of your CCs for Sork against Sork is kind of hard to hit, and Nightmare is a skill that you need a really fast CC in that instance to punish, you know what I mean? So.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
Fun fact, you can Shadow Eruption from Awakening now.
Oh, you can?
And
okay, I didn't know that actually.
And it's the fast cancel every time, no matter what. It's not the slow cancel, which I know some Sorceress players, they liked having the slow cancel.
So, sorry, I'm going to let you guys keep on riffing. I know you guys really want to talk more about the matchup here. Let's go to bring up the bracket to see what their journey was like getting to this point. Of course, you guys can go ahead and continue. But I think it's really interesting to look into some of the competitors they'd have to go through to get to this point. Like you said, Gunism is a favorite to be here, but I think Shimeko's also been a Sorceress for a really, really long time. So
very, very long time. He's really well known in the community. I've known Shimeko. I've dueled Shimeko.
I've dueled him a lot back in the past.
Yes, very good player. He did come back from a break kind of for this tournament. But, I mean, Casphere taking down Shimeko, who I believe was also practicing for the tournament, kind of goes to show that they do have a lot of prowess here, and although I do think people are probably favoring Gunism to most likely win, the Sork matchup,
coin flipping.
It can be very coin flipping, and Casphere is also not someone to scoff at. I think they're going to have a lot of skill coming into this for sure.
Absolutely.
So, right before we hop into things, I know you guys have shared a lot of things about the history of both of these adventures here. Who do you guys got for this match here? I know that the last one was 3-0. Hopefully this one will go the distance.
Armin was saying 3-2.
I think
3-2. He's got a
also, just for clarify, I know I think someone said in chat that they only fought like these players. There was more than just the semi-finals. We're just displaying that for the stream.
Correct. We've had I think the bracket for Sork was about like 30 people. Almost.
Yeah, there was a lot of Sorks.
Yeah, there's a lot of Sorks.
Yes. So we definitely did have a lot of people, but we're kind of just only showing you guys the top 4, the semi-finalists.
Absolutely.
What's your predictions looking like, Etsu?
We went down to the scoreline.
The scoreline. I'm gonna say Gunism.
Gunism? He's not giving us a score though.
I'm gonna say Gunism.
Okay.
I'll say 3-2.
3-2? Okay.
So, looks like we do have things ready to go soon. We do have Cassiopeia Hunter versus Gunism for the title of Best Sorceress, Master Sorceress.
I'm curious to see what Rabams are going to take. You know, I noticed a lot of Sorceress players, instead of taking Engulfing, they've been taking like Abyssal Blow, which is like the ranged.
Oh, I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah.
I could see that, but I think that's. I mean, are they using it for like a DoD follow-up, for instance?
Like range pressure. Like before you take Engulfing for like movement up close, right? But because of Shadow Hellfire, the third Rabam, it's like on a 4-second cooldown that you can use out of a lot of flows, and it's super armor too. So I see a lot of them change it out. There's a Sinister's Omen going out, by the way.
Yeah, the Sinister Omen, if you guys don't know, is those little red orbs you see in the middle of the field.
Yes.
And fun fact, I found this out after I got hit by it in a AOS practice match like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, after like 20 seconds or something, it'll do an explosion and knock you back.
It also heals them for 800 HP. And another fun fact, you can pop it early by throwing abilities out like Dream of Doom.
Yes. And so it'll be interesting. The AoE for Sinister Omen is basically the entirety of the middle circle, which is the final minute.
Yes.
So when these guys pop their Sinister Omen in that last minute, they're just going to be getting constantly ticked by it. It does do a constant hit, and it doesn't do a lot of damage, but, you know, hit rate and, you know, things like that can definitely make a factor in this kind of PvP. So playing the neutral game needs to be careful. Gunism gets the GRJ almost. Is going to iframe it just in time, coming out from Cassiopeia. Pops the Blades, looking for the knockback off of it. Is not going to manage to connect. Holding the key block is going to be Crow's coming out from Cassiopeia. Hunter backs up now out into the Nightmare. Try to get an FG punish, was a bit too far away. If you guys are surprised about how far he exited, Nightmare does connect that about far, but GRJ as well.
There's a down smash.
In the midfield is going to try to go for the down smash reset over on Godset. Does not manage to connect. 1 minute 40 seconds left on the timer here. Tries to go Imminent Doom. Does not manage to connect on that. Cassiopeia popping the Sinister Open now. Is going to be trying to trade back for it. Pops the Blades. Playing the neutral now. C-swap. Gunism is going to take some pressure and aggress off of that. Pops a Nightmare. Looking for the knockback. Does not manage to hit it. Cassiopeia dips out just in time.
Playing the trading game very well.
Just going to linger the SA. Gunism is alright. Yep, he's definitely lower. Going for the TBS right there. Cassiopeia just once again dodging everything she can.
Looks like
good damage dump right there. Pop the GRJ. Gunism traded a good iframe at the same timing. But he's still down on HP, but this is what I mean. Despite being Gunism down on HP, in 5 seconds, Cassiopeia is going to be matching, and they're going to be at the same equal health. So everything up till now has not meant much, and Vs are still available right here. Final minute, looking for the GRJ. He actually went for it, canceled out of it, pops a Sinister Omen on top of him. Cassiopeia holding the Swirling. No longer are you able to mouse move, so Swirling, that Magnus, definitely punishable using TBS or Nightmare instances, and we're going to see in this final circuit pushing forward. Try to go for the TBS bound. Cassiopeia does not manage to get hit by that. Backing up, good SA trade in the neutral right there. GRJ comes out. Gunism hits FG on the last second. Looking for the Nightmare CC, does not manage to connect. Now Cassiopeia still with Nightmare available. Pops her Blades, looking for a CC on a Gunism. Gunism just holding the SA. There's his debuff now coming out, looking for the Shadow Eruption. Does not manage to connect. Cassiopeia to try. Could have gone behind it. No punish over on the Swirling either. Gunism taking some aggressive pressure. He's doing a lot of damage on a Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia just probably taking the lead for the majority of this match, is down to about 20%, and Gunism is just going to be holding the lead. It is very hard to see on Sork, and he turns around the Swirling during the Nightmare so that he doesn't get punished and still gets the damage rate. That is a crazy amount of awareness coming out.
And he knows he's going to win the HP in his 5 minutes.
Nightmare, and he still has V available. Looks for the Imminent Doom, a little bit risky. Could have just been playing it safe here, but he knows he's won the round 1-0, and Gunism takes the lead.
I want to say, at first it was looking like it was Cassiepea's favor, but like you said, as time goes on, like when the HPs get cut off, they end up being even. But one thing I do want to know is it's actually such a skill set to know your class's damage so well that you could see that your opponent didn't do a combo a certain way, and he knew that he could hold on to V. You know, a lot of people, if you're not comfortable, if you're a little nervous or you're not paying attention enough, you might pop that V when you didn't need to, and that puts you in a bad position later.
Correct. And, you know, that's the thing. It kind of goes to show the experience, like you're saying, that Gunism has. It is very hard to be that aware in such a important match where all these nerves are on the line, that you're turning your frontal guard on perfect timing just to not get punished. Oh, wait, was that that might have been a knockback. It was. He got the CC on knockback, I think, off Sinister Omen there, actually, and got the KD fall, and he tried to go for the full extension off the Stiffen, but did not manage to. Gunism got put on the ground. Sork, very hard to one combo from full HP. I think maybe there is some kind of optimal combo where you could get that full kill, but I do think it would require a down smash reset, potentially, which all these Sorks so far, Casphere, even in the last round, was the first person to get the catch, but once again was not able to finish the job with the down smash reset to get the kill, or at least, I suppose, force the V. So 2 rounds now, Casphere gets the early connection, but Gunism standing, and 2-minute timers, they're back on even footing. That CC did not mean for much, and Casphere needs to try and get these kind of later on as it goes into the round, where once maybe we're at 50% HP or even 80% HP, as we are right now, she can maybe get the kill.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, just the discipline coming out from Gunism, just understanding his class's limits and always holding on to that.
Oh, Nightmare, talking about class's limits. Sorry to cut you off. The Blades got the connection, but Casphere did not manage to get the follow-up. Really good CC timing from the Blades. Blades, if you guys don't know on Sork Etsu, I think it just follows you, kind of like a summon or like hailing on Tamer. It'll go to wherever you are, and even if you're in your V or if you're in your stealth like a Ninja or a Kuno, it will follow the track you. It can still track you. So needs to be careful exiting that Nightmare. Really good timing from Casphere. And you can see Casphere is definitely putting up a fight, sitting on the Gunism POV, playing the neutral right here. He was in C-swap. Casphere could have gone for a punish. Gunism is going to follow behind him with the, I think it's Stinger, the skill that kind of leaps you forward. Leap Stinger?
Yeah. You can do Rushing Crow into Stinger.
Rushing Crow into Stinger, and Nightmare coming out right there. Actually, funny enough, Nightmare, I think has a potential to get a falling animation on some of these hills.
Yeah, so you can see right there, he's like a little bit higher.
Yes, you're a little bit higher, so you have to be a little bit careful in that 2-minute timer, but now we're down to the 1-minute timer. Sinister Omen already out, put on the field. Casphere needs to be careful putting her back to it. And the Blades! Oh, but the GRJ is too late. He went for the full charge. He tried to
not have charge to do the fast cast.
Did not have charge to do the fast cast, and as a result, it's not going to be able to get that follow-up. Casphere backs up, pops the Rushing Crow straight into the swirling. Or sorry, not swirling, the Magnus, trying to get the FGs off. Is not going to be able to. Playing the neutral Shadow Eruption one more time, turning it back, goes forward with a little bit of a fake
that was
out.
Clean.
Did you see that fake out?
Yes.
She went forward, backed up, went into Nightmare, and then got the FG punish, and it looks like Gunism was not ready for it. Now forced to V.
15
it's going to lose
left.
some health off of it, and we're going to go down to HP trade potentially here, unless Gunism gets caught again. Only the GRJ, he had to cancel out of it because it's the Sinister Omen knockback! We talked about it. It ended up happening. Gunism down to 5%.
Just going to Nightmare.
He cannot get the CC. The Nightmare comes out to save her. Wow. We were talking about Sinister Open. The catch of the knockback is actually genuinely
if you're not
a threat.
paying attention,
yes, if
you
not
turn your opponent, you know, we were hyping up Gunism, but something we're noticing from Casphere, they're doing such a phenomenal job finding those catches. They're just struggling a bit confirming those kills with a long extended combo. But if they keep this up and go for smarter trades, they have a really good chance at taking the win here.
Yep.
Cass is...
You can see we're already 1-1. This matchup is very, very close. Any small mistake can realistically lead to a loss. And Casphere, I think as you were about to say, playing you super well so far.
Absolutely.
What are some of the things you're kind of seeing her do?
I'm noticing a lot of utilization with Blades, just leaving them out and trying to, wait until it goes behind their opponent. Once they're in frontal, try to send it back onto them. And like you said, playing around Sinister's Omen and trying to get those catches with the knockback and benefiting from the heal. They're doing that very well.
Yeah, and I think compared to the past, you used to use Bloody Calamity like for an instant kind of heal in the neutral game on Sork.
But we're not really seeing it.
But you were not really seeing it. Is there any reason for that? Maybe just
probably because it's just too
provides?
risky.
Yes, I could definitely see that.
I don't think the damage trade-off is worth it anymore for like what you get. So it's just better to keep yourself safe.
Oh, we did actually see a Bloody Omen coming out from Casphere, but Gunism had already exited the Nightmare, so was not able to go for a punish. Needs to be kind of a risky timing. So we're going to have to see how it goes. Playing the neutral game, Shadow Leap, engulfing Shadow. He's going to be playing for some kind of connection, but there's a chance Gunism's trying to just
You can see Gunism's skills
early.
on the right. He's using so many, but I guess Cass, it's not
definitely,
updating. Gotcha.
Definitely not as aggressive, I would say, here.
He gets caught
unless
by
he gets
Blades.
caught by the Blades. 80% HP.
Like we said, those
Casphere
blades are
forced the
nothing to
V,
mess
and he
with.
uses the blades to see where she's coming out of V. Maybe going to go for a punish out of the V. No. Just pops the Sinister Omen. He's going to get his main position in the midfield. Resetting, holding the crows. Casphere could try and just SA linger them, maybe get her... I think it's not a bad idea to kind of just linger your SA in the crows. After all, you're going to get SA damage traded, but the HP is going to drop regardless. And you're regenerating stamina. So maybe good to kind of get a little reset, maybe even a bit of a mental reset, because nerves are such a factor right here. GRJ training into the crows. Needs to be careful. Nightmare comes out from Gunnism. Weighing it out, backs up. Holding the Q block, Night Crows. Chadleaf is going to reset with a Sinister Omen, pops it down. Gunnism tries to go for the TBS behind her, did not manage to connect. GRJ immediately on the follow-up, trying to catch anything that maybe Casphere tries to throw out as a counter. Pops the blades, looking for the knockback off. Actually gets a connection, and the range KD. Good blades timing coming out. Gunnism forced to V, and we are now to an even scenario. 1 minute timers. Goes for the madness, lingering. Needs to be careful. GRJ pops out right there. C-swap, pushes forward, pops his SA. Swirling Darkness is going to be a main trading skill in these kinds of scenarios. Waiting it out. Pops a Imminent Doom. No CC off the Stiffen. Backing up the blades again! Both back-to-back, 2 rounds in a row. The damage not going to be... It's not, but she has such a lead. 30 seconds left right here. She's just going to hold the crows. She can go into a double Nightmare, potentially extend for about 15 seconds there, and then pop the V.
Oh,
so
but they got CC!
When she does on the last second, but the down smash, it doesn't matter. It's going to be enough. Was that a punish onto Engulfing Shadow in the last second after Casphere was about to win the round? Just greeted too hard. Could have just played the pure SA. Decided that the HP trade was potentially too risky, and will lose as a result. Gunnism, good bounce back.
Right. No, that was crazy.
Well, I think that was an engulfing punish. Or was I mistaken?
It was hard to see.
Hard to see.
Because like Sinister's Omen effects are like going crazy.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of interesting that you guys mentioned the Omen to, really deny the map in the last section of things. But it looks like these guys are just kind of just going at it head to head.
Yep.
Balls to the wall and just seeing who can get the catches.
Looks like they're just playing aggressive right off the gate here.
Yeah. Pops the curse to try and deny the TBS. Catch GRJ chitter back over from Gunnism. Casphere is going to match and follow it up. Holding C-swaps. Goes for the Leap Stinger. I think that was Leap Stinger. Could be wrong. The kind of, no, it's not. It's the jump iframe into the TBS, going for the punish over on the caster. Did not manage to connect. Comes out of Nightmare. Shadow Leap. Sorry about that. There you go. Crows popping. Blades playing in the neutral. Trading Engulfing Shadow straight into each other. Doesn't. Ping it. Backs up. Went for the TBS. Instantly holding the S block. If you guys don't know what TBS is, it's called turn back slash on Sork. It is a instant kind of CC bound, but it does have a frame of a few frames of a unprotected in it. Oh, and you can see right there, Gunnism going a bit aggressive.
Let's see if there's enough damage
by the
here.
Blades, and once again,
there's a down smash.
There's 2 down smashes, which are very hard to get. There's a potential, actually, that some of these Sorks are running a down smash add-on in their setup
That is a thing you could do,
yes, to try and help the Resets Warrior players that we're going to see, actually, after this match.
Caspire almost getting punished there.
Those are going to be something very popular in those. So, curious to see what the add-on page is. Maybe something they have to play for. 2-minute timers now. On the FG. Gets caught by the Engulfing Shadow in the neutral. Gets the knockback.
I don't know if they had a V there, actually.
Did not have to V, but potentially with how low the HP was going to go, maybe down to about 5%, was scared about dying on the stand-ups. And, tournament life, better to not take any kind of risks, especially with nerves being in play, so...
Absolutely.
Opts to play it safe. GRJ training it back. Bloody Calamity was used in the middle right there. Goes to the Imminent Doom. Good C-swap. Casphere almost ended up getting a punish right there, but Gunnism staying well protected. Backs up, goes into the Nightmare after using his movement. No connection. GRJ pops the Sinister Omen over onto the ground, swirling. Shadow Leap, looking for some kind of connection. Does not manage. She pops the blades right there. Over to the side, gets behind the pillar. Casphere's now in the middle. You can see a lot of HP chunk loss right there. Sinister Omen is denying about half the field, and Casphere is a little bit sketched out to go into them, knowing that the knockback is going to pop, so you can see that's why she's playing over to the side. Engulfing Shadow straight at the exact same time. Goes to the Blade CC, immediately follows up by the Nightmare. No connection over onto Gunnism. Gunnism pops a Bloody Calamity, trying to get a little bit of HP back. Heals back to his max 50%, holding the Magnus FG. No punish comes out from Gunnism. He was locked into GRJ, eye for
he got caught by the GRJ.
He gets caught. Good GRJ timing. I think Gunnism potentially tried to get the C-swap into it,
30 seconds
some kind
left.
of FG, but did not manage to connect. Pops his E-buff, still has to pop down his Sinister Omen if he wants to take a little bit of the field. 25 seconds on the timer. There's the Sinister Omen now coming out from Gunnison. He pops it straight into the middle, so if Casphere has to try to trade in the middle, she might end up getting CC'd from behind her frontal guard. Needs to be careful. Gunnison pops over the other side, pops some magnets. Casphere looking for some kind of potential. 10 seconds left on the clock. Sinister Omen is going to explode. Casphere still has not popped her. Is now Blades over on both sides. Looking for a CC. Is going to be sitting in his Nightmare. He's going to hold a GRJ to counter if she exits. As a result, she has to be careful with her exit timing. He hits the GRJ onto the Nightmare SA. She had to go into the second hit, but she still got traded. If you guys don't know how Nightmare works, it's it has potentially 2 connections. He hit the second part, and as a result, he's going to take the HP win. Good timing by Gunnison. Good decision making.
Good decision making.
3-1. Congratulations on the Master Sorceress.
Yeah, actually really clutch there with the, just pocketing that GRJ, just holding on to it, understanding that he's just waiting for her to pop back out to use it. Really, really nice stuff seeing, Gunnison take that. Congratulations. Etsu, do you have anything to add?
No, I just want to say, even though it was 3-1, Cass was playing that extremely well.
Yes.
Like we said, it comes down are you able to do an optimal combo? What skills are up? But one thing I want to highlight was that between the two, it seemed like Cass actually got the most CCs. Gunnison was just very good at taking those trades and then playing it safe when possible. But both phenomenal players. Thank you so much for you two showing off some high octane gameplay. That was exciting to watch. But I mentioned that instead of taking Engulfing, they might take Abyssal Blow. We saw an Abyssal Blow catch there in the middle of the match, which always good to see.
Cool. So why don't we hop into the bracket here to see what we have going on here. Once again, congratulations to Gunnison. You are indeed the Master Class Sorceress.
It's gonna get that trophy, honestly, that title, that Griffin license.
Yeah, one thing I really noticed, just seeing the level of control that he has over this class is insane. I think I even saw one of those Nightmares just point blank into Casaphire's face and turning him out immediately with a GRJ. Just so confident in his play. But of course, Casaphire Hunter, nothing to scoff at. Really, really good Sorceress as well.
Absolutely.
Do you guys have any final takes on the matchup here that we have from Sorceress?
No. I mean, the Sort Classic playing for the final circle, but that's what we love about it. It comes down to the small details, and there was a lot of them in that fight. And although you might not play Sork, it might be hard to keep up with. I can definitely tell you that was
that's tough.
Probably one of the most fun matches I've seen for sure.
For sure.
Yeah, there's also a lot of moments where I noticed I believe from Cass taking smart frontal guard trades. Moments where me personally, I'd be too terrified to take it because you always have to be aware. Is there your tracking, is Nightmare going to come out? Keep in mind, with effects going on your screen, depending on what your effect capacity is as the actual people that are competing, it can be hard to see when there's Dark Tendrils, the Magna skill shooting out, Grim Reaper's Judgment, which you can go instantly into Nightmare immediately right when it ends. And then there's also, we notice a lot of utilization from Blade of Darkness, which, if you're in frontal at the wrong time, that could be it. So keep in mind, you're tracking Blade of Darkness, you're tracking Sinister's Omen, which can explode at any second and do the knockback, and you're tracking Nightmare, and while you're trying to take smart trades and manage your stamina as well.
Yeah, so honestly, Sorceress is very, very involved class, as you mentioned. Just a lot of mental stats, just a lot of just the area denial with all those abilities, Blades, Sinister Omen. But of course, as you can see, these are two very, very seasoned veterans on the class, and it was just no problem. But once again, congratulations for Gunnison for taking it home. Possibly could have seen a 3-2 there, but I think at the very end, just as you could see that, the knowledge of the class coming out there and Gunnison, just wow, incredible work.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Up next.
Yeah, let's go ahead and move on.
Yeah,
to
let's go next.
It's Warrior.
The one I'm the most excited for.
I mean, this is the class mascot, right? Warrior,
we got Bobo Buddy
Golden Child.
I'm ready to lose my voice for the whole day on this match.
Yeah, this one's going to be really, really hype. We do have some very, very long time. I would even call them celebrities of Black Desert in their own right. Bobo Buddy, just an incredible
Bobo
warrior.
Buddy taking my MMR in AOS. Sunny, just a reminder for you guys, Sunny goes by 3 names. We got Sunny. If you knew him in a guild, he goes by Daisy, but his stream name is Biceptimus Prime. You might know him, the Gun Show. He's always rocking the Gun Show.
And actually, very interesing, Sunny is actually playing from EU, so a little bit of a high.
Even more interesting, he was actually casting on EU a few hours ago. So this guy's on. I hope he got enough rest the day before. I hope he got his coffee because he is going straight.
I'm out here. I was like, man, I'm so excited decided maybe I can play this here while casting, and they're like, no, you can play EU though. I was like, wait, why is that? Oh, it's because BP is casting EU and playing NA. So
Different tournament.
yes, different setup.
Wow.
It's harder than you guys think to play on a different setup than at your home.
Yeah.
No,
But
it
I
actually
think
is.
I think he ended up taking his 1990s keyboard over. If you guys don't know that he uses a
old
keyboard from
keyboard,
his
yes.
keyboard is older than me.
He's shown it on
He
stream,
uses-
and I've seen that
yes,
thing. It is like
yes,
insane.
It's crazy.
It is
Anyway-
a fossil.
Anyways, he's on a different setup and everything, so he's definitely gonna have a hard time here going into Bobo Buddy.
He's,
Bobo Buddy.
Again, Bicep is playing from EU. His
Yes.
ping's a lot higher, which means
Yes.
you have to play a little bit different. You have to definitely play more predictive than reactive.
I mean, but on both sides though, right? Especially for Bobo Buddy, just adjusting
For-
to that ping difference
it
too.
can be tough for
There's-
the other person. You
Yes.
just have to expect, like, let's say you're fighting someone with very, very high ping. Just be aware that, you know, if you get a catch in their movement, you might want to delay your follow-up CC in
Yeah.
case they move a little bit.
That is really the only instance where having a high ping can help you out a little bit. In every other regard, I've played on 10 ping, 30 ping, 100 ping, and I've even played on a 210 ping to Korea. High ping is always a disadvantage,
Yes,
so
for sure.
BP is going to have a hard time here, just in that regard. But he's fighting, once again, Bobo Buddy. If you guys don't know who Bobo Buddy is, let me give you a quick rundown. This guy is the new age of McHands, okay? Some might
Absolutely.
even say that McHands, okay, was like the early version, the early model of the,
prototype.
of the
Alpha.
prototype of Bobo Buddy. This guy is just pure athleticism, speed. I mean, if you look away for 1 second, he will
Done.
E-buff and just instantly grab you. It is actually so scary how fast he plays.
Yeah.
You know, one thing I always notice about Bobo Buddy is he plays very, like, in your face
In
in a
your
way that
face,
makes you.
yes.
It's either I believe it might be Shield Charge or Frenzy Dash.
Yes.
The one where you know, the warriors like shimmying towards you. I notice Bobo Buddy does that a lot directly into someone's face, and it's
Yeah.
really scary because when you're fighting a grab class, you know, the one thing on your mind, especially as someone who doesn't play with the grab, you're trying to trade into them, but you're scared because of the grab. And especially like in the Warrior v Warrior matchup, having another warrior shimmy to your face that aggressively when you're only iframe, I believe head chase or
It's only head chase.
it's only head chase. You're only iframe being head chase. If you burn that because he's too
Yep.
close, then after that, it's like, oh, now he knows that whatever ability you do next is going to be frontal. It's going to be
That's
super armor.
that's
grab
this whole
it.
matchup. That
That's
is
the
this whole matchup.
Yeah.
That's
So
also why you see.
Sorry, I'm gonna let you guys continue,
go,
but we're
there
gonna
you go.
hop into the bracket. You guys go ahead and continue on whatever you guys want to share about these two
Absolutely.
classes.
Bobo Buddy took out Excalibur. That is a warrior I used to duel at VA for as
Yeah,
well.
he
Very
actually is
good.
a bit of a VA player. I forgot
Also
about that.
Smoked, which if you guys know him by his Twitch handle, aka Liger, also another hardcore BA rat that I remember like for over like 10 years now at this point. Like the dude's always been there. But yeah, Sunny and Bobo Buddy definitely fought their way against good players into the finals. So I'm looking forward to see how this is going to play out.
For sure. Let's get some predictions coming up from you guys.
So Liger actually was Biceptimus's training partner for this tournament, and afterwards,
And he was fighting him.
yes, and Biceptimus was apparently losing majority to Liger in BA and their practices, but in the tournament he stepped up, and so that's the thing about BP. He does not falter to the nerves. He falls to the level of his practice. This guy, this entire past 2 weeks, has been doing like, I think a practice almost every day, couple of hours, 3-4 hours, alongside his streaming, by the way, where he already plays Warrior. And Bobo Buddy has not been practicing for like 5 days now, is what I know,
we'll see how it
based off my
goes.
information. So
Ooh.
yes, I'm curious to see how Bobo does, considering he hasn't been practicing much, and Sony has been labbing tech, labbing add-ons, trying to get as much min-max juice in there as possible.
So one thing I do like about the way Biceptimus Prime or Sunny or Daisy, 3 names, was how he was practicing for this tournament. There's practicing and just like, you know, succumbing to your patterns and flow charting and just practicing the 1v1 match in one instance. But then there's practicing to a different degree. And when I heard that Bicep was practicing with someone in Arena of Arsha in the, you know, the patio
Yep.
area, he was practicing to see which spots you can grab someone from the other side.
Yeah.
And I thought that because there's a clear difference between just practicing and that's like really knowing every single like little detail that you can do. And we actually saw when I believe it was actually versus Liger, Bicep did grab him from the other side of the patio, which was something that he did train for.
Yeah.
So I love how the intentionality behind Bicep's practicing. Let's just see how Bobo Buddy is. I believe he was ranked 1 in
yes.
AOS.
I think Bobo Buddy was ranked 3rd,
Oh, really?
if I'm not mistaken.
Ranked 3rd.
Top 3 overall, by the way, players. And the match is underway. BP out of EU, Bobo Buddy straight out of NA. Let's get the match going. Now, Warrior is going to be in the first minute. It's going to come down to a lot of down smashes on their combos. Playing the neutral game, goes for the shield charge, trying to trade back with the Reckless. It's not going to manage to connect. Bobo's going to trade with a Reckless of his own. Uses a Frenzy Dash to close the gap. Had no iframe available there. Plays the neutral, going for the chopping kick. Is going to use the slashing to try and back away. Slashing very punishable and grabbable, but Bobo having no grab available there. BP understanding that it's not going to manage to get the punish. Uses a shield charge to avoid the grab coming out of BP. BP actually gets a stiffen off of his ball strike, but did not see the follow-up. He was already using charges as a back. Low-key connection. He's going to pop his E-buff, gets a stiffen off the armor break. You're looking for the secondary damage. It's not going to be able to force the V right here, though. By BP, able to stand up. He's going to have his parallel available. Bobo also had his available, but went for it. Got shield charge punish. Is going to be put on the ground. Smash. Needs to get 2 down smashes to try and get the reset. Sony is unfortunately not going to be able to. Back to the neutral game. 2 minutes timers right here. Looking for the slashing. Bobo has his grab now available. Is going to use his Rabam to try and get out there. His shift Z. Shield charges forward to kind and try and pressure. BP had to look for the grab. Still had his iframe available, but decided to play a bit more aggressive. And then Bobo is going to take full advantage of that, using the bouncer to try and get a punish. Forcing the V out now. Bobo with a huge advantage. No E-buffs on either side here. Actually, Biseptimus still has his available, and it's going to make a big difference. He can use it to get his attack speed buff. He's going to pop outside of the zone to try to get a little bit of space and pop his E-buff. Really good timer right there. Sorry. Playing the neutral right now. Pops the Reckless. Looking for the CC. I got the CC. He got the Reckless for the KD, and the damage will be enough.
That damage
good
from slashing.
Follow-up. Yes, the slashing is just a bit too much, and that is actually Sony's E-buff gone. That is Sony's E-buff gone. And if you're noticing, the way he played that, he wanted to hop outside of the zone to pop his E-buff so that way Bobo could not grab him out of it with how close he was on the spacing. So good round so far. Good round so far.
Yeah, you can see there was a lot of faking with their grab. Like, they're getting close. Bicep, I believe, actually got punished there because at first they faked it. There was a little bit of a delay, and I think Bicep was like, you know what, why don't I just go for the grab? And that was just the wrong timing.
That was just the wrong timing. And on to round 2. Early spear toss, looking for the connection. Pops the Reckless, is going to space away. Sony playing the neutral pretty decently so far. He's going to try and go for just a fast grab. This could be potentially the nerves or maybe just the fear coming in, and he almost gets grabbed into the slashing, but Bobo was a bit too far away. His shield charge didn't take him close enough to grab the end of the slashing. That is the primary gap these guys want to look for. Gravedigger playing in the neutral game is going to use his SLMB to try and get a bit of HP back, but he won't have it for the combo now. Shift X, he got CC'd on the Rabam punish. Good timing coming out of Bobo, but he uses the pre-awakening KD, and because he does not have Reckless available for this neutral, it's not going to be able to get the reset. He needed one more there on the timing. Good grab attempt coming out from Sony, but Bobo is just better. He popped his iframe, got out of dodge, and now he has his grab still available. Playing the neutral, he almost messed up his Q cancels. I think he was trying to put C-swap over to pre-awakening, but didn't have it available. Staying on top of Biseptimus. Biseptimus trying to run away, uses the charging thrust, gets out. Bobo, now no grab available. BP still has his. Tries to use a balance strike right there to check the grave digging movement. Goes for the overwhelm, does not manage to connect, pulling the shield charge right there. Gets punished again! Bobo has been so good at these stiffen timings, and he's using Merciless to re-CC in case he doesn't have overwhelm. He's so fast on the re-CC. Overwhelm with the neutral, and the Reckless catch! BP is just getting put on the ground. The 10%'s enough, and he just is going to take a 2-0 lead that easily.
Well, and as you guys can see, they're both rounds just a whiff from Sunny's grabs. They're very, very crucial because, like you said, Bobo is just on top of things, immediately punishes them both times.
Absolutely. I imagine it must be hard because of the ping, but also, when you're fighting Warrior v Warrior, you can see they're trying to fake each other out constantly with the grab, but you have to be careful because there is that punish window at the start.
And this is the thing, right? Warrior versus Warrior. If you're not quick enough, if you're just a little bit on off timing, it's all mental games in these matchups. And Bobo, every opportunity he thinks Biseptimus is going to grab, he thinks Biseptimus is going to move, maybe give him a shield charge frontal guard even, he just keeps moving. And Sony is getting desperate, going for the grab right there, does not manage to connect, shield charges in, immediately uses a head chase, and pops the Reckless, is going to disengage against his head chase back, but Bobo re-CCs one more time. There's the KD. He's going to have no 10% here, so he can't kill. But the down smash will make Sony lose a lot of HP. He needs to reset, trying to get his HP back. Going forward, he's trying to go for a fast frenzied grab. Shield charging. He's just trying to check in case Bobo goes for a grab, but he's just holding it. And Sony has to pop his head chase off cooldown there. No iframe available because Bobo is just pressuring him with CC after CC and not throwing his grab. Bobo is playing this so patient. Popping his E-buff. Bobo, he wants to take the trigger. He wants to pull it. He's looking for his window. That was his window. Misses the chip C. BP is going to try to turn around, but every opportunity here, Bobo has turned it around when BP has gone for the grab. playing the neutral, goes for the solar flare, shield charge, holds a Q block. Bobo backing up, already burned his head chase after him. He doesn't have it available. Shield charge one more time, but closing the gap. Looks for the spirit toss. Is not managing to get the CC out there with the reckless. Looking for the KD. He's gonna manage to use his frenzied 10% force to V. Good combo coming out of BP, and that is the BP tech for this tournament, using the shift Q to get the re-CC when you don't have reckless available. But Bobo, he's not out of it yet. BP still needs to win this round, or his tournament life will be over, and it potentially might be
Is
it.
he gonna
Got
get
the
down
CC out
smash?
the over on the reckless.
right there.
Just needs a 10%, and it's enough.
Wow.
Bobo, buddy, a quick cut. Clean 3-0, and he will be your master warrior.
Wow. I mean, honestly, no one expected that. Just Bobo Buddy complete mastery over the situation there. Sneaking around BP's back there, just literally flip him like a burger there. That was
He really
insane.
did flip him like a burger, for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said, BP did definitely put in some practice around the terrain, you know, playing to his strengths around the map, but Bobo was just not phased. Always
really
challenging him. Yeah, as you can see, I think probably the second round there, just immediately shield charging into the Sunny, no fear at all, just starting it off immediately with aggression. Super, super crazy stuff.
Yeah.
Etsu, do you have anything to share?
I mean, we could see that all the shield charging coming from Bobo Buddy. At some point, I think on the third match, Sunny was trying to do the same exact thing, but Bobo Buddy was not falling for it. Like
No.
he didn't get grabbed from it. He didn't get CC'd. One thing I did notice that was very minor, but you could see how aggressive Bicep was being in the third match, especially when he was E-buffed because his V was popped and, you know, there's nothing to lose at that point. You're trying to come back from it. But that's the moment that Bobo Buddy was actually not playing aggressive at all while his E-buff was on. He was actually running away from him. Versus on the opposite side of things, when it was Bicep running away or trying to reset, Bobo Buddy was like on top of where he was going to go in every single location. And just him being on top of that amount of pressure, burning off more cooldowns for your opponent, I think gave him each like little advantage to bring him to win. All those little things are, you know, stack up, and they create those scenarios where, you know, when you're watching another game and people are like, oh, this guy, how is he smurfing in Challenger? And I feel like it's those little details, those little advantages that really bring things together to give you the win.
I think it was all about the patience with the grab.
Absolutely.
About how Bobo played. Because once BP burns his grab and Bobo still has his, he has to kind of play on the back foot and keep preemptively throwing CCs. So he threw a Reckless, didn't manage to connect. Then he throws his shield charge, didn't manage to connect. And then he has to back up and he has to hold his Q block. And at that point, all Bobo did, he didn't throw his grab. He's just like, well, you're going to panic and you're going to try to avoid my grab by moving. So I'll just throw a CC at you. And BP didn't get the read on that. He thought the grab was coming, was forced to use his iframe off cooldown, which is unprotected. And he just gets checked by either the balance strike or the shield charge and is put on the ground. So
Yeah.
it was really smart decision making coming
So,
out of BP.
why don't we go ahead and bring up the bracket here to check things out? Like you guys said, I mean, I feel like just the discipline coming out from Bobo and just being able to just continually mental stack on top of Sunny, just making sure that he's always checked. One thing that I wanted to mention too, I think it's, you know, obviously you do want to hold your V. It's a very, very powerful tool, but just having like 80% of your health being chunked from just that warrior combo, especially if you get re-CC'd on it, is just so dangerous. Always kept Sunny on the back foot. Always had to play defensively against Bobo Buddy was something that I think, you know, really played into things here. So, do you guys have any last words for this matchup here? A little bit of an upset. We were, you know, hoping that things would go the
I was
distance here.
hoping there'd be a little bit more
I wouldn't
back-
say that's an upset. I think Bobo was far favored for this match.
I think Bobo was favored, although it was really good gameplay from both of our participants. So good job on you two, and congratulations once again for Bobo Buddy taking home the Masterclass win.
Cool. And all things squared away, let's go ahead and move on to the next class that we have lined up here.
Absolutely.
What
Looks
do we
like
have
it's
on
going
docket?
to be Sage, Cal versus
Sage.
Kyrie.
Oh, wow, this is a good one too.
This is a good one.
too.
So,
I'm very excited for this one.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, you guys probably have a lot to share about these two players here. I think
Well, we
one
know
thing-
Cal was going crazy in the last AOS season.
Yep.
Absolutely insane
Rank 1 overall.
overall.
Up against Kyreem, who I think for a lot of the veteran PvPers may not need an introduction.
Yeah, if you know, if you guys don't know, Kyreem is one of those OG, like, he was like the BA rat. Like, he
Yes.
was always in there, but not just like any rat, very smart, very calculated, and very good
Played
at just-
Musa.
Played Musa. He's
Yeah.
played
Yes.
Hash before
Yes.
as well.
And if you guys don't know how old Musa was, it's not like the current one. It was very different back then.
Oh,
compared
wait,
to now.
yeah, I guess there was an era where Musa was
Yes.
not like...
Not just
As
a perma
sick, yeah.
essay, you know, it was a very like good timing. You had to get really precise CCs.
For sure.
For sure.
But yeah, both really skilled players. What are our predictions for this, gentlemen?
Armin, why don't you start things off with the predictions?
Predictions. I don't know. I'm gonna say for this one, out of
don't know.
Yes,
Like,
I really
actually
don't know. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see a lot of Kareem's matches going into this tournament. I casted the top side bracket where we saw a lot of Calb, and I was like, yeah, Calb's just gonna win this whole thing. He fought Zethian first round. And he just stomped him like 3-0.
Wow.
And I think he only lost his V once in that matchup, so
Jeez,
kind of hard to
crazy work.
say. Calb is a very, very good player.
He's a loud one.
Yeah. He's been playing a lot of classes too, just to get practice. And Kyriem, though, he's on the same footing. But I just don't know where that footing is in terms of Sage.
Exactly.
In my opinion, I think Calb is favored to win this matchup just because he has... In my eyes, I've always seen him as a Sage player, but I think Kyriem, in terms of overall skill from every class perspective and game knowledge, probably has a bit of an edge over Calb here, and I wonder if that'll be enough to edge him in terms of like maybe the class mechanics.
Absolutely. You know, when you play other classes too, something that I notice is some of those like techniques that you learn on one class starts to become like they start carrying over. For example, like you might play, for example, when you were Armin taught me like Awakening Ninja at one point, and because I was a Sork and DK player, I was playing Awakening Ninja, but I was playing it kind of like
playing
those
it like a
classes,
Sork and a DK.
which made other players playing on that same class, if we were doing like mirror 1v1s, they're like, this is so weird. Like I'm fighting my own class, but it feels like I'm fighting like an iframe class too. So we don't know. Huh?
This guy's just in disguise.
Yeah, but we don't know if like maybe that playstyle difference or there might be different gameplay patterns from Kyriem that might help him out here.
Sure.
But again, Calb being a phenomenal player and, you know, in previous AOS seasons.
Yeah. I think, why don't we go and look at the bracket really quick here? I'm going to let you guys continue. We're going to want a prediction from both you guys and, you know, just quickly look at some of the players that they have to overcome to get to this point here.
Oh, yeah, right. Definitely not a bot fighting Calb. I believe definitely not a bot. He's played more than
I primarily know him as a Sage player. And the thing is, for Sage, I think he primarily plays large scale. But this season in AOS, he's actually doing really good. I think he's rank 3 overall right now.
Dang.
So he is definitely a strong player. But Calb still decimated him.
Calb is Calb.
Calb is Calb. He said you might be getting pretty good this season, but remember, I held the rank 1. So
I'm me.
I'm me. And Kyriem, I'm going to be honest, the bottom side bracket for this tournament had some decent players. I think Tist was on there, is one of the players, but I'm not 100%. But Kyriem definitely had a bit of an easier run. And that's not to downplay Kyriem. I still think he's insanely good. But I definitely think that Calb had a lot more of the favorites for the tournament with Zethian and a couple of other guys on the top side.
Can't say it's scripted.
And definitely, I can't say it's scripted. He had definitely had a lot of harder matchups that he had to go into. So I'm not too sure how the matchup is going to play out. I'm not too sure if I can give a prediction.
Just a quick thing from Muffin Tops in chat, by the way. That was not the full bracket. Just we're just showing like the few ones before, but there were certainly way more in the brackets.
Yes. I definitely think that Calb is going to be the favorite here. And the match, we're going to get underway. Early ebuffs coming out from Calb. Kyriem is actually going to hold his 2 minutes 50 seconds. Impaling Flash trying to go over the CC. Impaling Flash, if you guys are not a Sage player, is going to be the most important CC for these Sages. And Calb, it might look like he's BMing with these walk-ups, but he actually understands that Kyriem cannot get a punish on these timings. And Kyriem trying to get out right there is going to get CC'd by the SF, put on the ground.
Extremely low.
And now, already 30 seconds in the game is going to be forced to be in. He just
gets
out right. Impaling Flash gets a grab on Kyriem's movement coming out. Oh my god, it was so quick. It was less than 32 seconds in.
Blinked.
Calb already taking round 1.
Holy.
I mean,
Kyriem did not use ebuff at all there.
No, yeah, just in commanding fashion, just immediately Impaling Flash is over. Hey, I see you right there behind the gazebo.
Right,
I got you in my hands.
Yep, and Armin was talking about Impaling Flash. It's the one where they teleport through the other opponent. And just a reminder, not only does it teleport you through them, it is also a KD and applies slows.
It's a knockback.
Knockback.
Yeah, but Impaling Flash is going to be the primary skill that these guys want to use for their neutral game. And Kyriem, this time around, is going to start off with a Lightning Prison, training Impaling Flash at the same time, goes into the Shift LMB, is going to be lingering his essays, waiting out. Divine Execution is going to get to the opposite side. That is a grab potential punish window for Calb to look for, but it's kind of hard when he spaces away like that. Coming down, and that's exactly the punish you want to look for. Did not manage to connect, actually. WQ, Flow Judgment, the flow for Divine Executioner is grabbable grabbable by the Sage, and it looked like it connected, but he was just a bit too late. So despite the skill definitely being a punish window, very hard on the timing. Karim trying to look for a grab over onto the Flow Judgment coming out of Calb as well, but was just a little bit too far away. Divine Executioner is going to space away. Calb is coming in real close, holding the frontal guards. Looks for the SLMB, no float connection right there.
Tries to go for the grab punish again.
Once again is going to end up missing. Karim this time did not even move. Calb just ended up whiffing it, holding the S blocks. Understands that Karim needs to look for a punish over off of his Impaling Flash, his RMB, Shock Relay, the stiffen off of it, or his core. And outside of those, the Sage doesn't really have much to pop out. Maybe they have a Pre-Awakening stun they can kind of quick pop, but very easy to avoid. So you're going to see some windows where Calb is just hitting these walk-ups. And it's a bit of aura farming. Looking for the grab right there. He tried to get the grab. And he does! No iframe available from Karim. He actually did iframe into that and then popped his Rift Storm in melee. And Calb is just so ready. He's just playing slow, looking for the grab timings. He popped his reset. Actually, Calb popped his reset coming out of the V so that he could try to grab Karim on the same time. Karim playing outside the zone, not really taking a lot of damage. You can see the zone burn is not high enough that he needs to really worry and kind of give Calb this advantage of playing the space. He'd rather play to just not lose. Try to go for the grab. The Pre-Awakening Rift Gen is going to save his life. 1 minute, 20 seconds on the clock right here. Holding the Lightning Prison, comes down, is going to use the WQ over on the opposite side. The Flow Judgment managed to get the slow on to Karim. Karim is going to be noticing that right here, and he uses Magnus in the Pre-Awakening because he knows Calb has no grab available. Gets the Shock Relay after getting behind him, using the WF. Good CC timing, gets the Siphon, the Flow follow-up. Calb now coming out of V. Karim needs to take his advantage right here. He's going to be popping his E-buff, going straight into the Impaling Flash. No connection. Calb already burning his Rift Chain iframe. Still has another one available if you guys don't know. Awakening Sage, Rift Chain iframe from Pre-Awakening. Only a 4-second cooldown. Pops E-buff now over on Calb. Calb's E-buff will last a little bit longer. 45 seconds left on the clock right here. Karim's going to be the first one in, trading the Impaling Flash, and Calb's going to be going second. He's going to have it a little bit later. Look at the grab timing coming down. He's going to use the Flow Judgment. No grab coming out from Karim. Karim is going to disengage. Pops the Divine Executioner. This might be an HP trade right here. Impaling Flash one more time. Looking for the CC.
Diablo.
The Shock Relay punish and the float to instantly kill him. Karim, unfortunately, he tried to space away going on the zone, but Calb was just a bit too quick with the Shock Relay. Got the CC behind his frontal guard and will take the round.
Yeah, and I think even coming out from Calb there, as you said, Karim is trying to play the outside zone there, just buy himself a little bit more space, but Calb immediately just gets behind them, even playing that to his own advantage and getting behind Karim probably a little bit out of his vision and just, you know, drawing a line right through him and just, you know, taking all that damage. That's really impressive.
Absolutely.
This matchup, you know, it's really, really tough for Sage into Sage, just because you want to S-block, you want to play this neutral, but Shock Relay, a 3-second cooldown unprotected, but keep in mind you can cover it up really fast, stiffen. And essentially it gives you like a pseudo block jump. So anytime you use Spear Bolt, that's the Sage's WF, it kind of teleports you through your opponent, and you can instantly follow up with a CC behind the frontal if they're lingering, and it's going to be the biggest punch these guys are looking for. That on top of Impaling Flash, another CC that goes through your frontal guard. You can use Divine Executioner and then instantly go into another Impaling Flash so you can kind of space away and then come back in. There's a lot of dodgy situations these guys need to be careful for. 45 seconds in already. We've already had a couple of grabs thrown. Divine Execution is going to get to the midfield. Calb disengaging. Still has Flow Judgment available if he wants to pop his iframe. He's going to use his Impaling Flash instead. He holds SLB and Karim is ready. Gets the grab. Looks for the combo. And he messed up. Tried to go for upsurge into the damage follow-up and did not get the re-CC. And as a result, Calb will get out. Really bad timing is going to give Karim kind of a bit of a disadvantage here. Both players just going to be holding their S-blocks, resetting. Divine Executioner. Calb can look for the grab on it. You saw he pre-grabbed. Calb burned his grab on that. Karim was actually trying to bait it. He threw it into him intentionally, but canceled out with the LMB. Divine Executioner, if you don't know, you can land at any point in it by hitting LMB, and it'll take you straight down. So kind of can use it to fake your opponent out. Karim actually is going to get hit by the Divine Executioner from Calb right there. And Divine Executioner, when he landed on somebody, is going to have a slow attach. Calb now with grab available is going to be looking for the pressure over on the Karim. Has Impaling Flash. You can see he's S-blocking, holding it. Karim's going to be the one using Impaling Flash first. Calb still has his available, holding it. SLMB looks for the punish on the Karim, does not manage to connect. Went for the grab using his C's, and Calb is going to return the favor, but Rift Chain iframe is going to save Karim. Now grabs out of the picture. Reset still available though. And Reset, if you guys don't know, is a skill that Sage has both on a Succession and Awakening that resets every kit, every cooldown, including E-buff in their whole setup, but it does not reset their stamina. Playing the neutral game, there's the Rift Chain, goes over behind the pillar. Calb playing in the middle, goes to the SLMB, does not manage to get the flow. Karim goes straight into the Divine Execution, trading back the upsurge. The damage is going to be really high, and you can already see it. Karim lost about 20%, but Karim does find a catch. Good connection coming up from Karim, forces a V out of Calb, and Calb now coming out of V in the corner. Karim's not going to look for the grab punch, instead he's going to use use Divine or Impaling Flash once again. Goes for the shift LB, goes for the grab opportunity, uses his Flow of Perfect Judgment to disengage. It's straight into Divine Execution, but he's taking a lot of damage from the zone. Calb is already back up to 50, and Karim's only at 20. He pops his E-buff as well, but Karim is just losing too much HP. He needs to try and reach it here, but I don't know if he can with 20 seconds left. The only way that Calb loses here is if he gets punished, but Karim is too low. The Impaling Flash is enough, and Calb 3-0. Yeah, you know, I said it was hard to predict Karim. I wasn't sure where he was at in terms of level. Still played really great, but the way Calb played, it was just...
Calb was very in his face the whole time, but also you could tell that Karim had to play like a little bit more on the back foot once he realized that... Or sorry, Karim had to play on the back foot once he realized Calb was going for those grab punishes, especially on a Flow Judgment, I believe, when he's coming down. We saw like every single time he was going for it. So Calb definitely showing why he was the, you know, ranked 1 stage.
Yeah,
for sure.
So let's go ahead and bring up the brackets there. I'm gonna let you guys continue, of course.
Absolutely. But yeah, fighting an Awakening Sage, a class that moves around a lot, has tons of damage, and the grab, it's a lot to track. It is a whole lot to track for both opponents.
Yeah, and like I said before, I think it's just so interesting to see both of these stages playing outside of bounds very, very well, being able to manipulate that space, especially with all the iframes they have going on there.
Absolutely.
And just being able to space each other. Yeah, a lot of the interesting things came out too, like you said, Armin, just baiting out that grab with the Divine Judgment to see if they can, you know, really pull out that cooldown from the other stage. But yeah, Calb just looking so dominant in this series. It was just crazy.
Absolutely.
A lot of skills like Lightning Prison, something that a lot of stages will kind of use in neutral game for larger scale fights and everything. You can't even use it in these matchups. You hardly
it's
saw
risky.
It. Yes, super risky. I think it was just smart play coming out from Calb. I saw him do a couple of practices here and there, but he just played it really patient. And although I think you said that Calb was playing a bit aggressive, I actually think he played maybe a little bit slower, if anything, and Kaim had to match his pace rather than playing the aggressive thing that he wanted to. He was controlling the tempo super well. And if you've ever been a BA duelist, you know how it is. Once you control the tempo, you've just won the
You're
fight.
in their head.
Yeah,
Yes.
you're in their head
There's playing fast, there's playing defensive, and then there's playing in the, you know, in the middle where you're able to do kind of like a push-pull and control like the environment.
Yep,
exactly.
Which felt like Calb was doing very well, controlling spacing.
Yeah, just best of both worlds, right?
Yeah. So really well-rounded player. Congratulations once again to Calb for taking that win for the Masterclass Sage.
Yeah. And now with that squared away, let's go ahead and move on to next match.
We got Awakening Valkyrie versus Awakening Valkyrie.
We have Canadian Corgi going up against Despair, bruh. I think these, you know, long-time Valkyries in the scene, especially Corgi, I think, has been involved
especially for AOS, both of these guys.
Exactly. Yeah, so why don't we go ahead and hop into some of the discussion about this matchup here before we get the brackets up on the screen here.
Absolutely. Yeah, we have Canadian versus Despair, bruh. I believe both are also always competing for like rank 1 in AOS.
Yes. For sure.
I
mean,
but
I think
you did mention that
Despair.
You did mention that Despair Bro was primarily playing Succession Berserker this season.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing. Despair Bro, despite the past few seasons being the competitor against Corgi for rank 1 Valk, it has been playing Sugzerk. This is like pretty much this entire AOS season. Right. He's played a couple of Valk games here and there. I've been kind of seeing him, but mostly Sugzerk. And in his own words, Sugzerk is more fun. So, you know, might be some people in chat that might have a question about taking about that.
Zerker bracket?
I don't know. But, I mean, he's still a Valk at heart, and a very good one at that. But Canadian Corgi, I mean, I'm sure, Etsu, you watch his stream all the time.
Really good player, yeah.
Yeah.
One thing to note here, as this is AOA, things are going to play out like a little bit different. Valk, as you know, very tanky class frontliner. Most likely, we're not going to be able to see them one combo each other until the 50% HP cutoff mark.
Yes.
But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. Let's see if they get any punishes. I know Valk has that jump skill where they jump forward. And we'll see. We've seen like a lot of punishes leading up from the previous matches on that ability. So it's just going to depend on who is able. It might be similar to Warrior. Who's going to get that grab first?
Yep. And I think Valk PA definitely is going to play a big factor in these alongside, I think, the heals as well, right, Baja?
For sure, yeah.
PA.
Like you mentioned, Valk is just your all-in-one switch knife. You have all your tools there. You have the protections as well as the heals.
And the vacuum.
And the vacuum.
Exactly, yeah.
Something a lot of people forget about.
So,
for sure.
I feel like, you know, this class very benefits from a defensive style
of course,
play.
yeah.
Yeah, but I think, you know, maybe there might be a little bit of aggressiveness coming out from both sides. Do you guys have any feelings about maybe how they will, you know, basically play a little bit more aggressive, or do you think these are more defensive players on their?
I saw like through like the matches that I could watch from the previous brackets, they were moving around a lot around each other, and there is like a lot of quick burst movement in close quarters for Valk. But yeah, I'm not really sure what we're going to see in terms of play style here. Like again, even if they do play aggressive, they're most likely not going to get a kill off of a catch until 50%.
You will need a down smash reset.
Yeah.
And like the Warrior matchups where we actually didn't see a down smash reset.
I think we maybe saw one.
We didn't at all. We did not at all. It was very close, but not at all. It's very hard to get it because you need like 3 down smashes in a row.
Okay, so as we're hopping in, sorry, I'm going to interrupt really quick.
No,
we're going to hop
okay.
in. Let's get some predictions coming out of you guys, and then of course you guys can riff a little bit more into the start of the match.
Canadian Corgi's my prediction.
I will, Corgi has been spamming muh in my chat for like 2 weeks now, intentionally trying to rage bait me.
No
so
bias.
I'm gonna say Despair Bro wins here.
You know, you just let him win by it saying that. Like, you let him know he's in his head. But yeah, just like the previous matchup you did mention, down smashes are going to be prevalent. I remember when I was asking Valk players like for comboing, they had mentioned like once the like first 2 down smashes go through, like for some reason there's another one. So
yeah, and match underway. Let's get it going. F jump, already a grab attempt coming out of Despair Bro.
That's what we talked about.
Yes, and that is exactly what we talked about. The core skill is something I'm going to be interested to see. And think in this matchup, most people will be running F-Jump core, but there's a chance we see Hasty core, the WF, the long-range charge, and how that pans out. Corgi with an early catch right here, and you can already see the damage.
Oh, but
it's not
going to
be enough. Gets grabbed. Good push on the ground. KD comes out. Blitz staff for the secondary follow-up. And you have a lot of damage opportunities, but look at it. They just stand up and they heal. And that is the crazy part, is that as this comes to time, your heal needs to be available for those last seconds. Despair, but with another catch, Corgi has just been kind of floor POVing for a second here. He's going to look for the down smash, does not manage to get one.
He's going to have to be careful.
A lot of the down smashes are going to come from Shift F in Pre-Awakening. It's kind of a little slam down you're going to see them do onto the ground towards the end of the combo. And you can do that to try and get your first reset. And the vacuum coming out over Despair, but on the end of the F jump, he did not have grab available just yet. Despair, but going a little bit too close. Corgi's going to manage to get the grab, follow up onto that Terra Sancta, the SRMB, does so much damage, and there's a shift up, and he looks for the follow-up of the Divine Judgment to get the down smash reset, but he does not manage to. And if Despair got down smash, there was a chance that he would not be able to V, and Corgi would have killed him, but he's going to greed. And does the greed pay off? Pops the vacuum, does not go for the grab, went for the spear bound, does not manage to connect. Corgi's still playing it safe, has just held his Q block. Hasty is going to disengage. Good engage coming out from Corgi, though. He used the prompt walk, kind of try and get a little bit closer, especially with the shield dashes, and he did manage to close the gap. Gets the grab. There's the Stiffen using the Pre-Awakening SLMB. Going for the secondary fall, but he just sees Terra Sancta. Did not manage to have the damage, though. And as a result, Despair will stand up, but it's going to be enough on that bow. Corgi. First round in Despair, but despite taking the early rounds, or the early start of the round with a lot of CCs, he got the damage on the timing that was required to win the matchup.
Absolutely.
And, Valk, you guys both can see how tanky it is.
Absolutely.
But the grabs, do you notice how they're kind of just chucking it on these timings where most other classes you can't really do, and it's purely because Valk doesn't have an iframe. Outside of the F-Jump and the side LMB, you do not have an iframe to access. And Etsu, does it actually have a gap, I think, on the side LMB evasion?
On the side LMB invasion.
I think towards the very end of it.
There's like just at the end of it if you're not careful.
Yes, just at the end of it. And you can see he used it right there. And actually getting a punish off of it. Good timing up coming up from Despair. And you saw us talk about it. He tried to use his Magnus. I'm not sure if the Magnus has a down smash. I don't think it does. Hasty disengage off the opposite side. And another grab follow-up. Corgi, even if you react in time, maybe with the side evasion, iframe, it's just... You have to be preemptive on some situations, and Valk grab, especially after the changes, still has that kind of wind-up, but you need to be pre-moving, and it's really hard in this matchup. Corgi already forced to be coming down with the F-jump. Despair trying to grab it, but Corgi intentionally flicked his camera away so he would not get a hit indicator over on the Despair, so he wouldn't land on top of him. Goes to the grab, Despair pops his iframe just on the perfect timing, and as a result, would not get grab punished. Corgi pops the iframe or F-jump of his own. No connection. Goes for the pre-awakening Stiffen. Now
zigzag.
C-swap. Despair just holding the iframe.
He's breaking his ankles.
He's popping the evasions. Really good movement. Despair chucked and whipped his grab right there. Goes to the vacuum grab follow-up. He's being a bit impatient. Corgi needs to just slow it down. Once you bait that F jump grab, then it's just absolutely free for you. Valk, once they hit this F jump right here, just like that, you cannot cancel out, and then Desperbo's doing exactly that. Waits for the timing, gets the damage on the ground, just needs one down smash. It was just barely off. But Corgi, low enough, down at 20%. I think no heals available. Desperbo trying to look for it. There's the F jump. Vacuums are going to trade at the exact same time.
The bound from the vacuum does land.
Yes, he does get the bound off the vacuum, and as a result, ended up capping him. I think he chucked the spear at the same time, could not get the follow-up damage. Corgi's still at 30%. Tried to use Purification, that shift LMB in their Awakening. It's also their DP down, I believe, to try and get his HP back. It heals about 500 HP every single time it hits on a 6-second cooldown. Holding the SLMB, trying to go for a CC connection off of the Castigadio. I'm wondering if they're running a core on it. They might be, but it doesn't seem like it, because so far the F-jumps have not gotten to connection. Desperbo ends up whiffing his grab right there, uses his promptness straight into Corgi's grab. Good connection coming out from Corgi.
HBDK comes in.
HP now coming in. Corgi, I think he just preemptively popped his PA. He did. He popped his PA and tried to go for the aggressive push. No. It might have been his E-buff, actually. Just popped his E-buff. Going forward, Desperbo trying to go for the SLMB. The stiffen in the pre-awakening. That is an FG. Pops his SA heal. Corgi almost got the grip on the end of it, but he would have been SA healed regardless. Gets a CC over on the Corgi. Off the bound. Look at the damage. And the 25% BSR to finish it off with the DPS. Good follow from Desperbo. The 25% Terra Sancta does so much damage.
That was clean.
Yes, clean stuff coming out. Wow.
Yeah, Desperbo actually just very, very in control of that match. As you can see, they're just baiting the, I guess, jump up from Valk on
trying
Corgi
to go
there.
for the grab.
Yeah,
exactly, just grabbing him out of it right after.
You can see they just sit there, and he's like, they're staring at it. It's a staring contest. Who's going to jump first?
You could see Despair earlier actually grabbed it as it was going off, as opposed to at when it was finishing the animation.
Yes, early vacuum comes out. Corgi, he waited for this time.
Grab.
But Corgi, this time around, came out of the FG. Despair, played a little patient. Too much patience. And when you come out of the F jump, you can actually instantly, the side evasion I was talking about, you can instantly use that. But it's a game of mind games. If the other Valk knows that you're going to instantly iframe out of the F jump, he can just instantly CC you on the gap at the ending of it. So definitely need to be careful. Just a trade of grabs right here. Both players still have their PAs and heals available when they're standing up, and you can see Corgi instantly stood up, popped his heal. They don't have enough damage to get these one combos up. Vacuum comes out. Desperbo's going to use his iframe to kind of space away that evasion. And we're going to get a bit of a reset. 2 minutes, 10 seconds. I mean, dude, so far, actually, I'm pretty hyped up for this match. This match is going crazy close. 2 minutes, 10 seconds. I was a bit worried about seeing in the Valk. I was like, man, maybe they're too tanky. Maybe they can't do enough damage. And we are definitely going the time, but they can still kill at this 100% HP mark in any instance. F-Jump's going to come out. He's stuck in the middle of the vacuum. Corgi was looking for it. Desperbo opted to just keep spamming his iframe and not eat the grab combo and instead eat the bound combo, in which he thought maybe would do less damage, but still lost about 80%, but it doesn't matter. Stands up, pops both of his heals. 2-minute timer. He'll have his heals just before the end of the match. Goes to a grab over on a Corgi. Corgi spaces away with the iframe. Comes down for the F-Jump. Desperbo, no grab available. Understanding that, pops his vacuum on top of it as well. Looks for the Grippertons right there. No connection. F-Jump now coming out of Desperbo. It looks like he is maybe running the core. Just wants to get behind Corgi. Corgi popping the shift R&B. Sitting and lingering the SA. Gets his DP buff up as well. Add-ons are going to be super important here. I'm curious to see which skills these guys are using for their add-ons. Potentially using the SLMB for add-on connection. Castigadio. CC right there, comes out of Corgi, uses the promptness, follows up the KD.
We're talking about
here, not quite.
Did not get the extension. I think he used his Terra Sancta in the neutral.
There it is again, right there.
Despair, but good connection. Full combo. He got a down, 2 down smashes into the KD and another down smash. The shift F for the follow-up. Even uses his spirit chunks. Yes. And now Corgi out of V. He doesn't have his heals for another 15 seconds here. He can't heal off of it. And he goes up at 2, goes up with F. Desperbo with the grab. The KD follow 2-1. Desperbo taking the lead. Corgi, I think he's playing too aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, especially as you can see 2 times in a row, they're just being picked out of the sky when he jumps down.
Yep,
it's just
getting
too telegraphed for sure, and I think he probably has to pull back a little bit and play a little bit more methodical.
You know, the smart thing that they could actually do here is when the zone ticks in, just because of how Valk works with the heal, they could actually sit outside the zone, even at 20%, tank like 10, maybe 12% of their damage loss, and then just pop a double heal before coming in right there. It is definitely possible. It's something that Corgi could have done because his heals were just about to come up, but he needed to stall a little bit of time before he could get it off. Goes for the early grab right there, does not manage to connect to Desperbo. Desperbo has been so on point with these evasion timings, and this is, you know, the crazy thing about this match, this is the #1 digital Valk. Despair going up against the #1 Irma Alliance Valk, Peko Vagabonds, Canadian Corgi. Our top 2 guilds going head-to-head with their top 2 players. A story as old as time, going back all the way to Cho versus BR. And back in those days, we had Paladin going up against, we had Raiden, but actually both of those guys were Cho, but you get the point. In the neutral game, though, so far, both these players have gotten some grabs off. We're just burning through the heals early on, and he actually got the double down smash reset. Got the Shift F, got the extra down smash, forces the V out of Despair. I was not expecting that, actually. And Despair, heavy on the back foot now, he needs to buy time. Because the chances of him getting double down smash reset here, very rare. Spams the iframe, avoids the grab as a result. Every single time he thinks that Corgi is going to go for the grab off the end of the vacuum, which Corgi is doing every single time. He pops a vacuum, especially after the F jump when Despair uses it. Despair is just going to keep spamming his evasion iframe. If he times it correctly, high chance he avoids the grab, and a high chance that he will avoid even potentially the bound from the vacuum. Shift Iron Breathe, trying to get the exact same time. They pop the Castigadio as well. They're just trading add-ons right here, trying to get all their buffs up, their plus DP, their plus evasion. Despair on the ground, though. Corgi with a hard connection is going to go for the dash match. He's got one. He needs one more. He didn't have enough. Despair stood up. Oh, but the stand-up damage is just enough. The Castigadio with the back attacks. We're going to a round 5.
We're going to a game 5.
Things are so tight around here, yeah.
Yes. I really didn't expect this to go all the way. This is our
first back and forth up to round 5.
A very hard back and forth. A first round 5 of the day.
Yeah, I feel like, they're getting a little bit more of a read on each other. Canadian Corgi just, taking a little bit of a step back in the first few rounds, but he does have a better grasp on the matchup, I think, now, especially bring that back up here. I think tempo is going to be something that's really, really important going up to this last round, so maybe we might see some, more practice plays coming out from Corgi.
All right, round 5. Let's get it going. Despair has to goes for the grab right there. No connection. Corgi's going to just be playing behind the pillar. Pops evasion iframe over in the neutral game. Is actually going to get caught in the neutral. It might have been a Castigadio punish over on the Corgi. Was looking for the follow-up damage and popped this Terra Sancta. Actually disengages.
He was CC capped.
Yeah, I think he definitely CC capped and didn't want it. And understood there's no point to greeting more damage in this matchup unless you can get a full kill from the full HP timers. F jump comes out of Corgi. There's a vacuum coming out of Despair, but he's going to space him away with that. Corgi just popping his iframes in the neutral game. Was worried about the grab connection coming out of Despair, but
that grab came from downtown.
The vacuum over from Corgi just before he gets grabbed. As a result, will peel him just a little bit. So no down smash reset potential. Corgi, the last round, good Spirit Toss coming out from Despair, but they're just trying to CC check Corgi in case he uses his evasion iframe to try and close the gap. No connection. There's a vacuum. One more time, Despair is not going to have it available now in the neutral game. Hasty came in at Corgi. Despair trying to get a grab over on the end of it. F jump coming out of Corgi now. Despair, he's trying to close the gap on you. What's going to be your option? Use the evasion iframe first, then into the shield chase. Backs up off of it. Corgi's going to reset as well. Understanding that Despair's grab is coming up just in time. Gets behind the pillar. He's trying to set himself up. There's the vacuum. He's going to be the first one popping and coming out of Despair. But Corgi tried to insta punish the grab, hoping that he would not expect it. But Despair was right on his toes. Gets the first CC. Looking for the damage follow-up. Pop the Hasty right there. The Blitz stab as well for the follow-up damage, but no down smashes.
I
believe Blitzstab has several down smashes connected to it, or it might be air smashes, so I'm not too sure, but it is a key component of their combos. Not really a neutral type of skill, and Corgi with the grab, Despair just insta-Vs.
I mean, that grab was looking a little sus there, almost magnetic.
Oh my god, he tried to iframe out of the V, but the spear for the long range, does he have the damage here? No, he might not. I think he had Terra Sancta over in his blast combo, and still didn't have it up. There's going to be an SA heal, so I don't think that he can get the kill off of Despair trying to go for the damage. No, it was his E-buff. Corgi caught in the middle of his E-buff animation, will be enough damage. Still has heal and PA available here if he wants to. Specifically PA. Corgi's going to come out, pops his PA, there it is, and now as a result, Despair still went for the grab connection onto the F jump. Great iframe coming out from Corgi. Goes for the Hasty, went for the grab. Despair chases away with a shield chase, no grab connection. Corgi's going to have the first, Despair's going to be the first one with the grab available. Vacuum already burned out from Corgi. He's not going to manage to use it here to try and peel himself. Backs up out of the zone. Using the line walk, goes forward, pops a promptness, going for the zone. There's the vacuum. Great enough timing coming out from Corgi, and now Corgi has the first one available with the grab. Looks for it. There's the perfect timing. It was on the same exact window. No punish. Oh no, Despair just popped at 25% in the neutral. I don't know why. Maybe he wanted it for the little buff that it gives you in terms of the AP, but it may not be worth it. He gets the SLMB step, but he gets caught at the same time with the core. But on the ground, he can't go for the damage. Oh no, Corgi, his one window he was looking for.
See the nerves are really taking over.
Despair was playing really aggressive. We're down to 50 seconds. He's only going to have his grab in the last 5 seconds. Corgi's the one with the grab available. Goes for the F jump. No connection right there. Backing up. F jump now used from Despair, but he's not going to have it to try and avoid with his iframe. Went for the Spirit Toss over in the neutral game. Down to 2. Down to 1. And the damage Despair wins off of 1% on the last stick. Hit Corgi as he backed away. Congratulations, Despair, about the 3-2 win. Your Master Valkyrie.
Wow, insane
That,
stuff.
Wow.
that was crazy, dude. The back
That
and
was
forth.
crazy.
Who,
Oh my
okay,
God.
chat, be honest. Who was
I
expecting
really don't like
Valkyrie to be just that hype going to a
Valkyrie,
game?
I don't know how to
compared to
play
like, leading
her
up to
really,
the finals, from what I saw. Seeing
So,
these
but,
two players,
that
the,
match
how
is, you
aggressive
know,
they were being
really-
in
they're
close
really good.
quarters, was definitely phenomenal. I love their utilization of the vacuums, just trying to apply pressure. Again, that vacuum itself doesn't count as a CC, but there is a bound applied at the end of it. So you can see they were putting each other in scenarios where I'm going to put this vacuum down. If you use anything that's not protected right here, or even a frontal, you're going to be put on the ground. But that also puts you like in a sort of a semi-checkmate situation where they're forced to sit there, and you might be able to go in and try to confirm that grab.
Yep.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and bring up the brackets here. As
Absolutely.
you guys see, Despair Bruh is going to be taking
I
that.
believe chat changed his name to Despair Goat. by the way.
Despair Go, I guess.
Yeah.
My apologies. It's going to be your Master Class Valkyrie. One thing that I didn't notice there, it's pretty important since, like you mentioned, Armin, that Valkyrie isn't a class that has a lot of iframes. So they're really having to play. It's almost like a card game. Just if you have your F jump, then how am I going to answer it? If you have your vacuum, how am I going to answer it? And seeing a lot of the evasion dashes coming out from both Valks, you just saw Despair Bro was like skating
He
on.
was
and Corey
skating
was
back
skating
and
around him.
forth.
That last iframe he
That
popped up
perfect
on the grab.
it was
perfect.
insane.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was
yes,
definitely
yes.
insane. Like we saw, like with a Warrior Valkyrie, it's almost like because of the sheer fact that they only have the one iframe, they actually are playing very sporadic in front of each other's faces, just trying to bait out the grab and just try not to be in one singular location. Because again, you don't want to be grabbed, you don't want to be chipped from behind, so they're just constantly moving, and it was very exciting to watch. So again, congratulations to Despair Go, and
Going with
I
a new
said
name immediately.
Despair Go,
Yeah.
and also thank you so much for competing as well.
Yeah,
for
well
both
played
our
from both
players,
sides
from
for sure.
Canadian Corgi.
Yeah, as you can see, like both just so entwined with their class, understanding that just enough damage, especially when the V. I think some rounds at the end there were a little bit more dodgy with the V
There was
usage.
at one point, I can't remember if it was Despair or if it was Canadian, where they just didn't V, and they were like 5% HP. I'm like, are you sure?
Yeah,
like
that was crazy.
I could never. Like the moment it's 20% HP, I'm a little too
It
scared.
was diabolical. People were
Yeah.
standing up with like single digit percentages and just be like, nah, I'm chill. Yeah, so
Absolutely.
once again, congratulations, and let's go ahead and move on to the next match that we have coming up here.
Oh,
We
okay.
have
yep.
the Berserker matchup coming up. Interesting that you were talking about Berserker here earlier for Despair, bro. Why don't we jump
right
into
after.
Absolutely. Handed off the torch. It is going to be Melky versus Viven.
And looking at the bracket here, I think that getting to this point here, Milky definitely had to jump over a hurdle. Danny
Yeah,
Destroyer.
fight Danny, and Danny is nothing to scoff at. Danny is a phenomenal Succession Berserker player. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Armin, is he strictly still playing without Beast Form on Succession?
So last season he switched it up and he used Beast Form for a little bit of it, but this time around, for this tournament and actually the last Best in Class, which he won the trial Best in Class, so he has the Gosu title. So former winner kind of came to defend his throne. This is also technically trials. Came into the tournament with no Beast Form and lost to Milky. He
Okay.
also streamed his POV, so it was pretty fun to watch. He was so hyped up, but Milky, kind of in the last ticks, got the grip on Danny and put him down. So definitely, in my opinion, I think an upset with Milky coming in here.
Absolutely.
Viven, however, I think long-time digital player. If I have to double check.
I believe so.
Yes. So definitely does a lot of nowheres. Does a lot of AOS actually. He plays a decent amount of AOS as well.
But does he run the ones, though?
Does he run the ones? And that's what I don't know. That's what we'll have to see. The EU Zerker Grand Finals, if you guys haven't seen that, were super hype. It was, I think it was Osku versus Rambo. So going into that one, they had actually optimized a ton of the combos on EU for Sug Zerk, and I'm curious if either of these guys maybe picked up anything from those ones, because I definitely think there were a couple of things to pick out.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like our match is just underway for these two. Let's go ahead and see how this is going to pan out.
Yeah. So I guess can we have some predictions from both y'all concerning this matchup?
I'm gonna go with Viven. I think, in my opinion.
Why?
I've just played with him more.
I was gonna say my
I played
vote
with
for
this guy in
Viven
AOS
is
amount,
strictly
so.
because of like seeing him in AOS and whatnot.
Yeah. I think that small scale experience will make a world's of difference in a lot of these scenarios. But I could be wrong. We've seen a lot of AOS players today lose. So we'll have to see. Early neutral game already starting out.
Wow,
He's going to be capped out
already,
here.
though.
He's going to instantly pop the KD. FD goes for the damage fall off the Ancient Wave, just getting a little bit of damage with the Fearsome Time at the very end. So if you guys don't know Succession Zerker, it's going to come down to pretty simple neutral game. Lava Piercer, their little spin, and so their little SA run forward, Weakling Hunt with that knockback FG, which you can get caught in, which is their neutral game DP buff. And as long as Weakling Hunt, the little FG dash forward, this one that you just saw on my screen right there, as long as that is permanently up, the buff from it, it is a plus 30 DP neutral game DP buff. So at these 100% timers, they can't really kill each other through that. Their plan is try to make the combo as long as possible, especially off of a grab setup, and that way the DP buff will wear off. So anytime you guys see these guys potentially land a grab on each other, either using E-grab or Shift E, Rock Smash, they will try to extend the CC for as long as possible just to wear them off. Erkan in the neutral game, Viven, he still doesn't have to be. He's just so tanky. It's all about that Weakling Hunt buff. But the next CC coming out of Milky here could potentially be a V-Force. Down to 1 minute 52 seconds. We're at 80%. And this is the one where he will guaranteed have to V. Gets the full grab extension. The DV buff will wear out, force into the zone, and he's going to V later into the grab because he does not want to drop close nearby. Pops out of the V. Just go straight for the raw S-Block. FD, Predatory Hunt. He's going to get a bound cap actually right there. That's so every time he's gonna get grabbed. He just needs a damage roll up right here. Looks at the KD. There's the F stop. Gets the down evasion, and then goes to the Predatory Hunt with the Weakling Hunt buff. The DP buff is gonna be long enough. He needs to try to get a grab into a full extension. When he on the neutral game, there's the grab coming out. Fearsome Time trying to get over into the Weakling Hunt. He's gonna get put on the ground. He's gonna be really tanky, but still Milky decides to V. He does not want to lose his HP lead here and kind of maybe go down to about 20%, especially in these last circles. So he decides to V, decides to play it safe, goes for the Weakling Hunt right there. Actually ran out of Beast Form, so he has to pop Predatory Hunt to try and reset it. Playing the neutral, Fearsome Tyrant came out. Viven's just going to be in Lava Piercer. He can't get punished now. WF is still available. Gets the CC over on the Claw Strap. There's going to be a natural DP down. FD for the second 400 damage. He only needs Predatory Hunt, and that's it. Viven, despite getting caught like 6 different times on the start of the round, just turns it around towards the end of the match. Forces the V, and then gets the last CC, the claw swipes, the little uppercuts you could call them, for the punish.
Yeah, and I feel like it's probably a good time to highlight some of the more important cooldowns coming out from both these Succession Berserkers. What do you guys feel like is something that you really have to manage in this matchup?
I'm definitely looking out for abilities like Fearsome Tyrant. It's an instant 360 AoE stun, and you can instantly iframe out of it with Shake Off, but the cooldown is 20 seconds, so if you're not careful tracking that, that can catch you off guard.
Yeah, a lot of these Zerker cooldowns, it really does kind of just boil down to that that Fearsome Tyrant and Predatory Hunt, which is a kind of short cooldown. He actually gets grabbed out of Fearsome Tyrant. Speaking of Fearsome Tyrant, right there, if you iframe into Fearsome Tyrant, at that point you have no iframe to exit, and in this scenario, that's exactly what happens to Viven. So as a result, Milky will get the grab, but Milky decides not to do the full combo off the grab, and I think that's a mistake. The longer you can extend your grab timer, although maybe there's some issue with the combo follow-up, but there really, as far as I know, shouldn't be. The longer it takes for the DP buff that their add-on or whatever they have, it gives more time for that to wear off. And it's actually going to be for almost every single match today.
There's the Fearsome
longer
Tyrant.
anyone's combo is, like in this scenario, they really won't get enough damage for the follow-up, the more likely they can get a one combo to pull off. Predatory Hunt training on the neutral right there. He tried to get the grab on the end of the Predatory Hunt. Was actually really close on timing. Goes for the Fearsome Tyrant. The Weakling Hunt. The Fearsome Tyrant is going to get the punish right there. Secondary CC. Predatory Hunt this time. These guys are just absolutely brawling, but no one can kill each other. This is the Zerk POV, by the way. 1 minute 50 seconds. They're doing pretty good so far in the neutral game, though. And as we get closer to these smaller circles, they definitely need to play a little bit safer.
That grab was
good
nutty.
grab on the Devastation. Great timing. And as a result, Milky will be slowed, but because he can drag Viven into the zone, will be enough damage to force his V. Over behind the pillar, Viven was in the situation the last round, so he definitely knows how to turn this around. Went for the Fearsome Tyrant straight out of the V. Pops out. There's time to rock. Needs to be careful. You can definitely get gripped out of it. There's the grab. He's going to get the grab over onto Milky. Actually, Milky's the one that got the grip. Viven put outside the zone, and the full grab extension. This is what I was talking about. The DP buff will wear off, and the damage will be enough.
Wow.
Viven. I think that was like 4 grabs in a row.
I'm noticing Milky is on point with the grabs.
Yes,
like he is on point. And at one point we saw them running around, and then they ran into each other, and you could see that Viven went for a super armor trade, where Milky immediately was like, "I'm just gonna grab this guy. I know he's gonna do super armor or something," and he found that catch.
And, that's the thing. I think Milky has actually been getting, overall in this match so far, more grabs, more punishes, more connections.
More punishes, especially, I believe, on it's called Weekly Hunt.
Yes,
the frontal guard. He's doing a really good job of going behind that immediately and finding a catch.
But, that's the thing. Even if you're getting a lot of these early CCs, until that kind of timer runs out, or if you get a very, very solid setup off of your grab full extension, you can't really force the V, and it really comes down to a lot more of the clinch moments towards the end of the round. Unless you're even in this scenario getting grabbed, you put down a 50, runs away, and he instantly popped Devastation, and Milky's just feasting on that. Gets the 4-3, pops the headbutt, goes straight into the WF, the tackling rock for the damage follow-up, and Vivin knows that is a situation where the damage off the Predatory Hunt follow-up in that combo, probably one of the more optimal setups you can do, will force the V out. Milky now only needs one more grab. As long as Vivin is at about 50, he only needs one more grab to try and get the kill here. Chasing behind him. There's the Weakling Hunt. Sorry, there's the WF. Gets the connection off of the...
How is he finding these grabs?
Off the movement. Milky gets his CC. There's the headbutt. WF. Predatory Hunt.
This might be it right here.
It's just barely not enough. And the spin, the finish on the Lava Piercer runaway. Good stuff to Milky. 2-1 will take the third round.
Well, and like as you guys mentioned, the grabs coming out of Milky have just been so magnetic. Just finding these grabs out of nowhere.
Finding the grabs, his combo game's on point.
It's all about it's kind of the pattern. Funny enough, despite Zerker being a grab class, a lot of the damage rated classes like Deadeye and all of those, kind of the patterns of timings you need to be careful with where you're iframing and things like that. It's very similar for Zerker. Once you pop your iframe in the neutral game and you're into Lava Piercer, you're going to notice the way Milky plays this, pops his Predatory Hunt on the same time as his Fearsome, and he goes for a Weakling Hunt there, trying to maybe catch a frontal guard if Vivin tries to greed his iframe. It comes out of his CC. Vivin went for the grab too early. Milky was actually still capped there. Lava Piercer is going to get the grip. He gets a full extension, wears out the DP timer, gets the FD, a headbutt, gets the WF, the tackling rock, the damage fall off the Predatory, and will not be able to get a down smash. Could have gone for an SRMB there for a little down smash attempt, but it's just a little bit risky. Vivin is going to get behind the wall, pops his Z buff. He's going to get his heal actually off his C buff, but no damage fall from Milky right there.
Even just trying to go for a reset, but Milky does not want to give him any room to breathe.
Yeah, he's going for a Fearsome Tyrant, gets gripped again. He iframed into the Fearsome Tyrant. He just gets grabbed out of the unprotected iframe. Vivin straight yoink back, has to be available, is going to be forced to pop it. Milky just relentless with this pressure.
Yeah, Milky
grab
doing a phenomenal
after grab.
job finding those grabs.
Yeah, he has grabbed one more time. He has one more grab still available right here. Goes for the raw FD. He's just hard greeting. And there's the re-CC, but it's going to be a float. Vivin needs to be careful. He got stuck too close. He graded the damage too hard, and Milky just stands up, says, get down on the ground. Good grabs from Milky. 3-1 is going to take a clean win on those last three. That was actually just a one loss into three straight wins.
That was insane.
He got the reads.
Yes, he got the reads.
Had very good reads on the grabs. One thing I noticed, again, I don't play grab classes, so my mind isn't always thinking about grab. But it was very impressive to see that Milky was finding those grabs in situations where his opponent wasn't even moving. Although at the end he did find it when Vivin was trying to go for a punish with Fearsome Tyrant, but Milky had the timing just on point and was able to punish him there.
Yeah.
But yeah, we mentioned earlier paying attention to that cooldown for Fearsome Tyrant is going to be important, and it seemed like Milky was able to track it really well and use that to his advantage.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure about that last play. They're just being like totally in no man's land and going out there to just try to force a bit more damage.
I think he was hoping maybe the zone damage would be enough to force the V.
It was gung-ho for sure, though.
It is Zerker HP
play, and once again, congratulations to it wasn't even.
No, it was Milky.
It was Milky for taking it.
It's okay.
So Milky will be your masterclass berserker. Congratulations. Why don't we go ahead and take up the bracket over here and check out what we have going on here.
Right, Vivin had to fight again. These weren't the only matches. We're just showing semis up to finals, but Vivin made it through Fooz X and Vivin. Or sorry, Milky made it through Danny Destroyer and Vivin. My bad. But yeah, phenomenal gameplay from those two.
I mean, you got to be a beast to take down Danny in the first place, and it kind of showed. I haven't heard of Milky, but I'm definitely going to keep an eye out for him going forward, especially with that title. That is pretty sick.
Absolutely.
That indeed.
And next up, I believe it's... If you want to start talking about... Is it Nova?
It good question. Hold on, we'll wait while they're getting things set up, going on to the next one. But I believe it is Nova. I believe it's going to be Succession versus...
Oh my god.
Succession?
Both Succession Novas coming out.
We'll have to see. Let's go ahead and see what's going to come up here in a bit.
Yeah.
But thanks for being patient, everyone.
I mean,
we are
I
trying to
feel like since we do have a little bit extra time here, we do have a little bit of a preview into what specs our Novas might be playing here. Why don't we walk through why maybe Nova Succession has been a little bit stronger in the recent years compared to Awaken? I know that a lot of people...
Well, Awakening lost, I believe, a lot of protection over time, and Excel got changed a lot. Versus, Succession, I'm sure we've all fought Succession Nova. They have the block.
Yeah.
They can sit.
After the Awakening Nova kind of AOS terrorism for about a year, they said get out of here. So hard
it's your
nerves.
turn, Succession.
Yep. And Suck Nova, I mean, she's been strong for a very long time. I will say Suck Nova. She did fall off for a little bit, but I think in terms of just the 1v1 matchup, you know what I call it on stream? I call it Chat GPT Premium Plus.
Oh.
The AI, the
full membership.
Yes,
huh?
the full membership. It's just so strong. There's so many instances where if you're comboing somebody or if you hit a grab on the opponent, the Waking Nova can actually get the combo off.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like you said, the Awakening Nova, especially with this class like Nova, I feel like it kind of flew under the radar a little bit. People definitely understood that it was a very, very strong class, especially with Succession just being such a
There's
menace.
not a lot of people that play it.
Exactly, that's what I mean. A lot of people don't actually play the class.
Yeah.
I don't want to fight that class.
Yeah, I mean, you can just have my spot. I'm cool. Like, I'll
No. But yeah, no. If it is going to be Succession versus Succession, I believe I was asking about this around to other Nova players, but 99% of this matchup is going to come down to the grab.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now I do believe we did talk about AI pets, and I believe they aren't necessarily fully following you the whole time.
No,
you have to command them, and then they follow you for around 3-4 seconds, and then the stiff applies.
Yeah, the way it works is that especially when you drop below 50%, I want to say health or 40%.
30% HP.
Yeah, 30%. So a certain HP threshold, if you get put on the ground or anything like that, the Ataraxian, the pet or the Gargo, whatever you want to call it, he gets frenzied. So then at that point, he will pop out CCs more often during certain instances.
So you have to be careful if you're comboing. I mean, we've all been there comboing a Nova that's at low HP, and if you're using frontal guards, you have to be very careful, especially if they commanded their pets to attack you and the Tyrant comes out at the same time. That could be a checkmate situation.
And the interesting thing is that once that happens, and let's say you regen back your HP, the buff for it actually persists.
Still stays.
Wow. Yeah, it persists. So once we get to that final circle, the 1 minute timer, and let's say, one guy gets comboed on the ground, but he stands up from the 30% and he heals back, he'll actually have an advantage.
Yeah.
So that I'm curious to see how that's going to play out. There's actually a strategy potentially where you run into the zone.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yes, and you sack your HP before running back in. I don't know. We have to see how they're going to cook it up, but I think it would be cool to see something like that.
Didn't Nova players used to intentionally set their HP potions
I don't know about that one. I'm not too sure. Maybe for grinding or something.
Maybe
for grinding or something. Yeah,
so a little bit of a preamble there. Let's go ahead and bring up our competitors onto the screen here.
Absolutely.
We do have No Gamble, No Loss versus Aegis on the Succession Nova. We think for sure.
Yeah.
100%.
No gamble, no loss.
And let's go ahead and check out the brackets.
I believe I was actually in a guild with Gamble.
He's a family member. He's my family
exactly.
member. For sure.
Love Gamble.
So No Gamble, No Loss versus Aegis. Yexi was actually in this tournament, I think on Awakening Nova, if I'm not mistaken, where Aegis ended up beating him. And a lot of the matches today have been mirror matchup. Actually, has every match today been a mirror matchup?
I believe so far.
Yes,
it has been a mirror matchup.
Yes,
for each
including this one. So we are yet to see, unfortunately, a kind of opposite side mirror. We will see one later today, but No Gamble Loss versus Aegis. Gamble used to be a Hash player, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, right, Etsu?
I believe so.
Yes, he was a Hash player. And I played some tournaments with him. Aegis. Did you manage to find out anything about Aegis or anything like that?
No.
Okay. So I'm not too familiar with Aegis, but I'm curious to see what they pull. I do recognize their name, however.
Yes.
So definitely a long-time Select Nova player. When I first saw this initially in the brackets, I was like, oh, I know who this person is. So
absolutely.
I do know Gamble is notorious for DP meming in Uncapped Wars and trying to do cheese setups with his Nova in Guild League. So he would play full DR stack and try to like wall Shizen and
criminal stuff.
Yeah, just criminal behavior. Let's
Wait,
just say
coming
Discord
from
comms.
you know,
we told him to swap off.
If you're saying that's criminal behavior,
you
I
know,
recall something,
listen.
PvP 100, DP Ninja, I don't know, Bleeds. Anyways, sorry, I just had to.
Yeah. So
remind
as we're gonna
everyone.
jump into the match very soon here, let's go to get some predictions from y'all coming out. I mean, it's gonna be quite a slower paced match. I mean, that just goes without saying. But of course, here let's see, who can really edge out the, I guess, skill cooldowns. You're basically playing around skill cooldowns and seeing, like you said, manipulation of the health bars around that 50% mark, especially when you're getting lower to the end, with the zoners really closing in. What do you guys have for this match?
Vamos a ver.
I'll go with Gamble, but that's purely like a knowing it. Gamble.
Early grab.
Early grab.
That's the stiffen. He had to wait out the soldiers before popping his frontal guards on the ground right
more
there.
like an 8v8
so
right
this is
here.
the thing about Suck Nova. They have something called a freeze reset. So in
Oh,
these
wow.
instances, despite getting the grab early, he can freeze reset Aegis and force a longer
Wait,
combo and
just
no
stood there
V. Wait, I just didn't expect it. No V. Aegis just dies. Off the grab at the start of the round. Okay, so let's explain the freeze thing for anyone that doesn't know.
Right. You know, I was actually asking about this to Volcorn, and he was like mentioning like, best in slot like freeze combo. It works by running away, so you're out of the pawn range. Then freeze, it has insane range. The dash close, and you can use super armor to tank the stiff hits from the enemy pawns. But yeah. Then you can do an entire combo unprotected until enrage. But enrage only starts 1 to 2 seconds after hitting 30. So
There's the grab coming out on the WF. So yeah,
Ooh,
that's
careful.
the thing, right? So
Ooh.
the freezes when
Ooh,
they
reverse
come out,
grab.
The grab coming back.
they have a decently long cooldown, but they should have it almost every round. So all you have to do is hit a grab. You force the freeze.
Yeah.
The freeze gives you enough time to stall out until the CC timer has reset, kind of like how down smashes work. But in this instance, it is literally guaranteed. And as a result, Gamble's going to use it to force Aegis' V early. And it seems like Gamble, compared to Aegis, who hit the grab earlier, has actually been practicing the combos a lot more, just to try and min-max optimize what scenario can I guarantee
Ooh,
get the 100%
he does get
kill.
punished in his grab.
He's going to get the stun off of the SQ. No secondary connection right there, though. Gambus is going to be resetting, pushes forward, Quartoms. Waiting out. There's a command opening. He's just going to be using that to
command
try and
for
get a
the pawns.
CC opportunity. Basically, every 3 seconds, 2 seconds, you can command your soldiers using a hotbar skill to try and force the stiffen. Those are those little soldiers hitting Gamble right there. There's the CC. There's the freeze. And this is what I'm talking about. Now, no V available on Aegis. He's going to get the stun right here, gets the secondary CC. He's going to get the KD on the ground, and the damage
Dangerous
volume
and
will be enough. Gamble just 2-0. It's
Wow.
as simple as that. One grab, one freeze reset, and Aegis not taking advantage of the window that he had, and Gamble's just going to take the lead.
oh my, Gamble.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Yeah.
I feel like Aegis is kind of just overstepping his balance, just being caught so many times there in front of Gamble, especially without bringing the V on that first round. I think, especially in the second round there, it looked there was a lot of damage coming out of Gamble, but, just not really sure if you had to be there at half HP there.
I think no, he did. This combo that Aegis is doing is I think that Gamble's doing is a 100% optimized full damage combo because he's doing the same setup every time. You're gonna see it. He's gonna get the CC on the ground. He's gonna get the freeze. He
there we
goes for
go.
a little bit of damage stack. He's actually debuffing him here. Waits for the freeze to end. He's gonna get a stun first. And then he's going to get the stiffen into the KD, and it's a guaranteed
And
kill
wow,
or a V.
you're
So
right.
he has
Every
been,
time.
it's the same combo. He has optimized this. He has ran this in VA. He has practiced this. This is no longer about neutral game because both these guys, it's just going to come down to a grab connection.
Let's see if
in this
Aegis'
scenario-
combo is going to be
Like
optimized.
in this
Nope,
scenario,
Gamble gets out.
Aegis gets a stun connection onto Gamble. He would have to go for a freeze reset to try and get the advantage right there, but he can't. All of this comes down to is that Gamble is just a master comboer. This guy has this,
He
and
knows
this is
his class.
A lot of these tournaments, right? This is the thing about a lot of these tournaments. People don't realize this. Master class tournaments, AOA tournaments specific, even the last best in class tournament that we've seen 4 years ago, and even the ones we're going to see later as we go on in today, it comes a lot more down to your combo rather than anything else. And Aegis is going to get a grab right there. Goes for the CC reset. I think he's E-buffed. I think it almost looked like he down smashed Gamble. Gamble's just not going to risk it. Goes out of V.
Gamble
Wait,
actually
Gamble
missed
went
it.
a bit too
Grab.
aggressive. As we're only going a bit
Down
too aggressive.
smash.
Oh, no.
way too fast in the secondary CC. Aegis could not get the damage follow-up, and Gamble has another opportunity here for the stun of the SQ! Just pure neutral game. Aegis says, I don't care if you have combos, I just have better neutral than you.
Yeah, a little bit overzealous there from Gamble, I think, stepping up in his face, especially jumping out of the V there is just like, you know, your dinner served up on a silver platter. I don't know about that one.
You also have to be careful. You know, I feel like the scariest scenarios to be in is when you're up 2-0 and you think, well, I can't lose, I have such a lead, but the other guy is in the zone of, well, I have nothing to lose, I better like Giga lock in, and that's it.
So what it seems like to me is that Gamble spent a lot of time practicing combos, and Aegis is playing a lot better in terms of neutral. As I say that, he does get stiffened, but so far Aegis has not gotten caught out of anything except grab from Gamble, and Gamble is just playing purely for that grab.
There's the freeze.
Once again, there's the combo freeze. He's going to wait out the timer.
There's the stun.
He's going to be on the ground. He gets a stun on the wake up. He gets a CC. And the reason this combo does so much damage, by the way, and forces the V, is because Suck Nova, his DP buff is wearing off. The combo is long enough that any DP buff that Aegis has is going to be gone. And Aegis is now one grab away from losing his tournament life. This is it.
That's it.
He just needs the secondary CC. That's the freeze. He's going to get the damage reset, and all of that practice is going to pay off. Optimization, the brains, believe it or not, can sometimes go a long way. CC by the time from the direction, but he gets a CC. But he's going to stand up and grab him again.
And there we go. And then he goes back, and he's going to get
Only
CC.
needs another CC right here, and there it is for Gamble. 3-1. Let's go. The gargle is not going to be enough. Gamble went in purely off optimization. Congratulations for being the Master Nova.
Absolutely,
yeah, and like you guys mentioned, just flow charting almost, you know, just
he practiced that.
I mean, that's practice, man. That's practice right there.
Exactly, and you know, I think just standing in there and, you know, getting grabbed twice, you know, you have to be ready for something like that.
Yes,
especially, I think if you know the guaranteed combo is going to come out, maybe you want to play a little bit more safe. Maybe use your V a little bit earlier if you want to, you know, conserve some of that HP bar.
I don't know if it would matter if they V'd earlier.
I think he did V earlier.
He did try to earlier.
Yeah. You know, what I think the problem was, though, you saw you're right. He did play kind of a bit too close. He definitely could have tried to play to run away. But that is also one of the disadvantages of the Suck Nova versus Suck Nova matchup. You don't have a lot of protected movement outside of like one skill to space away from another Nova. They can use their dash off of cooldown, their long distance one, but that's where the pets come in. He can just stiff them from range.
Yeah.
So
absolutely,
it's just it's hard to make that decision in the moment, and I don't know if Aegis was expecting that.
Yeah, no, it's it definitely, you could tell that Gamble, hey, what could we say? There was no gambling and there was no loss. He is the number one Succession Nova right there.
Congratulations to No Gamble, No Loss for taking that win home. You are indeed the Master Nova.
Yep.
We are actually going to hop into the 10-minute break. I know that we've been here for quite a bit.
Absolutely.
Once you check out the bracket here, as you can see, No Gamble, No Loss is going to be your Nova champion. Congratulations. You know, let's give a little moment for everyone to freshen up. You know, maybe grab some snacks if you want to.
Use the restroom. We'll be right back in around 10 minutes.
Yeah, around 10 minutes on the clock.
We'll see you soon.
Yep.
Bueno, nos veremos en 10 minutillos. Ya. Bueno, hasta el momento las clases que han ido han estado bastante chévere. Con la cuestión del Berserker, ¿verdad? Grab. And I think the best match was one of them is okay, Sorcerer's one. No, Valkyrie was a great matches. So great performance for the players, and some people say that is not a good class. I really don't like it, you know, the environment, you know, the class herself, you know, so I don't like it. So it's very confusing to me, so it's not for me, you know. So, I prefer I'm a guardian. Awakening is section, so no matter what. My guardian, I'm a guardian as well, but I think I'm used to see, you know, the guardian matches, so I would pay too much attention until this masterclass come back, I will turn on my thing and let's see what happens. So I'm just just one paying attention to the water the road doing. So about 5 minutes to return. So I don't know what this class. I don't know this class. Maybe because I'm streaming. Yes. So anyway, I'll try to pay I can put in like out of this. Okay, let's go back. It's 5 minutes, so you got plenty of time.
between the two.
Yeah, especially
again, 'cause it's Awakening versus Succession.
Yeah, like you said, two specs that are a little bit different here. I feel like we haven't seen that thus far in the tournament.
This is the first non-mirror spec matchup.
Yeah,
exactly. Yes.
So what are some things that you're looking out from both sides to watch out for each? I know, of course, the Lawn this is the original range grab class, the progenitor of the range grab from the Awakened Lawn. What are some things, I guess, from the Succession Lawn that you guys are thinking are going to be kind of dangerous for the Awakened Lawn to track in this matchup?
Well, when I was asking about how this matchup is going to play out between the two, similar to some of the other matchups where it comes down to grab, one of them has grab, and again, it is a range grab, and the other does not. And Awakening also does have like really good super armor abilities as well. So it does. I mean, I'm just gonna say like it has the advantage here for sure.
Yes, I would definitely say this is
absolutely. So it's gonna be interesting to see how Azirlia plays into the Awakening Lawn. If the Awakening Lawn does manage to miss grab, then Succession Lawn actually has a really good chance at taking on those super armor trades if the opportunity presents itself for it. But, both can fly, both have a lot of mobility, so we're going to see if that's possible.
Speaking of mobility, you are definitely going to see that out of Azirlia. Yeah, when he ran that bottom side bracket, I had the privilege of being able to cast a couple of his games. In terms of movement, Succession Lawn, I don't know how to explain it, but he can just get to your back so quickly. And in a normal situation where he's fighting another Frontal Guard class, that would definitely be a threat, especially with Succession Lawn's Shift Q. It's their protected CC, pretty much their only protected CC they can, that's SA, that they can check out. And it's a movement ability, so you can use it to get behind a Frontal Guard. But on the other side, he's fighting Raya on Awakening, which, like as you said, primarily super armor.
Primarily super armor, has that range grab. I was asking Ham about this, if you guys know Ham, Succession Lawn. And he was saying when it comes down to this matchup, beforehand, it would have been like 100% Awakening every time. But again, Armin, you mentioned earlier in the tournament that ever since the grab rework changes, adding that wind up, it actually gives Succession an opportunity to punish that. So there's a good chance that we might see a Succession Lawn win here today.
Yeah, I think the way that Azirlia has to play this is that he has to use skills like Cymbidium, like his Sal Curry, and he just has to constantly keep throwing out those CC threats. Otherwise, he will get grabbed up. And you kind of saw it already in the Warrior matchup. You saw it in the Valkyrie matchup, where those grabs are kind of so prominent in their neutral game. But they have to just keep on moving, and I think we were talking about earlier, Valha, for the Warrior one, you saw how, like, I was talking about the pressure that Bobo that was keeping up on him the whole time. The Lawn one is going to be the exact same mind games for Azirlia.
Yeah.
And as for Raya, though, I think if he just plays this slow and he plays to let Azirlia burn his stamina out, gas himself a little bit, keep on moving and throwing CCs,
he'll have a chance to win.
He'll have a pretty easy chance to win, especially with that Deadly Dance new core. Deadly Dance.
Yeah, Deadly Dance being on Awakening Lawn, it's super armor, but the core gives it a KD.
Yes.
Knockdown.
And it's a movement-based CC, so any Frontal Guard that Azirlia throws, which is a lot of his neutral game in his kit with skills like Cymbidium, is just another window for Raya to punish. Playing in that neutral game, we're going to be sitting on the Ryo PB to start out. Comes out Phantom Dance. That is going to be their neutral game iframe, and an early catch eradication. Gets it, CC. Actually, he might not be right. Deadly Dance going. He one-shots him. The Magnus skill to finish it off. It does so much damage, and Azirlia caught off guard. Maybe, I don't think he got down smashed. He just didn't expect to lose 30% of his HP instantly. 1-0.
You can't see my face right now, but my jaw is dropped to the floor. That is crazy. I don't even think Azirlia predicted there to be that much damage.
No, it got grounded immediately.
So that's the thing. Lawn's Magnus is a very simple
fast skill.
It's very quick, but it's very simple. It's just a backwards moving Frontal Guard, but in terms of combo damage with the down attack mods and everything, it does a surprisingly high amount of damage.
And it also chains fast.
Yes,
too,
it does chains very fast. Primrose is Succession and Awakening Lawn's backwards iframe. So both these kits have two primary iframes that they're going to use, a little side dash that they use, and Primrose, their backwards one. And on Succession Lawn specifically, every time you see him flying, he's using his backwards iframe to enter into this flight. You see the iframe icon tick for a second. That is Primrose. And so as a result of this, if Azirlia plays too aggressive off of the flight, so for example, he flies and it instantly engages and plays the neutral game kind of close up, he won't have that iframe available to space away. Comes back down, goes for the FG stiffen off of the flight, no connection right there. Primrose one more time, Nimbus right, he's going to use it for kind of a flight extension. Blooming, plays in the neutral game, uses the iframe one more time, Morning Dew coming out of it, looking for the stiff, does not manage to connect. Riot's just going to sit in his pre-awakening Blade of Blood. It's a little SA linger that they have, the little stab forward. It also, I believe, has a stiffen attached, could be incorrect about that one. Playing Eradication, it looks like Riot, instead of running Deadly Dance core, is running Eradication core. It is the other core for Awakening Lawn that they primarily use for these matchups, and it's a little stab forward kind of CC extension they have right there. Is going to use his Mangler kind of for the SA neutral.
Backs up, yeah.
Azuriah definitely needs to be careful running in fast. Salpuri coming out from Riot. It is a pretty long cooldown, especially in the absolute version, so Riot can use it for kind of a potential CC check. It is a float in the pre-awakening, so if Azuriah plays a bit too aggressive with his frontal guards, could get punished. Going for the grab. Good Primrose. Used it straight to the flight to sit in that iframe. Coming down is going to use Blade of Blood for himself. No connection is going to be landing though, and now Riot, you're going to see, looking at the Awakening Lawn over the other side, now that he has no grab, he is pretty much just never going to leave SA, even if it means an SA trade loss, and Azuriah kind of has to play for that, especially as we get to the final circle. Azuriah comes out over the corner, he's going to pop his E-buff here to try and take a bit of an advantage. It's going to be slightly early, so he's only going to have about 20 or 15 seconds once it hits this last circle, but he has to make the best use of it. Lawn, on both specs, when they pop their E-buff, are going to have infinite movement, punishes the grab. He punishes the grab because of the attack speed that Salpuri, or sorry, their E-buff provides them. He's able to instantly punish using Cymbidium right there. Forces the V, Mangler in the neutral game. Now Riot as well. E-buff pop comes out, is going to go straight into the Salpuri. Linger the SA, goes for the grab attempt off of the Eradication, does not manage to connect, and Soul Raid, Awakening Lawn's grab, is not only a 15-second cooldown, it's a little bit longer. Has to wait a Blade of Blood. Lingering back in that neutral. Frontal Guard comes out over from Azuriah's side, trying to look for a punish. Mangler comes out, uses the Magnus to trade back damage, so Riot loses a little bit of HP, but they're still so even, down to 15 seconds. Comes down the line, the Morning Dew Stiffen, he got the follow-up over onto Azuriah's back. Azuriah instantly forced to V, Novi's available, grab is available on the Waking Lawn. He uses Primrose to try and iframe out. He needs to be careful running out into the zone, comes down, looks for the Stiffen off the FG, no connection. Cymbidium avoids with the grab, and the damage thing, but Riot is just too fast on the iframes. Azuriah, even though they're so even on HP, was just barely down by 1%, and as a result, Riot takes the round. Wow.
He's at 2-0 now.
And you can see, by the way, I don't know if you guys are noticing, look at that movement from the Sucklong. He's so quick, but there's no meaning to it in this matchup because Riot can just play the essays. The only catch that Azuriah has gotten so far was
on the grab. It was on the windup of the grab.
It was on the windup of the grab.
That's the tricky thing because Succession Lawn has like good SA trading.
Yeah, actually, the chat is asking right now if it is a draw. It was indeed a draw. As you said, really well played by Riot, especially towards that last minute there. But they ended up having the same health totals there, so we're gonna have a reset on that one match there. It is still gonna be 1-0.
Okay, gotcha. So because it was.
Sorry. My bad about that. I forgot. He was already up 1-0. Sorry about that, chat. Okay. A little bit too hyped up casting the match. Riot playing the neutral game, goes to the Eradication, does not manage to get the connection right there. So I believe you might have to double check on the tournament rules because I want to be 100% sure. If there's a draw, is it 1 point per person or is it going to be 1-0? We might have to double check with Wisdom in the back. I believe it stays as a 1-0. So now backs up. He's going to be using his flight right here. Azuriah, you can see so much movement. He can basically clear the entire arena instantly. And as a result of that, Succession Lawn can definitely play the neutral game a lot better, especially in these early rounds or early match where the zone is, the space is so big. But as the zone closes, it's even better for Awakening Lawn. So just to see the adversity that Azuriah has to go up against, Eradication, he engages, gets the catch, the connection over on Azuriah, forces the V. And Azuriah in a tough spot. That was not a grab connection. So Azuriah aware that Riot still has his grab available. Salpuri almost got gripped up. Azuriah just barely spaced away. Coming in, there's Eradication straight into the Bleeding Hearts, looking for the damage. Gets behind a Flow of Ice. He's trying to get the back attack chip over on Azuriah. Azuriah now coming down out of the fight. Morning Dew, no connection. Uses Fatal Attraction. That's the Magnus to try and space away a bit. Look for a Cymbidium catch. That was just a bit too far. Riot now playing the neutral. Blade of Blood, lingering his SA. Sacred Dance goes forward. There's Bloodies right. Eradication. Looking for the KD again. Does not manage to connect. Lingers straight into the Salpuri. Salpuri, such a long SA linger. Waiting out. Oh my god, the movement is looking crazy on Riot right here. There's Mangler. Azurelia coming out, went for Morning Dew one more time.
50% HP cut, 1 minute
Backs
left.
up with the Magnus, goes back in with the Eradication. He's trying to go in and out, kind of fake out Azurelia. And Azurelia, you can see with his flight, with his movement, you can't even see him on his screen at certain points when he comes out of the flight. You guys get behind him. Riot does not get caught, goes for the grab. And unfortunately, the Cymbidium, you're not going to see Cymbidium deadly dance on the perfect timing to get behind the frontal guard. Riot up 2-0.
And that's the thing we talked about. Yeah, like even though the grab was down, Awakening Lawn can still go for those SA trades. It has that very long SA linger. It is in Succession's Lawn best interest to trade during those moments, but you can see Azurelia there had to use frontal, and it got him punished by the deadly dance KD.
Believe it, despite the advantage that Awake Long has on the the super armor lingers and especially the grab, Azurelia still has to greed for FGs to try and win a lot of these trades. A lot of the trade opportunities will come down to him using his Magnus correctly in certain windows, but Riot just has the same amount of windows as well, which really does go to show how well Azurelia plays his Sucklon to have made it to the finals. But to win this, a reverse sweep is going to be tough. Goes into the LMB R&B to try and get a little bit of SA. Immediately pops his iframe, spaces away. Primrose, once again, 4-second cooldown, really short CC timing. He avoided it with the normal dash iframe and was looking for a Cymbidium catch off of the end of it, but was just a bit too late to punish the grab. Playing the neutral, Phantom straight into that Primrose, backs up, gets behind him. Raya
looks like he's taking
plays in the middle, pops the Magnus right there. Good trade onto Azurelia, but it won't really mean much. Azurelia was still waiting it out. We're early game. Any HP ticks here don't really mean much. So these guys are just trying to survive, look for any kind of CC they can. Behind the pillar, Raya tried to go through it.
Cheeky one right there.
Yeah, cheeky one. He was trying to catch him off guard by blocking his vision a bit with the pillars, which definitely can be a possibility. Blade of Blood goes for it. There's Eradication. Looks for the catch. Does not manage to connect onto it. Mangler waits it out.
So it's probably trying to bait out the grab
That's
again.
the buff on Lawn. Pops it. Lazurelia just forced the space away. Blade of Blood in the neutral. There's a Cymbidium. If Riot goes for a grab in that frontal guard Cymbidium timing, he will definitely get CC'd. There's a couple of hits of connection right there. Eradication, he actually could have gone for a grab attempt. Azurelia was trading into it. You can immediately go kind of from Eradication, that core skill, straight into a grab if you want to, but is definitely kind of scary for the Sucklon, but he did not opt to. 1 minute 15 seconds. He's been looking for this window, but that SA icon in this Awakening Lawn is just so protected. He has no windows. He just has to punish the grab or play for HP. Coming down out of the flight. Is going to land.
Flies through the patio.
Yes, he needs to be careful. There's the Eradication. He backs up off of it with the iframe. Was hoping that Azurelia would maybe chuck a Cymbidium right there, which he actually did. And Raya, as a result of that, off the back of it, tried to go for a punish on Azurelia's landing. Did not manage to get the grab connection. And now, once again, with no with no grab available, Raya actually goes for the Bridal Despair right there. The FG, Azurelia could not get behind it, was not in his flight already, so he couldn't use Morning Dew to punish. Coming down, Primrose flight does not have Morning Dew available this time around, so he just lands safely. Waiting, Morning Dew looks for the Stiffen connection. The Stiffen connection did not manage to connect. Raya comes down with a Morning Dew of his own. Waiting, Mangler went for the grab. I think, I'm not too sure. No, he still has it available, and there it is. But Azurelia tried to punish immediately. He was so close. He went for the little dash forward. I believe it is a Stiffen. He actually forces the V right there.
10 seconds left.
This might be it right here.
Down to 10 seconds. Azurelia has the lead. He still has V available. He needs to not take any kind of damage, and he gets the punish. Raya getting caught off guard. Azurelia with the connection, 2-1. Azurelia might have a chance at pulling it back.
Hey, it could be a comeback.
I wasn't able to see how Raya got caught initially on the first connection. It looked like he missed his grab, but was still safe.
I think it was just damage. He just took straight up damage to the face and had the V standing up there.
Yeah, potentially. And Azurelia
playing this matchup here. He's playing this very well. Like we said, you could see he's playing very careful because of that range grab pressure. But one thing that I'm noticing throughout this match is Azurelia is doing a good job landing in front of Raya, using one skill for like half a second to try and bait out the grab, and then immediately dodging and going back to evading.
Backs up. There's the Morning Dew. You can see he's using it on every single start that he can. Primrose, furious. Came in with a Salpuri. That was his protected SACC right there. He was looking for a connection. Did not manage to. I believe it is also their attack speed buff. I might have to get corrected on that one by chat. But Azirlia, through the Sucklon, he can actually go through the pillars on certain instances to try and space away. He wants to play this as much as he can for time. As long as the timer keeps going down and he is not getting caught or being forced to lose his V, as you can see with how safe Azirlia is playing, then he will slowly get into a position where maybe he can get a punish on Raya in those closer instances. Coming down, there's Eradication, it goes straight into the Mangler. Azirlia is already going to be in Primrose by the time he's even close to him, so Raya can't go for any kind of punish. Still has grab available though, but Raya has been playing it very patient with his grabs. I think we're only seeing about one grab every 30 seconds so far coming out of him.
We're looking for GPS metrics here.
Yeah. I mean, believe it or not, it actually does matter in some of these instances. For a lot of these matchups, even for Kuno. Oh, speaking of grab, try to go for it there. Finally, now understanding that the grab is going to, you're going to see he's going to play a lot more aggressive, playing in the neutral. Fatal Attraction comes out from Raya, is going to space away with the frontal guard. Bleeding Hearts backs up Primrose, is going to space to the opposite side. Grab is now once again available, so Azirlia taking a little bit more of a backseat. He's going to look for potentially another stiff and catch out of the flight. Raya tried to predict where he was, but actually just chucks it. There's a chance Azirlia didn't see that, so he might still play safe. Looking at the SA Blade of Blood in the neutral game. No, it looks like Azirlia still understands that he has no grab. So it seems like he did see it. Coming down, blooming on the other side. Raya goes and challenges it with a little bit of taunting death. Eradication. Lawn skill names very edgy if you cannot see it already, but that's just part of the kit. Goes in. He actually tried to go Eradication straight into the grab. That's exactly what I was talking about, but he does not get the punish over on Azirlia's side, nor does the grab connect. And now they're just trying to hard damage trade. Raya was holding the S-block right there, but he is losing the trades. Azirlia doing a great job, and Raya's just going to V. I don't know if he had to V that, but decides to anyways. He does have grab available here, so Azirlia needs to be careful with how safe aggressive he's playing. That's exactly what he was looking for. Azirlia just too aggressive.
But Azirlia still he still
does have
grab
the lead.
is down.
He has about 10%
seconds.
HP here. If he can keep up this lead, he'll be in a prime position. But that soul rate, that grab is going to be up in about 2 seconds right here. Raya lingering. South Parade Lawn is just flying above. You can see the shadow lingering around, and he dodges it with a Primrose. Raya only has one more connection for a grab right here. He has flight available, so you can see Raya pops his FG. Azirlia takes a full trade from that. Could not get behind it for the frontal guard, so they're going to be about equal here. Grab only has one more opportunity for the rest of this round. Is he going to go for it? Is he going to play the damage coming down on the flight? He actually got a cheeky little hit in there. Raya trying to go for the Eradication of the grab. It's not going to manage to connect. Azirlia playing the neutral game. The Deadly Dance. He runs out of the zone. Takes a bit too much damage. Azirlia has pretty much sealed this round. Only needs to run away. But he gets hit. While trying to run away, he got punished in his frontal guard. Maybe he turned his Magus. I'm not too sure. But Azirlia at the last second choked it. Oh no.
Literally the last second. That is definitely heartbreaking. I can already see chat like spamming. That is it was looking really good for Azirlia. He did play that very well. Like I do want to highlight the dodging of grab is crazy, especially like to be able to play under that much pressure and still go for those cheeky trades. Yeah, nothing to scoff at. Very well played.
Yeah, and it seemed like honestly for Azirlia, the job was just insurmountable. Just seeing that Raya would just stand there like kind of just like standing like a pillar, knowing that he has the benefit of the Awakening Kit and the pre-Awakening Kit, just staying completely protected and waiting for Azirlia to try to just come in and do something. The fight space was getting smaller and smaller.
I do want to say though, congratulations to Raya. Despite everything, it might have seemed like a one-sided match, but that still is a very hard matchup where Raya does have to stay focused up, especially with his grab timings. He was saving it for a lot of instances where he
was playing with grab very wisely.
He was very wisely. We only saw one grab punish, I think, throughout all 4 rounds. So it kind of goes to show he was very smart with those. And I will also say, Raya took down UK. By the way, I don't know if we have the brackets
available. That was a huge upset going on. Let's actually bring up the bracket real quick for Lon.
So Raya did have to go through, we don't see it on this one, but he fought UK earlier in the tournament, who was the favorite to win the full thing. So he definitely had to go through a lot of adversity himself just to make it to the finals in the first place. So I do want to definitely give some props to Raya on that.
Yeah, awesome stuff for sure. And I mean, honestly, it's kind of interesting to see how these two specs interact with each other. I feel like maybe from Raya's side, a lot of just like that neck pain, having to crane up to look at the skies to track Azirlia.
Yeah, no kidding.
I think that's one of those things that's really hard for Azirlia to manage, especially in this matchup. Of course, just the control and staying, playing a little bit to keep away from the grab.
The control, the patience, like I mentioned earlier, the amount of times Azirlia went in knowing grab was up, using an ability, the SF ability on Lon. and just using it for like half a second and then immediately iframing to the side to try and anticipate the grab was a very good game plan. Because again, Succession Lawn without a grab, what do you do? And that, I feel like that was the most correct thing you could do in that situation.
Yeah.
So props off to Rosilio. You played very well. Raya, congratulations. You are the master class for Lawn.
Yeah.
And you will be taking away that Arsha skin. I saw someone in
The
chat.
Lawn Arsha weapon actually looks pretty sick.
It looks really sick.
Yeah.
Someone said in chat, I hope Rosilio wins so he never sees his weapon.
That's how I feel.
That's
Playing
awesome.
Succession, dude. It's rough, man.
Yeah, but
absolutely.
Okay, I mean, with all that squared away, let's go ahead and jump into the next matchup we have here.
I believe this is Divios.
Oh wait, Divios actually is in the bracket.
He's just not on Striker.
He's giving the Strikers another chance.
He's
Speaking
wearing
of
a
giving
different
chances.
uniform this time.
He's like, he pulled the All Might. He said, it's your turn. And you guys can have that.
You know, he said, Pig, you know, I've taken the Arsha weapons from you a couple of times. I'll give it to you this time.
Little handshake.
The Wukong one, I don't know if you guys have seen the Wukong Arsha weapons. They look sick, man.
Oh wow,
They
yeah.
look
Especially
sick.
like I think that's one of the more newer classes. I think they probably put a little bit more effort into some of that design,
for
right?
sure, for
Yeah.
sure.
I mean, obviously, there's so much that you can talk about with Divios. This is probably our most decorated player in Black Desert Online. If we had a Faker, his name would be Divios. And
It actually would be Faker.
So,
undefeated. The only time he didn't win a tournament is when he didn't participate in one.
Yeah, coming out on a completely new class now, especially it is one of
He's known for Striker. He's known for Sage. So yeah, it's interesting to see him on a brand new class. You know, I was talking to him all throughout leading up to the Master Class tournament, and he has been really excited to go ahead and compete on Wukong. So it's going to be interesting.
I mean, we can talk about Divios all day. Let's go ahead and dive into this player that he is up against right here, Otter. What are we? What do we have in terms of stats? What do you guys did some of the research on Otter? What do you guys think?
I was not able to find much on Otter. I was looking around. Unfortunately, it's
hard to find
stuff.
Stuff, yeah.
I was not able to find much on Otter. Everyone is going into this tournament expecting Divios to win. By the way, we did.
Are you expecting Divios to win?
Of course. I mean, this guy's very wise with game knowledge, but when it comes to a 1v1, and I'll say this throughout the day, I'll say this now again, and I'll keep saying it, 1v1s, especially Arena of Arsha, they can go any way. You never know whether you're going to win or lose a round, even despite having an advantage for the full round, right?
Yep.
So, despite everyone saying that Divios is going to win this guaranteed, blah, 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 I'm sure Otter just as much understands that his opponent is Divios. What more is there to say? So he has probably definitely been practicing, putting in some effort, trying to get ready for this.
Yep.
I would 100% imagine.
I mean, honestly, when it comes down to the finals, you really just have to play with nameplates off, right? It's literally just in the moment.
It does feel like that, right? It does feel like that, yeah.
So,
absolutely.
As we are getting ready to jump into things here, I would ask you guys predictions. I think I know where my money lies. What about you guys?
I would definitely say that
seeing an upset is always really sick, of course, but yeah, most likely Divios. Well, that's my prediction anyways.
I am curious about kind of Wukong. It is our newest, class to the game, until Savior, by the way.
Right.
But Wukong, it's a very protected class, but it does have a grab available.
It has grab. It has about like around 3 CCs. The Shift C skill. Yeah, you have grab him, Shift L and B. When I was asking Divios how this mirror matchup was going on, in his words, he said it will likely come down to baiting out grabs with lingering iframe, with Miss Me, and punishing poorly timed jump skills with grab. Only other likely CCs, according to Divios, is catching them with Scorch it all out of the gap, or out of the gap out of an ain't over yet. Sorry about that. That was a mouthful.
And if you guys don't know Wukong, this is the first time you're saying, Wukong actually has 2 forms, his Buddha form and his normal one. And typically in 100% of scenarios, the entire game plan is stall as long as you can, play your neutral game, get your gourd filled. Which is a frontal guard, by the way. You can see it every time these little frontal guard ticks that happen.
You need at least 2 ticks of the gourd.
Yes.
Blowing out. It looks like a vacuum in the air.
Yep. Once you get your Buddha form, which Divios aura farming in the corner, we can't see it just now, but he
saw that too, right?
Literally aura farming. Now that he's in Buddha form, you can see his neutral game, how much bigger the AoE and the skills are, how much flashier they are.
Otter also is in Buddha form as well.
Yes, Otter is going to pop his as well, playing the neutral. Looks for the FGCC right there. Does not manage to connect. 1 minute 50 seconds. We're down to the 80% HP marks, and it is going to come down to potentially Train looking for the grab. He actually has on Wukong a couple of fast grab instances where they can get a quick catch, but it's really hard in this matchup with how the timings are on these skills. That little side roll, that SA1, they can immediately grab out of that. Divios is going to get a stiffen connection. forces the V out of Otter. Otter's going to jump through the pillar, comes out, look for the FG knockback. Devious did not manage to connect Otter. Now resetting, pushing forward, gets caught in this FG. Devious got barely behind him. It's going to get the KD, the secondary damage on the ground, and it will be enough. Devious will take the first round.
Yeah, and as you guys mentioned, just really managing that form really well from Devious, having some more left over, even though Otter was not in form anymore. He would try to farm it back with his gourd, but just not able to get back into the Buddha form. And Devious just really, really confident, gets him there and takes up the round.
Absolutely. Yes. One thing to point out is not only does Buddha form enhance a lot of, your Ascension skills, but it also heals as well.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if there's a scenario where you would maybe want to exit Buddha form towards the end and then enter back into it, but I think you would just want to maintain it. The heal could be very useful towards the last circle for some kind of cheese play, but I think it's too hard to manage that in this kind of neutral game. And Otter, speaking of managing the neutral game, going for the grab, I've seen way more grab attempts coming out of Otter than from Devious. That could just be we're sitting on this POV. I'm curious to see the Devious POV a little bit. Otter trying to space away, pushing forward, Scorch it all. Goes for it, and then speaking of grab, that's exactly what hits. Gets the KD off of the knockback of Extend Longer. Jumps down, Heaven's Pivot. It's going to drop all the damage he can and go straight into that flight. And
a little bit here.
Yeah, Wukong, when he enters one of his flight skills, he actually leaves a little clone on the ground. And you can hit it, and you'll think it's him. It's kind of like a fake out. So I'm curious to see. These guys play each other's class, so they know how it works. Otter entering Buddha form now.
Yeah,
fighting
some trading. Huge kill coming in.
Yeah, big trades coming out right here. He's going to space away. He's going to smash him to kind of space back and gets grabbed again.
Very mobile class. Just to mention, when I was talking, looking out for it, you can see that they're moving around a lot. Wukong is a very mobile class. It doesn't...
Gets gripped actually. Otter, good connection right here. He's going to look for the combo. Stretch further. There's the full extend. Impale through. He's going to try to drop the final bits of damage with the Buddha's finger, but will not manage to connect. Devious now just going to space away. He needs to get his HP back. He technically won't have to V another connection if he can get his HP back to about 80%, but the trades are actually going really in Otter's favor. But keep in mind, once again, 50% HP timers. Once they get to this point, it will just even out, and Otter really needs to be careful once we get to there. He will be in one combo territory, and Devious is kind of playing for that. Going into that Rabomb, and he gets the grab timing! Oh my god, that was super clean! If you don't know how Wukong's Rabomb works, you go into an iframe, float into the air before landing down with SA, and it kind of works like Valk's F-Jump or Sage's Flow Judgment, where you land down with the SA and there's a small window to grab, but it is actually really hard. You can kind of camera turn while you're in the Rabomb a little bit, move out. Devious now entering that Buddha form. We're going to have to see how Otters is managing to keep up. Pops a gourd right there. He might have managed to get a few ticks, and he will just re-enter the Buddha form. So we're going to get a full Buddha form 1v1 at the end here. Devious needs to make sure he doesn't run out. I'm not too sure how long it roughly takes, but 40 seconds is quite a long time. Playing in the neutral, using those SAs, went for the knockback right there, did not manage to connect, coming down with a little pole smash. Buddha's finger, trading coming out from the Otter. Heaven's Pivot, he almost tried to get behind him right there. Otter did not manage to connect. That little spin that you see is a stun on the first hit, and he went for the fast burst grab, but did not manage to connect. And Otter down to about 20%. We might be going to HP right here. Devious down to about 33. Coming down, tries to go for the smash, did not manage to hit it. Goes for... actually, he's going to brief off his Buddha. He's going to get the heal off of this. Wait, Buddha can't heal. Wait, Devious can't heal. He goes into the...
He did monkey see monkey D into the zone.
No, he ran outside of the zone. He just SA on that. And as a result, he takes a full damage from the zone to stack on top. And that's exactly what I was thinking about earlier, the little theorizing. What if you get your Buddha forms as the last circle and you use it to heal?
Yeah, I think that actually mattered there. I think Devious might have just been on the cusp of re-popping his. Maybe that's why he went back into the no man's land zone to try to buy us a little bit more time, but the timer just ticked out.
Yep, that ability I believe called Monkey See Monkey Do Shift E. It's like where Wukong is gliding around in the air, just sitting on his cloud. Would normally be a really good skill, but it pushed Devious out of zone, and who knows how much HP tick damage he took from that.
All right, well, Devious maybe going to the next round probably was aware that was a possibility, but definitely did not count on that potentially happening in that situation. And despite having a massive lead, once again, we've seen it time and time again, you can have a massive lead early in the round. You might be the first one to force the V out of your opponent, but a couple of missteps and that can turn sour very quickly. And now, we're basically just playing a best of 3 now, a first to 2. We're evened up. Playing in the neutral. That little miss me out, that little side hop they do with the SA.
Yeah, it's the iframe is miss me, and then like the SA is like miss me again.
Yeah. Buddha's Finger coming out with the damage. They do have their Buddha forms, I believe, popped right now. Oh, actually gets stunned by the little hit.
There's
He's
the
going to do the knockback
knockback.
to the stun
KD,
follow-up.
crushed to bits.
Because of the knockback that Wukong has on his little pole skill, the one that he thrusts forward, you can actually get a big damage extension. And now here's the Buddha form coming out from Otter. 2-minute timer. Zone will close in a little bit, and Otter, he just good timing, and this is going to be zone damage. Divios will be forced to V.
Good V.
So Otter now with a has his Buddha farm running and a V lead. Divios immediately trying to wake up grab. He was hoping Otter was going to play a bit too aggressive. Coming down, Buddha's Finger pops it, miss me again, trying to move out of the way, make sure he doesn't get grabbed. Otter only needs one more grab here to potentially get the kill. I'm not sure if 80% is doable, but maybe with enough cooldowns and a full extension could be possible.
Divios trying to wrap behind that frontal there.
Impale comes out with the Buddhist Finger, backs up.
About trying to, range each other.
Goes for the gourd in the neutral right there. 1 minute 15 seconds, looking for the stretch further. Did not manage to hit. Divios hits it with the spin.
Oh, there's Monkey See, Monkey Do.
Yeah, Monkey See, Monkey Do. He ran into the pillar.
Into the
coming out of it.
Wow.
Early V.
And it's going to force the V out of Otter, and we're in an even scenario. Next
Both
V
will be
a kill off of a clean combo. Otter just immediately goes to the ground.
Grabs him in the air.
Puts Divios on the ground. Wait, is this combo optimal, though? This combo might not be optimal. It is 2-1.
Wow.
The damage is enough. Wow. Just the instant grab. Otter is leading, and Divios is down. Who would have expected this?
Don't count him out, though. There's still a chance for him to come back. But yeah, who would have guessed that Otter would be taking the lead on these fights?
Otter came out to play that. I was just grab after grab from Otter, just connecting, just putting pressure on Divios. Very, very unexpected, and, just finding that damage, finding those Vs early on, and just putting Divios' back against the wall.
Absolutely. Correct me. Well, I don't know if you guys were able to see. It looked like Otter actually grabbed Divios as he was jumping in the air with the ability, I believe it's called Impale Through, where they're just in the sky. So really good grab from his end. Yep, you can see Divios playing it patiently, trying to get the gourd. He does manage to find the grab on the Otter.
There's the full stiff.
Is he going to go for crush the bits?
He definitely looks like he's
KD.
optimized this combo without the Buddha form, but again, it can only do about 70% from max HP.
But it did guarantee him getting his Buddha form now, so he is in Buddha. Otter trying to also get his Buddha form. He's going to activate it. There's the heal.
And that heal, it basically just negates the grab that Divios hit. Otter looks for the KB right there. Did not manage to connect. Divios was looking for some kind of punish, but was just a bit too far away. Flying Nimbus. Otter's going to space away. Miss me. Upheaval. Gets out. Heaven's Pivot just for that little big AoE damage dump that you can trade at the same exact time. They're trying to upkeep their Buddha forms right now as well. Looks like Otter is going to end up exiting, so he will need to enter back in here in a second. Divios still in it. Miss me again. Stretch further, coming down the trading at the same exact time. That Buddha's Finger, once again, that big AoE, the Heaven's Pivot. You can see it's all the monkeys kind of landing at the same time. No CC attached, though.
Oh, good
gourd hit.
Actually, that very good gourd.
Yeah, that ended up hitting Divios. I think Otter will have his Buddhist form to enter once again. He's kind of waiting on it right now. Weighing out, there's the trade. Close. Maybe waiting for potentially an HP loss, or maybe wants to see if Divios is going to enter into his... although Divios, I believe, is
already in it.
Yes, he is already in his Buddha form currently. Waiting out. Scorch. Miss me. Dashes forward. I think he's looking for a grab opportunity. He was.
Doesn't
Otter.
find it.
It gets a read on it. 1 minute 20 seconds. Impale comes down with the Buddha's Finger. He has not been going for the big SA trade. Understands that Otter can just go for a grab opportunity on it. Gets the spin. No, did not manage to connect. Otter just spaces away, but he greased too hard.
Ooh,
he went for the Pierce.
He got hit by Crush to Bits. You don't usually get hit by that standing, so good catch from Divios.
Really good catch from Divios. That Pierce through, that little knockback, the range one, it is FG, so Divios just barely got behind it. And now Otter with no V available. Still...
Ooh, the grab does not land.
Back from
he finds the stiff and
he gets a stiff and then CC the V.
And now it's 2-2. You know, I'm only seeing Divios go for it's with spacebar on Wukong where you dash forward. It's a partial iframe, unprotected at the end, but it is a stiffen. And Divios grabbing behind,
taking advantage of every CC he can go for. Sheesh. Most likely, I'm guessing in this scenario, Divios is keeping a good track of the CCs that Otter has in terms of cooldown, whether it's Pierce or any of the aerial mobility.
3 that he just has to cover for the CCs.
Yeah, he just has to cover for the CC. So as long as he's keeping track of those cooldowns, he can definitely use that unprotected stiffen a lot more aggressively. But
guys, this is Divios. This is 2-2, match 5.
This could go either way.
This is a historical moment.
Playing the neutral, goes for the grab. He's not going to manage to hit it. Otter's going to space back. Missed me again. Divios goes in. Gench get the gourd bottle. Is going to instantly pop his Buddha form. He wants to take full aggression right here. Is okay with running out of the Buddha form later in the match because he can just pop it for the heal.
I do suspect that Otter does have his by now.
Goes forward with the Pierce. He's going to follow up with the movement. Impale goes for the down damage with the Buddha's finger. He's going to get a little bit of chip, but it's not managing to much. Otter went for the grab right there. Did not manage to connect. Spaces away with the stretch further. Holding off. Divios upheaval once again, trying to close the gap. And now we're going to get a little bit of reset.
Here we go.
And Pierce from the long range went for the FG just in case Otter tried to go a bit more aggressive. Otter misses grab again. Divios is just spacing this perfectly. Wukong grab range is not the biggest. Grab attempt. Oh, he gets caught by the Scourge! Secondary CC. He's going to get the KD.
Is this going to be enough, though? I don't think so.
If this was just a few seconds later, it would have been 80% HP timers, and Divios would have been in a hard threat range. And now, there's a bit of form. We're back to neutral. V's still available on both players. Scorch goes for the stun, did not manage to connect. Upheaval is going to use it to space away. Otter's just trying to get out of dodge. Gets the gourd bottle off. He's still playing the neutral. Goes in the grab and he gets it on the stretch further as Divios was just barely closing the gap. Otter got the grab, but the secondary CC was not there.
You have to be fast with the crush to bits, yes, or your opponent's going to get up.
Maybe a little bit nervous on the combo. It can happen. You're on a round 5 against Divios, but Divios, just in as precarious of a position, this is the closest he's gone in a lot of tournaments that he has played. He's going to pop his Buddha form. Divios is still in his. Waiting out, comes down with the Buddha's finger. Could have maybe went for a grab opportunity right there, but he's going to space away. Otter does not want to play it too aggressive. Pushing forward, goes to the grab, did not manage to hit. Good iframe comes out, pierce through, goes to the lob opportunity, grabs his impale through. Divios pushed on the ground. Just needs a secondary CC. Is going to go for the damage with the impale into the Buddha's finger, but it's not enough. The combo is not efficient right there. Only did about 40%, and now we're down to the 1 minute timer. So if it was just a little bit later, it would have been enough with the knockback. He got the CC. Forced the V. And Divios with the V advantage. This is huge. 45 seconds. If he gets an HP lead, Otter will not be able to trade it back. And he's using his Buddha form early. Divios playing in the neutral. He's not in booty just yet. Goes for the grab right there. Actually, he is in Buddha, sorry. Waiting out. Comes down with the impaling. There's a Heaven's Pivot. Waiting out. Miss me. Needs to be careful.
Ooh, that was a little
good
too
grab
close
opportunity
for
coming out from Otter. Divios managed to iframe it just in time. 30 seconds left. Pushing forward. He's looking for the damage rate of the upheaval. Did not manage to connect. Stretch further. Goes outside the zone though. Otter needs to be careful. Miss me goes to the middle of the neutral. Got the grab. Divios instant V's. 18 seconds was going to go down to HP most likely. Coming down with the Buddha form on the bomb. Divios trying to grab it. No grab available on Divios. If Otter goes for a grab opportunity, it might be a punish for Divios. 10 seconds left. Pushing behind him. Impale through. Trying to go down with the damage on the Heaven's Spirit. Divios got the better trade. Otter's down to 30. The timing of the trade. The Buddha's finger was enough. Got the back attacks onto Otter. And Divios, despite making it a close one, will still be your champion, Wukong Master.
Yeah. Look, I know chat was looking for... Everyone's always looking for the undefeated to be defeated in a tournament. Everyone's always hoping for the underdog win, me, myself included. But Divya showing out why he is a well-rounded player, not just on Sage, not just on Striker, but on Wukong as well. He played that match very well, going for the smart trades. And then he did also get a few grab punishes on the jump skill, which he did specifically note to me when I messaged him about it. Like, that is like your best window of opportunity. But needless to say, I know we're hyping up Divios. Otter played that crazy well. I almost believe, did Otter get more grabs?
He definitely did.
He definitely did get more grabs than Divios.
I don't know if it was nerves or what. I think if it just came down to the combos.
Do you know how crazy my nerves would be if I'm like fighting Divios?
Round 5, everything on the line.
Absolutely.
Honestly, he played it extremely well.
He played so well.
Yes.
Props up to those two players. I think chat spam is speaking for itself. That was a very phenomenal match, and it was very fun to watch.
Yeah, so once again, congratulations to Divios for taking that, and you will be the masterclass for Wukong as well, just stacking up those trophies.
He's going to get that license Griffin mount, he's going to get that 100k pearls, that furniture buff, but Otter's also going to get some good rewards too for second place.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's not something that, you know, like, of course you're going to probably feel a little bit beaten up after the loss there, but again, like...
But don't, it's tough, it's a tough matchup, and like we said earlier, nerves are one of the biggest things that come into account when you're competing in front of everyone and knowing something's on the line. So props to both of you.
I mean, honestly, a great match for us to watch. It really came down to the line there. I mean, it might feel a little bit, you know, like they were drawing things out, but when it came down to things, it was such high octane, especially towards the end there.
I was getting a little shaky when we saw that Divios like lost like the first match, and Otter was taking like so many good like CC opportunities, getting like trading very well. It just seemed like Divios, you could see him on stream. For those of you who watched him, he's been putting in an unfathomable amount of time into practicing Wukong. Even before the class officially released on live servers, he was practicing it for like 12, 13 hours the first day on Global Labs. He's been about it, and he's put in the training, and you could see that paid off here.
Yeah, and honestly, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I definitely think that using that Buddha form just to either heal or having a longer timer on it compared to your counterpart was definitely going to play a factor into this.
Otter using that to win that one round off the heal was crazy.
Exactly.
That was crazy.
That was crazy.
Yeah, and especially with how Divius was using it, switching things up round to round, either popping it early on to put under pressure, and or just holding it in some of the latter rounds just to have it for sure when you're coming down in the last HP limit. It's just very, very pivotal to how the match is going to play out.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yo, can we talk about how many times I can't remember if it was Divios or sorry, my mind's drawing a blank right here.
Otter.
Or Otter. But there was a lot of times where I'm like, wow, you guys are like getting really close for grab being up and then dodging with Miss Me again. Like I'm getting, that is too close for comfort for me. Yeah. But if you're good and you know your class very well, you can afford to take those risks.
No, they were definitely managing the cooldowns over there. It was
insane.
Knew exactly when that grab was coming up, so they just had that presence of mind to be able to track those cooldowns. Really well played from both combatants.
Absolutely. Well, that was Wukong. I believe the next one, like we said, Divios gave it to Pig to try and take Striker this year. So next up is gonna be the Striker match once that is ready.
Oh, we do have Striker next.
Yeah,
that's poetic, honestly.
It is going to be next. Don't quote me.
And can we get those?
Oh, it actually is Witch.
Oh, it's Witch.
It's actually
Witch.
Okay.
I said don't quote me. I said don't quote me. Sorry.
I was gonna say.
No worries. Yeah, I'm coming into the Witch matchup. What are you guys thinking? I think that Witch is a little bit more of a defensive class.
Well, we got Belly versus just
Illa?
I think that's
Can we get the Witch matchup? I'm curious. I believe it. Oh yeah, it's Belly versus Law.
I think
Belly,
we'll go with Law.
Belly being known as, if you guys don't know him, he's very adamant in the PvP scene. He did actually go to the NA versus EU match in San Diego TwitchCon.
Yes.
Yeah, very good player, and we're gonna see a lot here. He's known for being a part of so many AOS scrims. Very, very good Witch.
Yeah, long-time player, has the greatest Witch title. So definitely has everything on the line here to kind of win this Master Witch title.
Yeah, definitely the OG.
Definitely the OG.
Yeah.
I believe on the other side, I think Isla is also a Succession Witch. I could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure also a Succession Witch. So this is going to be our kind of...
very mobile, high APM.
Yeah, Suck-Caster matchup. Suck Witch, if you guys aren't familiar with how it works... is going to be a lot about trading. Got a lot of improvements recently with their SA dashes, their mobility. So they've had a lot of scenarios where they can stay mobile and avoid grab classes. But when it comes to the damage trading, it gets a little bit more tricky, a lot more technical, using things like Blizzard, your frontal guard meteor, using focus meteor, etc.
All while trying to dodge slows.
All while trying to dodge slows.
Yes, because once you're slowed, and if you're slowed, your opponent's not, you really feel it. Like that can mess up
high
your cancels.
Voltage, for example.
Yeah, high voltage is
a hard hitter.
Yeah.
For the longest time, I remember that skill, especially with the range that it has.
Getting hit by that once, boop.
Yeah, and I believe it's hit scan too.
Yeah.
So you need to very much be quick on the reactions and very preemptive with a lot of these scenarios. Belly actually, although it doesn't say on this bracket, fought Domfang to make it to the finals, and a lot of people were predicting that if these guys were on different side brackets, the finals would be Belly versus Domfang. So we had that match early on. Belly won, I believe 2-1, or may have been 2-0. Kind of Domfang, I don't know if it was nerves or what, but really showed that he was the best Succession Witch, and those two guys, absolute titans. So Isla has a lot to deal with here in terms of who he's fighting.
For sure. And as we get the match ready to go into, the things here, what are some key cooldowns or like very big openings you guys think will...
Well, we did mention we definitely have to look out for high voltage.
High voltage,
voltage is going to be more of like a trade scenario. It'll be really hard to punish, but if you land that slow, you have a big advantage for a couple of seconds.
Got it.
Blizzard. Yes, you cannot mouse move Blizzard now that mouse move is gone. Although I'm trying to remember if you could before. I believe you could, but you can't mouse move move anymore. So Blizzard is going to be an opening for these guys to punish, and you will see those in the neutral game trades.
Looks like we're starting off here.
Any other specific skills that you think we're going to be looking out for here?
I mean, TP tracking.
TP tracking for sure. PA, how they're going to use it in the neutral. So we're going to have to see. Bolide is going to be the main succession skill that these guys are going to be using here. If you guys don't know how Witch or Wizard works, you have an option between 2 prime skills actually to take. And it's either, I believe, Voltaic or Bolide. And almost everyone, despite what it used to be a couple years ago for the meta, nowadays it is just always Bolide.
Yeah, I remember when it was just Voltaic meta.
Yes.
Like when
Blizzard comes out right there. Belly, Isla try to TP behind to get the trade on it, but Belly's going to be doing a lot better right here, playing the neutral game. Earthquake gets behind him. Look, actually, wait, is he using absolute dagger stab? He did. He did a dagger stab. So this guy is trying to dagger stab Isla behind her frontal to get a CC. Okay, all right. Well, this is going to be fun.
This is...
Playing in the neutral game. Also, Mana Shield is going to be really important in these kinds of neutral game scenarios. Instant TP. He went for the lightning stun and then moved out of the way.
Looks like he
goes
does.
to the Earthquake and gets a stim, and then the Fireball for the damage is going to get capped out, but it doesn't matter. The damage was enough. The Blizzard chunked so much, and Isla's down to 20. Wait, she might just die right here. Belly can definitely pressure. PA, he tried to go for the Bolide. Isla barely TPs out. The PA is only going to save you for a few seconds. Isla has to get out of dodge and try to pop a heal, but Belly can just stay close by. Has no more TPs available, though. He played a bit too aggressive with it, but Isla will manage to heal. That was a close one. Playing the neutral. There's the Blizzard. Waiting out. Lightning goes for the residual as well. Earthquake movement. Frigid. Plopping in the neutral. Belly just holding out that frontal guard. Lightning. Waiting it out. There's Meteor. Went for the trade. Isla TP'd in as well. Went for the lightning. Did not manage to connect. So his backs away. Bolide is going to be on cool right here. Good connection. Belly gets a CC. And it's going to be a quick, clean 1-0. Double C. 2 instances of CC where he's just playing so clean, he just gets the FG punish every time.
You know, not only are we seeing Belly with the dagger, which is crazy, something we're noticing constantly throughout this matchup, Belly's doing a phenomenal job at just trying to anticipate where Isla's going and going constantly behind, trying to predict that frontal.
He is BMing so hard with his dagger stabs, by the way.
The dagger stab
the chat
BM
noticed
is
too.
not something...
Actually killed him with a dagger.
Dagger stab was already BM back in the day. Dude, I've not seen it in years.
I saw him do it in between the TPs once. I was like, did he bat dagger stab?
Yeah, intentionally.
And he's just intentionally using it. What am I? This is the BA Rat. If you guys don't know who Belly is, this guy's been playing Battle Arena matches for so long, fighting literally every single class, not just witches. You know, this is the kind of stuff he's been known for. So just pulling it out and showing it off in this instance. Gets the TP behind, looking for the lightning. I'm just trying to turn this around and take a little bit of advantage. Second TP, gets in the middle, instantly pops a Bolide, hoping that Belly will pressure a little bit. Meteor is already going to be burned down, so it's not going to have that for the trades. I don't know how useful it is realistically to burn your Meteors earlier on in these kinds of trade scenarios, and maybe not having it for the catch. With this high of the HP, you can't really actually get a hard trade that will be worthwhile. Isla's going to get slowed by the Belly coming out, by the lightning coming out from Belly off the TP. Isla was going into the Bolide right there, so will not manage to connect. While we're behind the pillar, he's going to move away with the Earthquake movement. Pops a speed spell. That will be a big advantage. Belly already popped a speed spell in the middle, so they're going to be trading at the exact same time. But Bolide coming out from Isla, popping the TP. Needs to be careful. MMA also, as Witch skill, something they're going to be using a lot in these scenarios. If they can get a quick damage trade-off potentially. So Belly also making good use of that, using pretty much his entire kit. TP's behind, goes for the lightning. Isla tried to trade it with the Bolide. It was a little bit too late. 1 minute 30 seconds, Earthquake evade. Belly looked for an FG punish right there, but Isla preemptively already turning that Frigid Fog. Weighing out, there's the Blizzard now coming around. Bolide once again traded out from Isla. Is going to only hit the top of the ramp though. Belly was a bit too far away for that to connect. Witch and Wiz skills can get affected by elevation in certain instances in this ramp. If your camera, especially is not raised sometimes, will not be able to connect, or sorry, hit the opponent, maybe get your damage off, maybe hit the CC. Meteor focus right there. Isla's almost got stunned by the lightning from behind her. Is going to try to TP behind and punish Belly's. Blizzard will not manage to connect. Belly's going to be, or Isla's going to be hugging the pillar, so the FG on her Blizzard will not get CC. Pops a PA for the trades now. Belly's going to be playing over on the bottom of the ramp. Is going to pop the heal right there off the end of the PA to try and get a little bit of HP back. Belly still has his his protect area still available though. Isla's going to be TPing over into the pillar. Belly TP's over in the mid right there. Waiting out. He's going to pop his E-buff now, so Belly's going to go look for the hard trades. There's a Blizzard. Good damage connecting the TP and go straight into the lightning. Isla already TPing away. There's a high voltage. Needs to be careful of the damage trade. High voltage goes the check off the bull line. Isla went for a TP. I think lightning or no, it went for a fireball, and the bull line was on perfect timing. Isla now is going to be popping hard FGs, draining the meteor focus. Triple FG. Belly did not go for the punish right there, but he probably broke her block. Isla, as a result of that, is trying to survive. Got a little bit of block back where she could. Pops of high voltage right there, waiting out. Pops the Blizzard, and the damage will be enough. Isla just TPs through it.
Did Isla die to the zone there?
I think it was a little bit chip damage coming out from
It could have been the zone. He definitely could have died too.
Yeah, because he was chipped down to 1%, and then he TP'd out, and then
but you just see the mastery coming out from Belly. Once he got the big chunks on Isla, he just immediately popped PA and just knew that he just had to blast. Just go straight to blasting, and Isla was just up against the wall. Couldn't do anything, and I guess like you saw, the zone just took him out.
Well, 2-0. Belly with a tremendous lead. Yeah. These speed spells, these PAs, they're so important in the neutral game. Anytime you can get kind of a reset, get your buffs back, and especially the magical shield, the mana shield. If you guys don't know how it works, it trades your mana for a portion of the damage reduction you can get on your HP pool. Yeah, it makes you tanky, but it does not last permanently. You do have to kind of get it back up, and it will be down for a small period of time. So you will notice the instances where they have their mana shield up, they will feel tankier in the trades, and when they don't, speaking of trades, got the TP behind the Blizzard, got the stun, the KD follow-up, V's out, did not need to V. I'm very surprised she did there, but was maybe worried about the follow-up trades.
Yeah, I think a little bit of nerves there, but I mean,
final round.
Pops the mana shield, sorry, the mana absorption to try and get the FG onto the bow light. Double TPs to chase over after Isla.
Yeah, now you can see just Belly is
the Blizzard right there, getting there a little bit of frontal guard out where she can. The slows are so important in this matchup. Earthquake evade comes out of the bull light. He's going to trade into the high voltage, but he's going to trade back with the high voltage as well. So neither person's going to get slowed off the end of that. Mana absorption, TP's behind. Earthquake evade is going to come out from Isla. Waiting out. There's the bow light trade.
Trying to look behind.
Bowl evasive movement. Magical evasion. Now SA on the first kind of move there. Once again,
Earthquake TP advantage here.
Waiting out. There's the Blizzard. Isla's going to trade the Blizzard as well. Belly did not go for the TP in that instance. Isla actually instantly followed up with a lightning CC. Did not manage to connect. Waiting out. There's the frontal guard. High voltage. Isla's sitting outside the zone. Goes to the TP. They trade bow lights at the same time. Belly's preemptively bow lighting Isla's TP. He's hoping that she goes for a lightning. So he's playing very smart here, keeping good track of his cooldowns, of Isla's cooldowns. Waiting out, remember Isla no V, Earthquake evasion. Belly's just mirroring, he's just keeping his spacing, and Isla as a result is missing a lot of damage hits. Belly outside the zone, though, double TPs outside from inside the zone. Goes for the bolt light, trading at the exact same time. There's a focus meter. Belly will take that damage as due to being in his SA mobility. Looks like Earthquake evasion. Waiting out, there's a high voltage. Belly uses his mana absorption to try and block the damage. Earthquake evasion is going to get over behind the pillar, pops his lightning instantly. There's his mana shield now, so Belly will have his mana shield for the time being of this last minute. Isla needs to try and get hers up as well. Waiting out, there's a Blizzard, and he TP's behind. Almost got punished on his Blizzard, but Isla's going to take a big chunker instead. Attack. The E-buffs are going to be in play right here. Goes for the focus mirror, they're trading the FGs at the exact same time. High voltage in the same instance. Both their blocks are going to be running pretty low right here. Goes to the TP, goes for the Aqua Jail explosion. Get a little bit of damage, but Isla TP'd out just in time, gets behind, and the lightning damage will be enough. The damage trades are just way too smart from Belly. It's a fast 3-0, and it's a clean play. Your greatest witch will keep that title and will also become your master witch. Congratulations,
Very
Belly.
well played from Belly. Like I said earlier, Belly was doing a phenomenal job. It felt like he was in Isla's head there, constantly going, following his TPs, not burning his first, except when we saw the double TP up front, but he had good spacing there. But constantly when they were doing trading, Belly was doing a good job TPing behind Isla's frontal, and you could even see some situations where they were in a trade fest. Belly was anticipating a frontal guard to pop up, and instead of continuing that trade, he would TP behind Isla, versus where Isla wasn't able to keep up with that pressure and do the same back.
Yeah, the presence of mind was just there for Belly. You can definitely tell how tenured this player is.
Yes.
So much knowledge under his belt on the Witch class. Yeah, like you said, it just definitely felt like Belly had Isla's number. Wherever Isla was running to, Belly was already there.
Already there and going behind.
Exactly. Just pre-casting and also looking for Isla's back. Just all pressure. I think especially with the Witch matchup here, it might seem like things are a little bit slow just because they kind of just have to throw damage at each other the whole time. But you could tell the whole time Belly was just one step ahead. Always having his cooldowns, especially the really big ones, the heal and the PA, always ready to just dump.
He wasn't burning them first either.
Exactly.
He was waiting for them for the right time. Yeah. And yeah, whenever Isla would try to do the reverse to Belly, where he goes behind him, it goes to a different point of the arena. Belly knew exactly where he was going. Yes, even when he wasn't going behind him, he was turning his camera preemptively, which is a very scary thing to do in the case that you're wrong on where they go and you turn the wrong way. So yeah, it just seemed like Belly was super dialed in throughout this entire tournament bracket. So congratulations. Thank you both of you for competing through the masterclass for Witch. You both played phenomenal.
Yep, congratulations to Belly once more. Let's go ahead and hop into the next matchup we have here.
I believe now that's actually Striker.
Striker, finally? Let's go ahead and see.
Yes, you can quote me on that one. You can quote me on that one. Imagine. So we got Godski versus Pig.
Pig, I feel like let's go ahead and start there. Long-time PvP veteran in the community. I guess some people wouldn't know him as CPCP, but Pig is his character's name.
He is one of our BDO partners.
Exactly. Why don't you guys dive a little bit into the matchup here? I feel like especially with Strikers here, this class is Terror, right? It's so tanky, and it's also so aggressive.
So protected.
Too. Exactly.
It's very protected.
So I think one of my questions here for you guys is what are some windows for each of the classes to abuse against each other to really find that opening to get leg up in this race, because it feels like Striker is almost like an indomitable force, just either just like walking with you with their E buff, or just spiraling into you and just like grabbing you like clean off the.
One thing to mention there, you say walking at the E buff. Just for those of you at home who aren't aware of Striker's class buff, it allows them to have super armor whenever you're holding the W key. So if they activate E buff and they're holding W, unironically, this is the one time where it's not an int. It'll keep you protected the entire time, giving them that pressure to be able to walk up and grab you.
Yeah.
When we were looking for information on this mirror matchup, especially Awakening versus Awakening, it seems like it's going to be entirely dependent on baiting out grab. And if someone fails, like going for that punish on it, it's going to be very tricky. Striker having, we've seen a lot of classes like Wukong being able to move forever. Striker can, if they play slow, they can move for a pretty long time, but it's those scenarios where they have to move around a lot is when they're going to burn too much of their stamina. So something to pay attention to as we get into the later stages of the match, how it's going to play out.
Yeah. Armin?
I mean, Striker, when it comes to it, like, it's hard to explain, but that first minute, there's really not much you can do. It's just the damage in terms of combos and getting a down smash reset. It's possible in this class, but it's really, really hard. So I'm not too sure how that first minute's going to play out. Maybe someone's cooked up a combo that can be very aggressive, but that last few minutes is kind of where it gets more important. The 80% mark, you can definitely get a lot more damage off. The E buff is going to be a big DP buff timing, so most of these guys will save that for that last minute. So that 1 to 2 minute window, if you get a down smash, kind of reset on your combo, get the full damage off, maybe maybe a bit more burst, it will definitely be the window these guys want to play for.
Or there's the other window, hitting them out of flash step.
That
is a window, especially if you're unlucky and Battle Cry comes out, the one where they're like roaring and it's a stun.
It is definitely a possibility, but not something I think these guys can actually play for.
Yep.
Flash step gap is pretty small in terms of a punish, but it's just kind of something that
underestimating their ability to dial in.
Yeah,
they're the masters of the class, are they not?
I think that realistically, what will happen if you get caught on a flash step, for example, it's going to be you're playing a bit aggressive and it just happens to catch you at the same time. So
absolutely,
we'll have to see. Regardless of Godski, is going to go for a grab attempt right there over on the Pig's Battle Cry. Godski, not as well known of a name, but definitely a PvPer. I have seen him around, pretty active in a lot of chats, so definitely a big part of the kind of BDO community. And I'm curious to see how he plays in a Pig. Pig has definitely been putting in a lot of practice, as you can see right there. Is looking for a Battle Cry grab, but will not manage to connect because he can just iframe out.
Pig going for a grab with him in the air.
Q. Yeah, you're going to be usually using your little Q jump straight into either Nimbus, or you're going to be coming down with your LMB, landing with your SA. Battle Cry in the neutral right there.
Both use Battle Cry.
Yeah, Battlecry training is going to be pretty much the majority of this class in this matchup. The AoE is basically big enough that if you're front of midfield, you can land on the whole area. Goes to the CC off the Q jump, but will not get the follow-up. Most of the time, if you get a CC off of the kind of Q uppercut, you're not actually going to get a very optimal combo at all.
Yeah, I believe if they're full HP, they're going to need a double KD
and you
combo.
can see right here, he's going to get the down smash, he's going to get the KD grab. This will only do about, I want to say, like 10 to 30%. It's kind of hard to get a full trade off that, and if you commit too hard to the damage, the striker can actually wake up and just throw a grab on you. 1 minute 30 seconds, and now we're getting kind of in the threat zone. Playing the neutral game, goes to the Spiral Cannon right there. We're going to have a Nimbus landing over on the opposite side, coming out from Godski, playing that neutral game, the Echo Spear, that Shift Q, the Clone TP. You can grab the startup of it, you can grab the ending of it, but it is a little bit more risky on the ending. The startup is kind of what you want to look for, is iframe, so if you're a bit too late, can get avoided. Battlecry in the neutral. Pig's not going to go for the grab on it. Godski tries to go for that WC, that little dash close, straight into the grab, the Ferocious Assault. Did not manage to get the follow-up on Blaze over the neutral. Waiting it out, goes for the mass destruction right there. Does not manage to get the CC off, and actually gets a grab punish. Pig on good timing, and we're down to the 1 minute timers. That 50% HP is now in play, and Pig, understanding that he had the advantage where there could have killed Godski, had to be force his V. Godski comes out the E-buff, instantly pops his V. I think maybe a bit preemptive, but he wants to take advantage where he can and try to force Pig's V. But Pig still has his E-buff available. He's going to pop it on these last few seconds. Battlecry comes out. He tries to go for the Ferocious Assault into the grab. Pig is already ready with the iframe right there, though. Backs up, coming back in, looks for a Spiral Cannon window. No punish to be had right there. There's E-buff not coming out. Ferocious Assault. Battlecry gets a stun. The damage will be enough. Even if he doesn't kill right here, which he probably will, the HP would have been enough. Great Battlecry connection. Godski getting caught in the neutral, and Pig will take the first round.
Absolutely. And I know maybe some of you are wondering why don't they grab each other out of Battlecry like a little sooner, but you do have to be careful because it has 2 stuns, one at the start, one at the end. So you only have a little bit of a window before your opponent tries to predict your grab and dodge out of it. But yeah, Pig just showing up, doing a really good job with the trades. But again, ladies and gentlemen, that is the first round. So let's go ahead and see how things play out on round 2.
Yeah, and this round 2 coming up, it's going to be important because now Godski's 0-1 will have to try and turn this around. That 0-1 scenario is always the scariest in my opinion in these AoAs, because the second you go 2-0, like if he loses this, your match point,
your momentum
your nerves, the momentum is so much, it's just too hard of a mountain to climb.
Everything's a mental game.
Yeah, I'd say that the 0-1 is more important than the 2-0, because once you're 2-0, you got nothing to lose, but the 0-1, then you're creating a mountain for yourself, a heavy mountain to climb up. Pig tried to go for the grab right there, was hoping for the leg drop, but it did not manage. Grab on Battlecry. Like I said, grab on the Battlecry. Yeah, Godski did not have his iframe to cancel out of. He's going to get the Echo Spear combo here for the full dam. Battlecry to end it off. It's not going to go for the down smash. Will ensure 70%. So now this is a waiting game. Pig is going to look for another connection and is willing to play it more aggressive into it during this timer, because if he gets one more CC while Godski's low on health, he can guaranteed force his V in that window. Meanwhile, Godski, even if he gets a connection onto Pig, while maybe Pig goes for a gamble like the grab right there, Pig is not gonna, he's not gonna be forced to V regardless from that 100% HP scenario. So it comes out to them essentially being equal. And now 80% time. This is where we're getting a little bit more of a threat range. He's gonna use Ferocious Assault actually to avoid that grab. Really good movement from Godski. Wow. Good stuff right there. Battlecry comes out, first big stun. He did not manage to get it. The knockback combo off the Echo Spear. This combo is the max damage and the fully optimal combo. Pig tried to pull this out kind of earlier in the prelim brackets. He had been practicing it, but he ended up messing it up a few times, but it looks like he might have perfected it. Godski forced a V off of that. He's going to come out of V. Instantly the Battlecry. Nimbus landing coming down from Pig is going to use the SQ to try and go for kind of a little bit of a neutral game. CC pressure, leg drop over in the middle of that Battlecry. Understands that Pig cannot grab him on that timing. Pig gets his attack speed buff off that Crouching Wolf, resetting, comes back in with the Spiral Cannon, weighing out. There's a Battlecry. He's trying to pressure Godski in case he tries to go for a grab. The Q connection, it's going to be outside the zone. The Spiral Cannon's there for the KD, and the follow-up damage is enough. Pig 2-0, taking a huge lead.
Pig is showing up and playing everything perfect. He's finding those grab opportunities. That was disgusting getting that into the zone. I wonder if that would have been a full kill, most likely, but in the event that it wasn't, that being in the zone, pretty much sealed Godski's fate. Does he have a chance to come back, though? Like we said, the 1-0 is already like, oh man. 2-0 is like, well, I got nothing to lose. So maybe his buff will come through. The O2 buff.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
Might have been a misclick there from Godsky.
He V'd on the gate open.
He doesn't need V.
So you can V before the gates open, and when the gates open, you will re-get your V back.
Does he? Because it's still showing.
I think in a moment, no, yeah, you do if you pop it before the gate. But in this instance, because he V'd, but after the gate opened, no, he'll be fine for now. Okay. Now in a threat scenario, Vygotsky, no V. I think he was trying to C-swap on the round start and the nerves. The little
That's why my
finger.
C-swap is on mouse button, not the actual keyboard.
Oh, no. Godsky needs to be careful. Down to 40. Next connection could be a death for him. Pig's combo can guarantee about 80% health. Godsky playing for his tournament life. Next CC will be death in the leg jump. He gets the grip. It's down to Pig doing one combo. The somersault for the bomb. The battle cry to finish it off. It's going to be enough. The mass destruction into the battle cry. Pig is going to be your winner, and he will be taking a clean sweep.
Yeah.
Wow, that was crazy.
Unfortunate for Godsky.
Like you guys said, I mean, like nothing was really supposed to happen before the last minute with the 50% life pool totals, but just Pig being able to force out the V from Godsky early on. Of course, it's not going to amount in a kill, but just having that peace of mind that your opponent does not have V.
I don't know if Pig even knew that Godsky didn't have his V though.
Well, I mean, just in general, like just all the actors always forcing his V early on, always keeping Godsky in the back foot, and that just allows him to be so much more aggressive because you have that one tool that your opponent doesn't have, and anything that you would want to try is basically free.
Yeah, no, that was, I mean, not much more to really say there. Pig played that beautifully. Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah. Well,
let's take a look at that bracket. Yep, Pig is going to be the master striker. Divios just handshaking, like saying, "Here you go, it's your turn." But still, congratulations to Godsky for making it to second. Those rewards will also be juicy for you as well.
Yeah, the torch has successfully been passed on. I mean, definitely earned well from Pig himself there. Played that completely controlled. He had the ball in his court the whole time. Some, flashes of greatness from Godsky, of course, but Pig just showing through the practice, as you said, the combo for the max damage coming through, being able to land that on Godsky.
Perfected at the end, yeah.
Perfected then.
Yeah. So, once again, congratulations to Pig. You are the master striker, and we will be moving on to the next class that we have.
It's going to be the sister class, Mystic.
Yeah.
And this is this. Fun fact about this. We got Kairos and Multi-Melter. And do you guys know that originally these two mained Dark Knight? These are not even OG Mystic mains at all.
OG DK players.
We got defectors out here, huh?
But they both beat the Mystic bracket getting up here. Fun fact, Kairos is a newer Mystic player, but even then he's made it this far. Multi-Melter used to be in a guild with him. He has won the best in class 4 years ago, as well as the best in trial. So it's
unrivaled DK.
Unrivaled DK. Yep. Will he be best Mystic?
Well, yeah, definitely.
We'll have to see. I know both these players.
They're both really good players. They're both really good players. Fun fact: Multi-Melter does play from EU as well. We have a lot of high ping EU players showing up on NA and still putting in work.
Yeah.
You can see Kairos made it here to the finals, semifinals. He took out Kuma Queen, also known as Jazzy Sensei. Does stream her AOS matches from time to time. Multi-Melter taking out Waffle as well.
We are yet to see an EU player win an NA today. So is Multi gonna be the first one?
Multi, I feel like he might. Well, I feel like he will. I'm gonna be honest.
I actually think that Kairos will win this IMO. Just because I've been seeing this guy playing in NA AOS, I've been seeing him putting in the hours. He's been getting a lot better, and I don't know how necessarily the 1v1 matchup goes, but in terms of Mystic skill alone, just on the Awakening, he's probably the best Awake Mystic I've seen come out of NA.
Wow, yeah.
So, in all these years, so I'm actually going to be rooting and favoring Kairos to win this out personally. I think most people do have Multi winning. I think a lot of people are saying he's favored, but I think Kairos has the chops to pull this.
For sure, especially, I mean, that, with, like you guys said, these guys were both really big on the DK, making that swap over to a new class on Mystic. I mean, you could definitely see why it stuck for them right there. Definitely performing really, really well, and that's why they're in the finals today.
Absolutely. Well, looks like things are about to pop off. So and we do have Awakening Mystic in here, correct?
Yes.
There's a lot of interesting skills about it, like that self-PA.
Both these guys, Mystic players, if you guys don't know how Mystic works, it is a very SA-heavy class, just like Striker. But
good mobility
when it comes to the neutral game, they have something that Striker does not have, and that is the vacuum. And now, keep in mind, they have 2 vacuums available. Both of their normal vacuum, where they suck you in, and
the
also,
self-PA?
and their self-PA also has a vacuum attached. Multi already going for the grab. Unlike Striker, Mystic only has 1 vacuum, however. That Sea Dragon, that little one they put on the ground right there. When you run through that, it is going to be it's going to be mass destruction into Spiral Torpedo Catch. He will not be able to force the V off this, but Mystic, compared to Striker, their natural highest DPS combo has down smashes attached. You can actually kill each other from 100% HP. It is very possible here.
Mass destruction
and the mass destruction again. The combo, it is going to be an instant double down smash. So Multi's going to stand up and try to go for the grab, and Kairos is already ready for it. Instantly spaces away, going back into the neutral game right here. Kairos has not gotten punished yet at all. He's still at 100% HP. He has only lost HP to the zone. Coming in with the uppercut, trying to go for their connection. Sea Burial is what the skill is called. Multi is trying to go for the pressure. There's the vacuum. Goes to the Spiral Torpedo fall. He's going to get the CC off of it. It's going to be an instant stack, though. So it looks like the vacuum ended up getting the initial KD, and the Spiral Torpedo ended up capping him instantly. Could not go for the follow-up right there. Trying to go for a mass destruction. Is not going to manage to connect over on a Kairos. There's a slow running out in the middle. You need to be careful when running through that slow. Multi ends up missing his grab. 1 minute 30 seconds. Pushing forward. There's a flashlight. Goes to the Sea Burial. Coming out Spiral Torpedo. Gushing Waters playing that neutral game. Crashing Wolf is going to space forward with it. It goes for the attack speed bump. Both players are going to be in their iframe TP. It ends up following you, and you can instantly grab Alpha, so you have to be careful. So Kairos going to go for his grab attempt right there. Multi comes out of the TP, goes straight into the Spiral Torpedo, though. He's not going to manage to get the grab over onto Kairos, playing in that mass destruction. There's the vacuum. He's going to look for his grab RT. Kairos gets spacing, though. Grab does not manage to connect. It's stuck in the self-PA vacuum right there, though. Multi needs to be careful. Kairos has grab available once again. 1 minute timer, 50% HP. Any CC here will be a guaranteed V. Paying it up. Sea Burial, there's the damage, and the V. Kairos does not want to risk it. Multi still with grab available, can pressure and try to get him here, coming out of the V inside of the pillar. Did not manage to connect. Kairos is going to pop his E-buff now here, though, so it's going to be a little bit tankier. Pops the PA. There's the vacuum. Needs to be careful. Kairos still has his vacuum available if he wants to go for it. He's going to be using his SA walk while Multi is going to be sitting inside of that TP. Try to go and check him with the mass destruction in case he goes for the grab. Kairos ends up missing it. Now playing 30 seconds left. Multi still has his E-buff.
Lands his grab,
gets his vacuum, though, so he's not going to be able to follow up unless on the last second. He does with a Spiral Torpedo. Good connection. And you can he waited before Spiral Torpedoing until the vacuum ended, and because Mystic's grab is a KD, the CC timer is so long
enough to keep him on the ground.
It's long enough.
You know, I feel like a lot of players in those scenarios, like where, I'm in a finals tournament, I need to get this kill, I'm vacuumed. I will admit, I probably would have foreheaded and tried to use Spiral Torpedo while I was in the vacuum, but props to Multi for being patient, aware of the situation, and waiting it out, and he gets it at the very last second onto Kairos.
Yeah, very stylish kill. They're just waiting out for the CC max timer to kill him.
Grabbing in the zone.
All round starts right here. There's the Crashing Wolf. Try to go forward with the mass destruction, try and get a stun off. Did not manage to. 2 minutes 45 seconds right here. There's the iframe coming out of Multi. Weighing it out, the triple flash touch, goes straight into the Crashing Wolf. He's going to get his attack speed buff as well. He's just kind of playing that neutral, playing those essays, and looking for the connection. Gets behind him, did not manage to connect. Kairos stuck in the middle of the vacuum. He's going to pop his PA to try and self-peel. Multi did not go for the grab on it. Even if he gets the grab, the PA persists for just a few seconds, so it's enough to deny enough damage.
From the combo, yeah.
Waiting out, there's a Sea Burial. Crouching Wolf, stuck in the middle of the slow, though. Kairos is going to be in a bit of a rush spot. You can see the slow. It's noticeable on his flash steps as he backs away, and now the slow worn off. He's going to space the other side of the arena. This class is so mobile. Now, Multi trying to go for the grab attempt. Mass destruction comes up from Kairos. He's going to go straight and float into the vacuum. Off the Dragon Smith. Did not manage to connect. Went for the grab attempt again. Multi's been doing a really good job avoiding the grabs coming out from Kairos. I think if Kairos played the vacuum grab just a little bit faster, maybe would have an opportunity, but Multi as well has had a bit of a rush time connecting his grabs himself. Vacuum comes down out of the Sea Burial. No connection from Kairos. He could have gone for a grab attempt, and there's the grab attempt now. Needs to look for the proper combo. There's the KD. Goes for the damage off the Sea Burial.
Down smash again.
Could go for the
down
reset.
Smash
that
again.
is a reset, but it doesn't even need it. Multi just doesn't he dies. What?
Ooh. Wow.
From 80%, he just ensures the kill.
That was crazy. I wonder if, sometimes when you're, hopping up in the air from the down smashes, the V just won't go off during that duration, so maybe he just didn't have an opportunity there. But yeah, Kairos doing a good job. You told him to use the vacuum and find that opportunity to grab when he did it, and he did exactly that a few seconds later.
He's listening to the stream, man. 1-1. Kairos, we're bound to a best of 3. So the next person to win 2 will win this, and We've already seen how these best of threes ended up going early on in the tournament. They were very, very one-sided at times. But this time around, I think it's going to be a bit closer. Kairos goes for the combo off the grab right there. Did not manage to connect.
There's self-PA.
Instead, got the stun, got the combo. PA comes out from Multi. PA, if you guys don't know, the cooldown is decently long, but not long enough to really be like, I need to hold this.
I believe it's like 40 seconds.
It is 40 seconds, correct. You can use it multiple times in a match realistically, so they are okay with using it early on to try and peel themselves a little bit.
And like you said, if you're grabbed in that self-PA, it still persists for a few seconds, so you will not get one combo.
Wolf's Frenzy pops in neutral Spiral Torpedo. Kairos almost ate it. Came down from the Dragon's Rip. Did not get, the Sea Burial did not get punished by Multi's grab. And trading slows right here. So both players, now that they're slowed up, they're just going to mutually trade the neutral.
Mutually trade the neutral.
Yeah, they're just not going to pressure each other. They're going to reset. They're going to wait it out. And now they're going to be going back in. The slows, not only does it deny the combo damage because of it, but on the same timing, you know, it just makes it so that the grabs are a lot easier to hit. Makes the matchup a little more coin flippy. Multi this time around is just going to S-block in the middle of the vacuum. He understands that Kairos has not been going for the grab opportunities. He's going to use Wolf's Frenzy, the iframe on it to try and avoid the grab, and will be successful off the end of that. So Multi now, no grab for the next 10 seconds or so. Kairos still has his available, and he mass destructions into the grab to punish Kairos. As a result, Kairos is going to put on the ground. Spiral Torpedo goes for the damage follow-up off of the Wave Orb. It will be enough, and was afraid of the down smash, so he V's early. I think he actually could have stood up there, but it would have definitely been a close call. So now Kairos with no V available is getting vacuumed outside the zone, who got forced to burn his Wolf Frenzy iframe. Now Multi has a big lead right here. He's going to pop his E-buff, understanding that. Oh no, but Spiral Torpedo into grab! Ooh. But he V's. Okay, he doesn't want to risk it.
Early V, yeah.
I think that was an instant cap over on a Multi. Multi would have probably stood up, but now we're in an even scenario. Pops a iframe. Multi missed the grab off the vacuum. Kairos big lead right here. 45 seconds. He's walking around with his E-buff. He's going to eat the slow, though. Ends up missing the grab. Pretty big whiff right there. 40 seconds left. Multi can take a huge lead. Spiral Torpedo, he has the grab up. Kairos is trying to back away. He's trying to stay mobile to try and to survive.
He's running out of cooldowns.
From the side. He's going to use the vacuum. Multi's going to space through, though. He had to end a vacuum early. Multi still has his own vacuum available, waiting it out. Dodges Kairos' grab. Good movement coming out of Multi. Waiting. There's the vacuum. Bit too far away. Gets the grab off. The Wolf's Frenzy ended too soon. Puts him on the ground, and the combo will be enough. Multi 2-1. Good stuff to him.
That grab dodge at the last second was actually insane. He did mass destruction. It usually has like 2 to 3 hits, a lot longer, but he just did like one tick of it and then immediately sidestepped out.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, as you can see towards the end of the round there, Kairos just looking a little bit more shaky with some of the movement there, just feeling the pressure from Multi in that last few seconds coming up to the end of the match there.
Yeah, absolutely. Now Multi's up too. If he wins this one, he wins the whole thing. So Kairos is going to have to fight hard to come back here.
2-1. Multi. Huge lead right here. E-buffs are going to be coming up later in the round. So until then, remember, these classes, these guys can actually one-combo each other in the first minute, but we haven't gotten an instance where we've had a kind of a grab confirmation clean enough to either force the V or get the kill. Vacuum comes out from Multi, looks into the Spiral Torpedo. The Spiral Torpedo after the grab is kind of on hopes that maybe your opponent gets hit excelled, maybe he S-blocks for a second, and you're going to just kind of CC stack him to make sure that he is in the hardest spot possible, right there. Kairos, S-Linger, going for the grab opportunity on a Multi. The spacing was just good, far enough, though. No iframe from Multi on that instance, but grabs do have range, despite the long time.
From his grab.
Bring it out, good spiral.
But he shouldn't die here.
No, it's not a clean grab confirmation. He can't get the down smash here either. He's going to pop the PA to heal up. It is capped out at, I think, about 60% HP, and he can't really heal more than that. So he's going to heal to there, get out, make sure that Kairos can't get a grab on him if he lingers for too long. Spiral Torpedo, trading out in the middle, down 80% timers. Next grab will once again be a confirmed V. Goes to the Crouching Wolf. Crouching Wolf does have a CC attached, actually, a stiffen on the back walk. So you can use it as a CC check, and the mass destruction is going to get the connection. He got a float connection here, though, and the instant down smash afterwards will be kind of rough.
Punishes the grab from Kairos.
Torpedo, good timing. This will be a clean combo on this one, unlike the one that Kairos had where it was a float follow-up. Multi will have the damage, and Kairos will be forced to V. 1 minute 19. We're not quite at 50% HP timers, but Multi still hasn't full healed yet, so Kairos can guarantee to get a punish right here. Goes to the PA. Iframe's out of it, trying to bait Multi in, but the grab opportunity of his own. Multi was ready, and we're going to mutually trade our grab cooldowns. Multi will have his first. 1 minute and 3 seconds.
Running out of
now 50% timer. Zone is getting closer.
1 minute.
Vacuum already used out for Multi. Kairos needs to go for a vacuum grab of his own. Multi is going aggressive. Missed the grab. Kairos looking for a Spiral Torpedo. He's going to challenge it with the Crouching Wolf. Flash step over to the side, comes down straight out of the queue. Looking for the CC on the bound. Did not manage to connect. Vacuum gets behind him. Goes for the C-Barrel. Gets caught out of it.
Okay,
and once again, we're the same scenario. The combo is not going to be up. It's double down smash off of a float. He needs to play it slower. Maybe look for a different connection, but he will get the second catch. 6 seconds left on the clock right here. Multi's going to go straight into his V. Kairos has no V available. It's going to be a Mr. Trench. Has the grab. Did not manage to connect. It's going to be Iframe coming out. He's trying to go immediately into the Spiral Torpedo. They're both going to PA. Healing back to full HP. Kairos going to be stuck in the middle of his vacuum for a little bit. He actually burned 2 iframes there, and Multi seeing that on top of the Wolf's Frenzy. Kairos burning a lot of key crucial cooldowns. Might go aggressive right here. Spiral Torpedo trade at the same time. Crouching Wolf is going to go try and trade it back. Coming down, C-Barrel managed to get the slow over on a Kairos. Kairos now pressuring forward. Is going to run through the slow one more time. Needs to be careful. 5 seconds left. It's going to come down to an HP trade. Who will take the lead? Spiral Torpedo. Kairos wins it 2-2. We're going to a round 5.
Sheesh.
Yeah, nailed
that was intense. That was intense. Holy. Multi playing this extremely well, but Kairos does get the advantage there in that last match. What are our predictions, gentlemen? What? I'm still going Multi. Personally.
It's hard to say. I feel like
it's hard to go either way, dude. I don't know. Kairos' combos have not been on point. He keeps getting like a stun CC.
Yeah, I noticed he's landing Mass Destruction a lot on Multi.
Yeah.
But can't really confirm the kill.
He needs to get a clean kill confirmation, and if he does, I think he has been getting more connections than Multi. But the thing is that once again, Master Class is not just about kills; it's about clean confirmations and clean combos. And as you're going to see on this combo right here, this is what you call a clean combo. The 100% combo I've been talking about has been the combo I saw Multi running in the prelims, and he just did it to Kairos, and as a result, Kairos now has no V available,
2 minutes in.
1 CC away from being out of the tournament. Goes for the grab, didn't manage to connect. He tries to challenge it with Mass Destruction. Crouching Wolf, he's going to back away. Multi went in straight into the grab. He's going to grab fail, uses the S iframe, and immediately follows up with Spiral Torpedo in case Kairos gets a bit too aggressive, maybe trying to catch that flash step gap that exists. You can definitely catch it off guard, maybe just by chance. Spiral Torpedo comes up from Kairos, needs to be careful of the slow, goes straight into the grab attempt. Crouching Wolf is going to get his attack speed up, spaces away. Spiral Torpedo trading it back. Multi went for the vacuum right there, was going to be a little bit too far, so Kairos managed to space out of it. 2 minutes, slow lands in the middle. There's the vacuum coming out. It's going to be a KD on the last hit. He doesn't go for the grab though. Understands that Multi already had his iframes available. There's the grab now, and he's going to stay in the middle of the slow. Multi's going to look for his opportunity. Spiral Torpedo, he's going to chase after him with the flash steps. Comes down, he's going to use his land size. He's going to land SA Linker. Now he's going to aggress again. There's a Crouching Wolf stuck in the middle of the vacuum. Uses his iframe off the Wolf's Frenzy. No, still has his Wolf's Frenzy available, so if he wants to get a long duration iframe, Multi can definitely use it. 1 minute 36 seconds. There's a side iframe waiting out. Spiral Torpedo straight into the Mass Destruction, hoping that Kairos would have gone for the grab. Instead, tries to trade a grab of his own. Kairos still grab available. 1 minute 20 seconds. He's E-buff. He just walks at him. He knows that SA's there. He's going to go for the combo. This is the optimal one that he needs, and that's going to be the V. He did use his E-buff early, though, so Multi still has his E-buff available. He might try to pop it behind the pillar right here, and that's exactly what he goes for. And Kairos goes too aggressive. He grips him on the landing, coming down for the pillar. Multi is going to be wait, he's not. I thought he would get the kill. He doesn't. Kairos comes out. He PAs. He grabs him on the PA movement. Down smash. Needs a KD. Final takes some damage. The down smash outside the zone. He doesn't kill again, guys. Can we work on the combos? 10 seconds left right here. We're down to the final 50 seconds. It could be anybody's game. PA already used out from Multi-Melter. Kairos, no grab available. Spiral Torpedoes trade at the exact same timing. 40 seconds left on the timer right here. He uses his Hidden Closet iframe and double space away. Going forward. Multi goes to the shift Q. Doesn't manage to hit the Rage Hammer. Kairos only got grab right there. The damage is enough. Multi-Melter taking the lead. 3-2 will be your Master Class Mystic.
Wow, Master DK,
Wow. Yeah.
Master Mystic.
I mean, as you can see from that last play, they're just really baiting Kairos into that, jumping into his arms right there at the Zevo. And, honestly, just noticing that he does have more ammo in his gun, like the whole time just keeping Kairos on his back foot, keeping him guessing, especially with those vacuums. Just, baiting things out, and then once that B was down, it was lights out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ready to just surround the pressure.
You can also see that Maltese combos were a lot more on point
100%.
too. Again, like you guys highlighted, this is Masterclass. It's not just mastery over damage trading, movement. It's everything about your class, knowing your own combo damage, knowing the enemy combo damage in multi. He showed up.
Yeah.
But Kairos is nothing to laugh at.
I got
either.
so
He's
hyped
really
up.
good.
I was like, dude, it's over. It's over. Multi,
Dude,
I got the grab. I was like, he killed him.
with
and
like
then
1
Kairos
HP.
got the grab. I was like, oh, he killed him. And then they both stand up. I don't know what
That was
happened.
crazy.
Really
I don't know what went wrong with the combo, but you know what? That was some cinema level gameplay. I had a
Absolutely.
great time watching that match for sure.
Yeah,
Let's go ahead and take a look at that bracket.
Yeah, Melter is going to be taking home that Master Mystic title. Of course, Cairo, is coming out showing what he's got.
Absolutely.
Definitely a strong Mystic in his own right. I feel like maybe the nerves might have gotten the best of him today, but Melter just definitely left no room for breathing. It was just whole time on top of things, and yeah, they closed it out in the third round.
Yeah.
The fifth round for the 3-2 win there.
All right, so Melter semifinals took out Waffle. Now for the finals, he took out Kairos, and he's going to be your Masterclass Mystic, going home with 100k pearls, 50k crons,
Congratulations,
Griffin mount, and so much more.
Damn. I mean, dude, that went down to one skill on both sides,
yeah,
by the way.
for real.
Both of their combos at the end was one skill away.
Multi literally, I think he ticked him with the Magnus skill,
Yes.
which is frontal guard, onto Kairos. So
Yes.
good decision making there at the last second.
Yeah.
I didn't think he would die standing. I don't think Kairos expected it either.
It's just one of those things where, like, when it happens, you're like, oh.
You don't die standing as a Mystic usually to another Mystic.
Yeah.
So,
all right. Yeah, so now that we have that, wrapped up, it's a really hyped matchup.
I think we gotta chill a bit after that last matchup.
All right, let's keep the ball rolling.
what do we have next?
Well, it's a little bit more of a chill cast for you, Armin. Next up, we have Shy.
Dude,
Chirp
you
versus
say
Mega.
this is a chill cast. Let
I
the
know,
show
I
boomerang.
know.
Dude,
It's
it's
crazy.
not. It's actually not. Like, Shies are going to kill each other standing is what's going to happen here.
It's gonna be very interesting.
I watched the EU Shy matchup. I think it went to like a minute 30 both times.
Wow. It was just immediate.
Yeah,
they were
like,
out there.
they were just dying standing. Yeah. So,
All right.
anyways, Shy, go ahead. Sorry.
I mean, Chirp versus Mega. Do you guys have any notes on these Shies?
I believe Mega's might be the favorite here.
Chirp is digital. I gotta double check this because I actually got. I saw these guys practicing in BA. I think it was Chirp practicing in BA, and I asked him like, "Hey, like, send me some Shy stuff. Like, let me know how you're feeling about this." Yeah, it is Chirp. He's from Digital. So Chirp's from Digital. Mega, I don't know. Is he? Mega is soaked. Okay, he's soaked. So Chirp versus Mega. Both these guys have been practicing in BA a lot. As far as I know.
ones actually looks kind of fun.
Yeah, like they've been practicing for this a lot. Their Shy got a rework, kind of a mini rework. I don't know how much you guys know. But things like Misty Haze, which was just like basically the only thing that decided this matchup in the past, it's still prevalent, but it's not like an end-all or be-all. They're a lot more protected now. They have like some more CC opportunities. The combos in terms of how the damage works, I think, is different now as well. I think this is actually going to be pretty fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, as Chad has mentioned, though, it looks like Mega has not dropped a single match up until this point.
Throughout the entire tournament.
Yeah, so maybe his boomerang is just a little bit sharper as we're going into things. I think I do have my money on Mega as well. I'm very interested to see how this breaks down. As you said, Shies kind of just go gung-ho at it. Usually do have kills just with both Shies standing up. So let's just see if anyone can edge out the advantage here.
Well, we're going to see both Shies in terms of like movement mobility. They shouldn't have any issues running into the stamina. But I believe the class, it's going to be very interesting to watch because it's going to be less protected compared to the classes that we've already seen. Yeah. So this will really highlight how well each player knows their class's openings and what's going to be a fast enough CC punish to go for.
Yeah, a lot of this class, I believe, is frontal guard based for their damage and neutral and even their CC opportunities. You definitely have things like bongos, but they're usually not going to get caught by that. It's going to be a lot of 1, 2, 3. I think it's like Boom is the stun they have from the long range. It's going to be a lot of those. Misty Haze already popped out early from Mega. Playing in the neutral game. I'm sorry, guys. You know what? I can't. It's hard for me to take how this class looks seriously. All right. Anyways, 2 minutes 30 seconds. We're gonna have to see how their combos look. I'm curious how much damage you can do off of one. I think you can ensure about 60% typically. You can actually see in terms of protections, in terms
very
of
frontal guard based.
It is very frontal guard based. Yes. 1, 2, 3 right there. So every time you see 1, 2, 3 or boom, those skills, those are your stiffens and your stuns that you're going to be looking for. Boom, they're not really going to use much in neutral. I think kind of like you see someone coming out of V, you'll pop it. This is the skateboard. Full SA now. Used to have a gap on the end of it. So curious to see how that works out. Chirp so far, playing this in the neutral. He's going to use the heal Stick Me.
Nope. Good turnaround so he doesn't get back attack.
Bongos. Yeah, just playing time. Once the bongos are popped, it's not like Shy has a grab, so you can definitely trade into the bongos and get a bit of an HP lead, but I don't think it's enough to really be meaningful, considering that the Shy can, once again, just reset, pop the Stick Me, and get his HP back. Actually, he's going to get caught right there. He's going to go for the combo, and the damage is enough. You look at the back attack damage. This is what I mean. He almost killed him. He actually was forced to V. 1 minute 30 seconds. Megu now no V. Comes out of the V, pops his heal, Stick Me. And Stick to me, sorry. And heals up. Bongos over through the wall. Megu's going to come in. Goes for the debuffs. He's going to reset his bus right there. Chirp trades it back. Pops his heal. Bongos comes out. Bongos are probably not going to get a catch right here. Chirp trying to trade into the Bongos coming out from Megu. Megu's going to pop his heal as well. Chirp, same timing. Resets the buff. 50% HP timers. They're getting everything up so that they have full cooldowns available for this next minute. And Chirp gets caught. Megu with a good connection. Eat this. Actually, I think got the initial CC right there.
Yeah, there's definitely a stun.
Yes, force the V. Waiting out. There's the Bongos. Training. Same time. Pops his heal. Megu's trying to keep up while understanding that Chirp is going to back away right there. I think that was 100. I might be wrong. I think that was 100. These guys won't get their BSR buff. And the damage rate is enough. Megu takes the first round. I think with the Z BSR buffs, these guys might... Was that 100? It looked like it.
I believe it was hard to tell, but they can BSR buff
yes.
for this.
I don't know if they can get enough BSR for... it was 100.
Chat's saying sure. it was 100.
Yes. I believe they get enough BSR by around, with damage into consideration, like the 40 to 30 second mark, which will give a crit buff and a kind of an AP buff. So I'm not too sure what Shy's crit rates are. It might be something that'll be effective, but the wound is going to be what matters most, because if you get a wound lead and it comes down to HP, it can definitely make a huge difference. Popping the heal over in the middle right here. Megu tries to go for a stun right there. No connection. Trades the bongos at the exact same time.
But notice how each time they bongo, the one or the other just goes instantly behind for back attack damage, because yeah, that damage trade is insane.
Yes. And Chirp already down to about 70.
Yeah, I'm curious. Shy can one combo from 80%.
Yeah, I'm curious if they can get enough damage off in terms of the trade to force a V just from standing, but I don't think it's possible due to the cooldown of the heal being about 20 seconds. Good kick right there. Gets a stun secondary. That was a raw kick.
There it is.
He didn't expect the damage. He just killed him. I don't think even I expected him to do 40% in one skill.
That's what we were saying, especially with the RMB flow. It's unprotected, called go, but it does do a lot.
Yeah, those multi-hits just ate through his HP bar, and you saw there immediately being killed. And I think it's really interesting that you guys mentioned that Shy is really dependent on that forward guard. So as you mentioned, just whenever something like Bongos comes up, the other Shy is just jumping back in there and just seeing if they can get all that chip damage, because it is free for them. They are protected while they're doing that.
Yeah, 40% damage, indeed insane. And Megu showing why he is the favorite, and despite, Chirp getting some practice, trying to do the hours, at a certain point, like, if this guy is just, Megu is too experienced on the matchup, not a single round drop throughout the entire tournament, he's trying to go for the golden road, the perfect run. And Chirp says, I'm not going to let that happen. Bongos gets a CC. It was unfortunately a double stun combo, and he did not get back attack. So, as a result, will not do enough damage to force the V. And Megu playing the neutral. Dude, he needs to be careful. He does not want to drop around right here. Pops the heal. Chirp can still try and go for the pressure to kill him standing. Megu's trading at the exact same time into him. Pops the SA and got stiffened on the Bongos. No, he played too greedy with it. Forced the V. Gets out over behind the pillar. So Chirp now with a V advantage, although Chirp dying one round without even Ving.
I really want to see this Golden Road run with no rounds dropped.
I mean, a little bit of recklessness coming out.
The synchronization. There's the Bongo back to back. Is he going to be able to get a back attack trade? He does, and that's a lot just from like one tick.
Although we are at 80% HP timers, and these guys can just pop their heals here. Goes forward, went for the stiff. Was a gap right there. Chirp tried to punish it with the Bongos, did not manage to connect. Was a little bit too off.
Very careful.
SA. Megu goes forward, kick 2. He's going to pop the heal.
Just take
Same time,
damage,
hop,
though.
hop 3, goes for the CC, Chirp gets caught.
Ooh,
Or
no
sorry,
back
Chirp
attack.
gets the CC, looking for
There's
the
the
damage,
kill.
and it's gonna be enough.
That's the first round.
The first
taken,
round dropped in the
unfortunately.
whole tourney.
Ooh, no Golden Road.
I mean,
Dang.
honestly, you could definitely see there, though. Mega was just playing a little bit more loose, knowing that he does have the 2-0 lead, and just, I guess, limit testing a little bit there, having a little bit of fun.
There was one time where he did roll into the bongos, which I felt like
Yeah.
that he noticed that was a little bit greedy, but he didn't have anything to cover that gap coming out, and that's what forced him to V.
Yeah, but good stuff coming out from Chirp to just capitalize on all these openings and taking home that one round there. Let's see what happens in this 4th round coming up.
Chat saying he bleeds. He is human. All right,
All
let's
right.
see if he can maintain his lead, though.
Early round buffs and debuffs, kind of just setting up. Remember, they can still one combo from full HP under ideal circumstances, I believe. So, Bongos, that's a stiffen. He's going to get the stun fall up. He has one more CC here.
Not too much damage
Did
coming
not
out there.
Yeah, no back attacks make a big difference. I believe that was a stiffen into a stun. I'm not sure if they maybe can't get a connection off of that, but I thought you could probably fit in another connection. Maybe a kick.
Ooh.
And speaking of kick, Megu is going to get the kick over onto him.
Here's the stun.
He's going to
Here's the
stun
back
it.
attack
Actually, so he
right
gets a
there.
back attack.
Oh my
One skill. He almost killed him. I think it
No
was
V.
1, 2, 3. Backs away. He's going to pop the skateboard to
Yippee.
get out. But keep it. But it's shy for shy. He can just keep up.
Exactly.
They don't really use the skateboard for anything else but to kite, so Chirp will also have it available.
Now they're just playing some music.
Looks like things are going to equalize, but just all that damage you see coming out from Mega there might be the difference maker here. Chirp is a little bit...
Full buffs.
Yeah.
It's everything up right here, but so is
Resetting.
Megu.
Yeah, Megu doing a good job consistently going for back
Kick
attacks,
2,
by
twirl
the way.
3. Calling the neutral.
Oh,
Needs to be
Chirp
careful.
getting
The
caught.
bongo stiffen.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Just jump straight
Around
into
the
it.
core, yeah, he just jumped straight into it. 1 minute 40 seconds. Megu's only 1 CC away from winning out this tournament. And if it's anyone so far that I'm reliant that they can do this combo correctly, it's this guy. He definitely has been practicing it. Pops a heal, looking for the damage rate on the end of it.
Doesn't quite
Won't be
find
able to
it.
do too much. Maybe about 6% right there. Is getting him lower and lower, though. The bongo stiffen, he tried to run through to go for the back attacks, was unprotected, but Chirp couldn't get the follow-up CC. Pops up bongos of his own. There's the FG. He's
That's
going for the trade.
dangerous.
Uses his heal immediately, knowing that Chirp was going to try to cancel out and maybe punish him. Pulling the FGs. They stick to me once again.
There's the bongos
It's funny.
matching.
They just SA trade until a certain window where they look for an opening, and they either get it or they don't. And speaking of an opening, he went for the
Found
stand.
it.
Megu saw the punish window. He went for the FG follow-up, and the damage will be enough. Megu, 3-1. Not the perfect road, but he will take the tournament.
I mean, we do a little bit of trolling. We
Oh,
have
is
a
it
little bit
Mega?
of
My
fun.
bad. Sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I was saying Mega the whole time.
Yeah, but I mean, as you can see there, every time that the other Shy was in super armor,
Back attack.
they would just jump in there for
Yep.
the chip damage, back attacks, whatever you can get. Because in the, I guess it is a little bit of a war of attrition between the two Shies here.
Who's
Whoever's
rotating
getting
better.
more trades on those super armors is going to edge it out at the end of the day. I think really interesting to point out from Mega's side was he was going for these very, very crucial kicks on, just I guess out of neutral game, just coming out, kicking, and really putting on the pressure. What do you
Saw
guys
him
think?
get a catch from that, I think, believe in round 2. But yeah, you're completely right, Valha. He very versatile player, very good at finding those windows of opportunity. And yeah, we noticed that consistently every time there was a bongo trade, Megu. You already put it in my head. My bad. He was constantly going behind during the bongo trade. Yeah. The one time that Chirp caught him in a stun and tried to do the same combo but from the front, Mega knew that he didn't have to V it. And
Yeah, despite getting to like almost
it was
one
like
skill
20%
there.
HP. Just to give you an idea, that was like 20% HP at full HP. So like plus the back attack, that's it. Like 100 to 0. Like who knew?
Yeah,
Shy
so
could do that much.
Let's go ahead and see the bracket here. Mega is going to be your champion. Congratulations for taking home that title for the Master Shy. I mean, you saw it on full display there. There was nothing left on the table. Completely wiped with that boomerang. Just doing so much damage. And I think super well played. With the Shy matchup, it does seem like like Armin, a little bit hard to keep your composure when you're casting such a, I wouldn't say goofy, but a little bit more whimsical in terms of the skills
Definitely
they're
whimsy
using.
skill names. By the way, I was saying Yippee. I wasn't saying that for fun. The skateboard name skill is the skill name is actually Yippee.
Yeah,
so.
but as you can see, definitely Mega just putting on that pressure, knowing the limits of his class, and especially like you guys. I mean, we harp on this so much, but especially the Shy matchup, just taking advantage of the super armor from another class. Of course, that is a moment of respite for you to, maybe mentally reset, gauge what your opponent is doing. But hey, the other shot is just in your back, throwing that boomerang, hitting you like 64 times.
Yeah.
So you really have to be careful with that. We are gonna hop into a 5-minute break here before we get back into the last leg of the day today. So go use the restroom, get some snacks, get some water, get hydrated, and we'll be right back. 5 minutes, I think. Jim was
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes, guys.
Yeah, so we'll be back. Don't change the channel. All right, welcome back, everybody. Hopefully you guys are ready for the last 3 classes that we have up here. We were going to throw up a little bit extra time there, just mess with y'all, but
What?
yeah, we'll wrap things up here.
A little 10 seconds on top, see what
Yeah,
they're
just
actually
see if anyone's paying attention, you know.
We were
just
definitely
throw 5
chasing
minutes in there.
down. We were definitely chasing down Armin.
Yeah.
No walking away.
All right, so I think everyone's ready to hop into our last few matches that we have here. We're going to have Wizard coming up.
No, actually, it's Guardian next.
Guardian?
Guardian,
I have
Wizard,
no idea.
Draconia.
Okay, Guardian's going to be up coming up. So if we can get those 2 semifinalists up on the board here to see who we're working with.
In the meantime, Guardian.
Yeah, the class.
Interesting one to see. I don't know in terms of damage how it works in the first minute. I'm pretty sure though, just due to having 2 KDs available, their grab is a KD if you guys don't know, and KD grab damage combos is just so high.
Crazy, yeah.
Yeah, they will guaranteed will have a bunch of burst damage in the neutral.
Yeah. As you can see here, we have Lauren Gospel versus
Backstep
Flash. I think one thing that's very interesting to talk about with Guardian is, especially since you have such like a big burly class holding a polearm, you're not really expecting this class to have many mobility options.
Every time I fight this class, I'm always like, oh yeah, it can move,
yes,
not just
yes.
move, like iframe dodge. Like,
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the iframes is what I wanted to talk about because it seems like this class has so many options when you're coming to iframes. Just a lot of time to just sit. I almost feel like they have their own Wolf's Frenzy. They can just chill in there, maybe reset a little bit, and survey the battlefield. So, what are you guys' thoughts about some of the key cooldowns that we have to look at here, because they do have some very, very deliberate movements that are, you can be read by the enemy.
Before we get to there, I want to mention something because we're looking at the brackets.
Diesel.
We had not just Diesel. We had a lot of really good Guardians in this bracket for NA. I mean, I saw some names that I haven't seen in a while.
Was
personally.
Jinso in this?
We had,
Was Jinso in this?
I think we had. I don't know about Jinso, but we had Fuse, we had Diesel, we had Lactate Milkshake. If you guys know who he is, I'm lactose intolerant, but that guy goes crazy in AOS. I mean, like we had a lot of big names in this bracket for Guardian. So these 2 guys making it to the finals, there was some adversities they had to go through. So you can go ahead with the cool, but I really just wanted to mention that this is
for sure.
definitely a hype semifinal.
Well, we all know big damage trading skills like God Incinerator. They put the pole on the ground. They have a lot of mobility. They can go forward. They have like WF. I forget the name of that ability where they jump forward in iframe. Basically, a lot of mobility, a lot of good damage trading, but whoever lands grab is essentially going to win out. Yeah. In this matchup.
We already have the game underway.
Both in Awakening.
Backstep Slash going up against Olorin. I might just call him Gospel. And Frigid Wind, you can see the iframe on Guardian, the iframes, are not to be underestimated. Early ebuff coming out from Backstep Slash. He went instantly for the grab. Olorin reacts really quickly, pops up Pre-Awakening iframe, is going to be chasing forward with the WF. Frostlight is going to be training out the iframes. Olorin goes into, Gospel goes into Frigid Wind of his own. Waiting out, and he waited until the iframe had gone off and looked for the timing. There's the combo. KD on the stand-up is going to be enough damage and gets him down to about 20. And so that is without ebuff. I'm assuming with the ebuff, probably would be able to kill, but I'm not sure if Guardian has enough time or a fast enough ebuff to realistically hit a grab, pop the ebuff, go for the combo. Most likely not. So he's going to take the HP trade that he can, and he's going to look for another opportunity in this instance while Backstep Slash is trying to heal up. Any kind of CC here will be beneficial. Backstep Slash is actually going to play aggressive, maybe trying to play the cards a little bit, but needs to be careful. There's a grab attack coming in. Went for the stiffen, actually got the stiffen on the Pre-Awakening and forces the V.
But he didn't land the grab.
Glorious advance.
Yeah, V right away. I'm not really too sure about that, though.
We'll see. They're both back at 80%. One more time. Backs up. And that ebuff is going to be interesting to see. So if you guys don't know, Guardian ebuff gives 10 seconds of super armor during the entire window. Backstep Slash on the ground, force the V. And so the 10 seconds of super armor means that even if you get grabbed, you will just stand up. So unlike Striker,
because the grab itself is a CC.
Unlike Striker and Mystic, where the ebuff gives you SA on your walk, it's just an SA buff.
Yep.
So it lets you play mega aggressive, something that these players do a lot when it comes to large scale and small scale. But in the 1v1, it'll be a little bit harder to time and will be a lot more apparent, giving you time to run away. Good iframe right there. He went into the pre-awakening one and instantly swapped to awakening, did his little backdash, forced the grab out. Gospel, now Infernal Nemesis, is going to pop away, go straight into the Frigid Wind. You can flow into it without doing the preemptive super armor movement if you come out of Infernal Nemesis with it. Going for the grab right there, did not manage to connect. Neck Impaler unfortunately ends up missing, and now both players trading at the same time. Godin Crusader comes up from backstep slash. I'm curious to see which skills these players have add-ons on. It seems a little bit hard to hit it unless you're going for a Cleansing Flame, which even in the neutral game, you can get grabbed out of Cleansing Flame due to it being an animation lot. Frigid Wind changing at the exact same time. Next grab will be a kill. Looking for it, did not manage to hit. Backstep slash still has his available. Goes into the Almost Blessing, waiting it out. Cleansing Flame comes out, trays out the God Incinerator. He's waiting for the movement to be burned. Infernal Nemesis into Frigid Wind, so no Frigid Wind iframe available. Went for the grab over on the end of the pre-awakening swap. The side R&B did not manage to connect, and now Gospel is going to have another opportunity. Dragon's Maw cancels out. Fierce Disdain holding the Q block, and the HP trades enough. Backstep slash had the lead, played the life lead, and Olorin is going to be down a round.
And correct me if I'm wrong there. Sorry to interrupt you, but I don't think Gospel used his E-buff the entire round, right? It was still up at the end.
He still held it.
Yeah, so I'm not too sure about the decision making there. Might have just wanted to pop it at the end there. It's just such a powerful SA buff to maintain. Really let you go gung-ho when you want to just pile on the damage in the last 10 seconds. But let's see if anything gets switched up here.
Losing without popping it for an entire 3-minute duration is a little bit rough. And the match going straight to HP, I mean, you can see realistically, the only way these players can catch each other is their grab. It's just a gambling, and the gamble is going to pay off. Too many SCs coming out from Gospel. There's the combo coming out. Black Blood, Gate Crasher is going to go straight to the Dragon's Maw for the damage, and then down smash. The down smash attached on Dragon's Maw, you can go Cleansing Flame straight into it. Gives you enough burst. God Incinerator on the wake up. Did not manage to get anything. Infernal Nemesis straight into that Frigid Wind. And he gets another grab! No V available, just needs the combo here. Cleansing Flame to finish it off. Dragon's Maw with a follow-up. This might be a quick one.
This is looking a little bit dicey.
34 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, that was just 2 grabs, impeccable. Almost, just heat-seeking with his polearm.
Absolutely. It did seem like Gospel took a little bit of a risk just trying to do movement, general movement near backstep slash, but he said, you know what, you can't do that, and here's another grab, and you're right, Vaha, it does kind of look like a little bit of a homing attack.
I mean, especially when coming out from backstep slash, just such precision with his grab there.
Absolutely.
Being able to land it twice in a row. I mean, not even 10 seconds apart, right?
And round starting up, not even 10 seconds apart. I mean, if you can get a sequence like that, you will guaranteed win the round. And that's the Frigid Wind gap. Although Frigid Wind is iframe, once you're into the flow, you can get grabbed on the startup. He's going to look for a down smash here. Did not manage to get it. The flow from God Incinerator, I believe, has a small hit down smash they can go for. Yeah. But if you're already on the stand-up animation during it, it will not manage to connect. 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Gospel. Still V available on both of these players. In backstep slash with 50%, I actually believe that Gospel should try and take an advantage here and play a bit more aggressive, because you then won't need, goes for the grab right there. I think he was trying to predict backstep slash moving forward with Frigid Wind potentially, and backstep slash returning the favor, went for a grab of his own. Does not manage to connect. Frigid Wind trading into the God Incinerator. Maybe got a few hits off of it. I think you can put an add-on on Frigid Wind, so if you get the first swipe before the iframe, you can proc the add-on, but I'm curious to see maybe even slows. Most likely on Cleansing Flame, you can stack slows with it. Guardian, unique passive. Any hit that you take from a Guardian in the neutral game, it slows you.
And they're already slow, so
they're already slow. So you can see already on Gospel that Fierce Disdain, the follow-up movement. It's so rough, and he just holds the Q block and he grips him. 1 minute 40 seconds. He knows that at the 80% HP timers will be forced to V, guaranteed, and he just saves his health. Does not want to come out of V with low enough health that Gospel could just pressure with damage. So backstep, playing it safe.
Yeah, I mean, 2-0 up, but still playing with so much poise, so much caution, especially around that Guardian damage is very, very dangerous.
Fierce instantly cancels out with a backwards iframe. Infernal Nemesis to try and space away. Still has his Z-buff available. Went for the Neck Impaler. Did not manage to connect. Mountain Zekko to try and space out. And there's the grab. Good movement. Good punish. Gets the buff. There's the Cleansing Flame. The Dragon's Maw for the follow-up. The God Incinerator on the damage. And the God Incinerator flow. 1-0. Gospel's not out of it yet.
Whew. Yeah, you can see those grab v grab trades. Gospel doing a good job finding it in that last round.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Backstep kind of just left himself a little bit open on that last one there, just kind of falling into Gospel's hands there. But of course, really, really good for Gospel to capitalize on it, and of course, clean house.
Now, let's not count things out yet. Backstep is ahead of Gospel, but this might be Gospel's chance to do a reverse sweep. You could tell at the earlier stages of that round, it felt like you could feel Backstep's aura because he was going for preemptive grabs that didn't happen, and Backstep was just sitting there. But let's see. It seems like his momentum is picking up. Let's see if he can go ahead and find something. We're approaching a little bit slowly. Gospel going for just general damage trade, sitting in the center. Let's see if someone tries to go for a grab connection. Nothing happening just yet.
They traded Gospel at the same time. Gospel was too far, so his grab missed, and Backstep slash hit the grab on the grab.
That aura.
It's that aura. But the combo didn't do as much right there. There's a chance that due to the grabbing the grab, maybe like the first hit of his damage ended up whiffing. It's hard to say, but goes to the grab right there. Grab the end.
Again, he's...
Oh, wait, actually,
it's
was that the
Gospel?
No, it wasn't.
On to
Good grab
Backstep.
coming out from Gospel. Cleansing Flame into the Dragon Ball
damage.
and the flow, no down smash.
Not
will
enough to kill.
ensure enough damage so that the Backstep slash one catch away from being forced to V.
Also careful here, if Gospel uses his Magnus skill, even though he's guarding, it can still hit him on the return, causing a little bit more chip damage.
Yes. I actually ended up dying to that one time in AOS. I didn't realize, but even if you frontal guard it, well, like in Guardian's case with the Q block, it's SA frontal, the return damage from the Magnus hits and gets back attacks on you. So
if you don't know that, you might assume, did I just get desynced? No, it's designed that it goes back, goes behind you, and comes back.
E-buff coming out from Backstep slash. I haven't seen Gospel. I don't know if I haven't been paying attention. I feel like I haven't seen him use it.
E-buffed a single time.
He's just okay with
Fierce
it.
Disdain goes to the grab off the flow. Follow-up, good movement coming out from him. Forces the V out. Psyched out Backstep slash. Backstep slash could have iframe, could have kept moving, but decided to hold the Q block. 1 minute 22.
Yeah, surely we right there. Here, right?
That little unprotected swing you see them doing, by the way, I believe that's their attack speed buff that they pop in the neutral game, but they can't really use it like in front of their opponent due to it being unprotected. They can only pop it before engaging. Frigid Wind, they can be trading the iframe at the same time. Instantly Q blocks, decides not to use his Fierce Disdain or any of his normal iframe movement, his side dash to try and hop out. Just holds it. Gospel, pop the Magnus right there.
Yeah, coming into 50% health here. Looks like Gospel has both his V and E buff up. Let's see if that really...
Pre-buffing. Frigid Wind, Fierce Disdain, dashes out, and then goes for the grab. Really aggressive play. Backstep slash decides to use Infernal Nemesis to get out of dodge. Could have maybe gone for a punish, but played it slow. Pre-buffing with that attack speed. There's a Frigid Wind. He was hoping that the Q block would come on the end of it, of the Frigid Wind. So a bit of mind games. That's really all this matchup is. But no no grab opportunity right there. Infernal Nemesis training it back. Gospel has his grab available. Goes for the Frigid Wind. Does not iframe out the end. And does not get punished. Waiting it out.
Still holding on to his resource here.
15 seconds. This might go down to time. Cleansing Flame. He went straight into the Dragon's Ball. Full damage flow. No punish on the other side. Magnus checked out. Down to 10 seconds. Trying to play with the HP. God Incinerator. Backstep slash. He pops the FG. No, he's just going to pop the Magnus. Pops the God Incinerator of her own. The Fierce Disdain took a little bit of damage. Went for the Dragon's Ball swing. And Backstep slash with the last tick. Manages to pull it away. Good trading on the last timing right there.
Good
and
damage
some good
trading.
rounds from him.
Yeah,
absolutely.
NT to Gospel, but just better played by Backstep slash.
Yeah, it did kind of feel like Backstep had like a lot of the control there throughout that match. We saw those moments I mentioned. It was kind of like aura farming, where Gospel was like, "Oh, I think he's gonna go forward a bit. Let me go for the grab opportunity." And Backstep just sat there. Although my favorite moment, I think, throughout those 4 matches is when we saw the grab attempt. It was literally just like this close to landing, failed, and we saw the reverse grab punish on the Gospel. So, but both played very well. Both played very protected, really good with their classes. But Backstep came out on top.
Yeah, I think one thing that I just can't get off my mind is that I just felt like Gospel refused to use his E-buff, especially since when
Did he use it a single time?
I don't know. I just when it came down to things in the last 3 seconds.
I think even in that last run, he didn't really pop it.
Yeah, like just held on to it. I feel like especially in the last 20 seconds, you kind of want to have this massive tool in your hands to just be completely protected. So at least, if anything, you're not getting CC'd off something random. A grab is a grab, but at the end of the day, just having that tool and not using it kind of just left more to be desired from Gospel's end of things.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, phenomenal match, you two. It looks like let's take a look at the bracket. Backstep taking out Kexi as well as Gospel in the finals.
Yeah, congratulations to Backstep. You are going to be our Master Guardian, taking home that 100k crons, and that also massive Griffin. I think it kind of matches the Guardian aesthetic too, on having the Griffin mount with the Guardian, which is kind of cool.
No, one thing I noticed throughout that match is I feel like there was a little bit of muscle memory on those Guardians from the old grab patch, because they were going for that side swipe punish on the grab. Well, it's also a dodge too, so I guess they could have just been using it for the iframe as well. But yeah, can't punish grab anymore unless you do it preemptively on the wind up.
Yeah.
But yeah, moving on, we do have our
let's go ahead and hop into the Wizard matchup that we have here. I know that I've been kind of all over the place with the classes.
And this one's going to be, Huntler versus Fabi.
I'm excited.
Arvin, I'll let you take the lead on this one, actually, for Huntler. Huntler did fight Roots, a.k.a. Despicable, coming into this tournament, which is the Cho Nation GM, or former Cho Nation GM.
And Huntler on Succession, Roots was on Awakening. So a bit of a cross matchup, and I think it was kind of hard to tell which one necessarily had the advantage in terms of class matchup, but I do think that Huntler just played it better.
Yeah.
Got a lot better trades. It was a 2-0. So, and Roots himself had to go through almost every single wizard in the bracket. He went through actually, I'm forgetting names right now, but he went through a lot of the Awakening wizards in the bracket. A lot of wizard players that people thought could definitely make the finals. I think Cosini was in there as well. So, really good stuff to Huntler or Roots to kind of clear that, and really good stuff to Huntler to kind of clear, I guess, what you could call the best Awake Wiz in the bracket.
Yeah, no kidding.
And a little bit about Fabi. Do you guys have any notes on this competitor?
Fabi, I definitely recognize his name, but I'm personally not too familiar with him. But over on the bottom side, that was the one bracket I didn't see. I was actually watching these matches, the prelims, with Divios, and he was getting hyped up watching Fabi play. So Fabi definitely getting ready to kind of go into these games and show what he has, but I think a lot of people definitely have Huntler kind of favored to win this out.
Absolutely.
But potentially also a lot of people praying for Huntler's downfall.
Praying for his downfall.
A little bit of hate watching. I'm not going to lie.
The difference between anyone is I feel like out of anyone here, Huntler feeds off of that kind of thing, just proving people wrong and proving.
Yeah, I think he definitely feeds off of complaining about how weak Wiz is on his stream, so definitely built a lot of haters off of that kind of a meme in the community. But I do think he's definitely favored to win this out. I think he's been practicing the matchup, is coming in feeling like he is the favorite, but the nerves are also potentially going to be there. And Fabi didn't get here by chance. Fabi is also an extremely good wizard, so I'm really excited to see these guys head to head.
Absolutely.
And, I mean, honestly, sometimes when you are the tournament favorite, that can also weigh a lot on your conscience. Just being the tournament favorite, that puts a lot of pressure on you. People want to see you win. People want to see you lose. So coming up against Fabi, it looks like the chat does have his back. Let's see what comes out of this match.
And we're going to have to see. I'm going to give this match predictions.
I mean, I'm
going to go with Huntler 3-2. And if Huntler loses, I'm going to say Fabi 3-1.
Ooh, how confident are you in Huntler?
You know what I think it is? I think that when it comes to the finals, Huntler's one step away. I think there's a chance that the nerves play in here. And Huntler might choke. You know what I mean? I think there's a possibility that the nerves are going to assist Fabi here. I think Fabi coming in, he definitely is nervous, but I feel like he definitely is not in a situation where he has like everything to lose or everything to prove. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Funny enough, you know how it is. It's like being a streamer is rough.
Ooh,
Choice.
On the ground.
Oh, good bowl light. He's going to get the CC. He won't have the damage here due to the mana shield. What I was trying to say is, like, you can look at Choice. He's played in tournaments, and the joke is that Choice is the second place master. You know what I mean? That guy has won second place in so many tournaments.
How is Choice not even competing? You are mentioning he's not even here to defend himself. That's crazy.
Okay. Anyways, listen. I'm just trying to say the streamers have it rough. Okay, all right. The streamers have it rough, and Huntler is a streamer, so we're gonna have to see. But the nerves so far don't seem like they're affecting him. Playing good so far. Already got the first CC in the match. 1 minute 40 seconds down to the 80% HP timers. Mana shield is no longer in play. It's, I believe, a 2 minute No, it's a 1 minute, 2 minute cooldown, I think, and a 60-second duration, something along those lines. So they don't have it in play right here. Damage will be a lot higher. 50% HP over on Fabi, trying to trade it forward. Goes to the Bolide. Frigid Fog trading at the exact same time. TP comes up from Fabi. Went for the Fireball. Huntler not going to manage to punish. Lightning over on the opposite side. He's holding the high voltage, looking for some kind of slow. Fabi's not going to buy. Pops a Bolide on the end of the TP. Fabi coming out of the TP is not going to get caught looking for any kind of lightning. Meanwhile, Huntler is going to be the one. Aggressive TP. Went for the lightning stun. Now goes for the Blizzard. Understands that Huntler did not have a TP there to try and go for the run, so he just full extends, gets his cooldowns back. 1 minute over on the timers now. Zone closing in. Smaller. Earthquake evade. He's going to get a little bit of Earthquake movement right there. Pops a Magical Shield. Instantly goes for the TP. Hunter's going to TP outside of the zone to try and avoid that catch coming out from Fabi. Pops a Magical the mana regen to try and get a little bit of frontal guard right there. He's going to be trading the focus meter over into the Blizzard, so unfortunately no damage trade right there, but they're going to be trading frontal guards, so frontal guards will run low in this matchup, and then Bolide! Hunter trying to go for a lightning, instantly got punished. Fabi with really tremendous timing on the Bolide there, or you can say unfortunate timing over on Hunter's end. Hunter comes out of the V, is going to be eating a lot of damage coming out from Fabi, pops the mana regen, is going to use his PA. Fabi still has PA available, but he needs to look for a good timing to use it. Pops his high voltage first, and the focus meteor follow-up is so fast that Fabi lost HP during that instance of PA. Hunter's going to pop his mass TP over into the pillar. The HP trade might just come down to it. Looking for the Bolide. The Blizzard did so much damage into the Bolide that he ended up winning the trade, but the follow-up from Hunter, they say the damage burst is enough. Hunter from 50% took Fabi straight to 0.
1 second. That was looking Fabi trade. That was looking Fabi favored for like a majority of that match there.
Hunter Bolided into the Blizzard, but the TP damage burst with the Focus Meteor follow-up, especially Focus Meteor, Chad, if you do not know, is the biggest damage, I think one of the biggest damage bursts, but the fastest kind of really quick damage burst that Succession Wizard has. Back in the day, everyone used to use Focus Meteor, I believe, or not Focus Meteor, the other Meteor, the one with the stun, it was the meta, but nowadays everyone just uses the Focus Meteor, the FG, the PvE one, quote unquote.
Oh, he just got punished right away.
Good lightning. He was holding the high voltage for too long, but the combo was a little bit rough. Maybe nerves potentially coming out from Fabi. He got the initial stun and then went for a stiffen extension. I'm not too sure what happened there.
Fabi put onto the ground. Can we get
Fabi, the nerves
There's
are
the
kicking
fireball.
in. Gets a Bolide. Hunter's going for the follow-up damage, and that's what a real combo looks like. Gets a final tick of damage. Rain of Fire on the very end right there. Fabi comes down to about 40. Remember, Mana Shield is a big, decisive maker for how much damage these guys can do in combo. If that is not up, they will be able to one-combo each other typically, especially with a perfect combo. Focus Meteor ends up missing because of the ramp right here. The ramp, I was talking about during the Witch matchup, can actually block a lot of damage if you're on the bottom end of it while your opponent's on the top end. They'll still be able to hit you while you cannot hit them. And speaking of getting hit, Bolide, there's the KD, the damage drop. He goes for the Focus Meteor, throws out the lightning. Aqua Gel on the ending right there. TP's with the lightning to try and catch Huntler again with the stun, but I think it was a bit too early, so he didn't manage to get the CC fall, was still capped out on the timer. 1 minute 45 seconds.
Oh my god,
he got the Earthquake Evasion. Huntler got stiffened for a second there, but Fabi did not notice. He thought he was just SA lingering. I think even Huntler himself was like, what the heck just happened? How did I get caught? But he doesn't be, plays the greed, and gets out scot-free, even pops a little bit of a heal for himself. 1 minute 30 seconds right here. Needs to be careful. We've had a lot of rough random CCs connecting, kind of not what I was expecting. This scenario, Earthquake Evade, actually got hit Excel kind of stopped right there by the lightning on the back attacks coming out from Huntler, so will not be able to move closer. Looking for the Bolide, gets it light. Actually, the Bolide, really good timing. You see, every single time the Bolide happens, he's throwing it preemptively the second he sees the TP to try and punish the TP lightning. Great stuff coming out over on Fabi's side. Huntler needs to lock in a little bit. Goes to the TP, lightning right there. Fabi is going to be mana shielded and PA'd right here, so trying to play it safe. Goes in, there's the Bolide. Fabi got behind him really quick right there. Huntler was just a second too late on the Bolide to try and go for any kind of punish. But the damage train, the Earthquake Evasion, he went for the Blizzard to try and finish him off. He gets a Bolide off. Huntler trying to survive. The Bolide out from Fabi was a little bit too late. TP, pops a heal. Double SA movement. You're doing SA movement straight into the grab. He's going to go for the mass TP. He's going to use it into pillar, so he's not outside the zone. Instantly go for the TP. Fob has one more TP available. No more iframes. Has to go for the frontal. Fabi's just going to try to break his frontal as fast as he can. And it's exactly what he does. Frontal broken. Focus meter to finish the job. And Fabi will be taking the second round.
Sheesh, this is, gentlemen, dare I say, is this about to be a game 5?
Yeah, I mean, definitely Fabi showing what he's got here. There's a lot of people in the crowd buying for him to take this home, so you can definitely see why Fabi just completely understanding how much damage he can just throw at Huntler from a range And
also
yeah,
very
takes
good
that home.
smart trades. Noticing between the two of them, it's all dependent in the middle of their trading. Who's using super armor on the frontal? When are you changing to frontal? And are you aware of the TP that might come out behind you? You know, the first round, Huntler did a good job, but Fabi just winning out in those trades a lot more aggressively in the previous round.
Earthquake evade. He's going to back up off it. Focus meter getting a little bit of a damage trade. And we mentioned already, but if you're not aware yet, just again, the magical shield, the mana shield on these early starts, your goal is kind of to try and burn through their mana as much as possible, and that's why you're also going to notice in a lot of these early trades, they're going to be using their the mana regen skill, the space bar, a lot more often for frontal guard and to the mana absorption to kind of keep their mana up from the trades. They will literally run out of mana in some scenarios. Bolide comes out trying to punch a TP out from Huntler, hoping that maybe Huntler would go for TP Lightning. No connection. Focus Meteor comes out. He's tracing into the high voltage. High voltage ends up missing on Huntler's end due to the TP coming out from Fabi. Goes for the Earthquake Evade. He's going to get the stiffen off. His secondary CC goes for the KD. Managed to hit it, and the Focus Meteor is going to be the last to get damage that he gets him down to about 50. Mana shields are now finally run out. Fabi is going to be on the bottom end of this trade for the 2-minute timer. Needs to be careful. There's a CC. Oh no, but was it a Fabi extension? It was. Stiffen. Secondary follow-up off of the Meteor and gets enough damage to force Huntler to V, and that was the exact timer that the mana shield runs out, and that's the worst case. You do not want to be stuck in that center. TP goes for the Lightning, did not manage to connect. I almost thought Huntler got caught, but he just TP'd over to the opposite pillar. 1 minute 30 seconds right here. Holds a frontal guard. Fabi needs to be careful. Holds the Blizzard. Hunter's trying to maneuver and space around it, maybe get some kind of punish, but he's not fast enough. He's not anticipating these frontal timings coming out from Fabi, and even when he is, he's too late to react so far. 1 minute 15 seconds, though slow. The high voltage is going to end up hitting over on a Fabi. Fabi's going to take his time, buys it, bide himself right here. TP, unprotected fireball, no punish coming out from Hunter. Could have gone for any kind of CC right there, but that's a CC connection. Fabi gets a catch, Novi available. Fabi 2-1 takes the lead. Is the Hunt Dog gonna get dogged down?
Yeah, and it just seems like Fabi is just so much more in control of these trades, especially with the four guards. Like you see them both holding it. It's kind of like a cowboy standoff, seeing who's gonna shoot first, and then dropping immediately on top of them after. It looks like Fabi's always coming up after that with the big damage.
Yeah, he knows his trades well. He knows the windows. You mentioned it earlier, Armin. There's at one point where he was holding. I can't remember if it was Frigid or. Yeah, there was a certain frontal guard that he was holding a little too long for comfort, but he knew he had the opportunity to just trade there.
Yeah, and 2 minute 50 seconds, we're on to round 4. Fabi with a tremendous lead, and Huntler, the nerves, they're not kicking in. Never mind, Bolide, early catch, Fabi put on the ground. But again, all these catches that Huntler has been getting has been so early in the round, in the first minute, that it just doesn't amount to much. The magical shield is too prevalent. The mana absorption. Trying to space it out. Huntler needs to try and get these catches. The later the match goes, Bolide, he actually stood still for a second right there. I'm not too sure what that was.
It's getting a little scary for me.
Yeah. Huntler, I mean, maybe there is some nerves right here. Gets slowed by the high voltage. Fabi tries to go for a Earthquake evade punish. Huntler mirrors him right there. No CC, holds the high voltage.
Nice
again,
turn.
had to flip his camera on the high voltage because he saw the TP coming up from Fabi. If Fabi flicks that TP on the last second, he can actually get a punish on the opposite side of the high voltage. Huntler playing a risk. High risk, holding those high voltages. I'm actually getting scared every single time he holds them.
I respect it for being one round down. He's still playing like that.
Yep. Minute 54, high voltage, and now mana shields are gone. Next CC will be a guaranteed V, assuming a proper combo. Goes to the Bolide. Huntler actually did use TP Lightning there, but Fabi was off on his aim. He did not flick his camera fast enough, or I'm not too sure what it was, but the Bolide ended up missing the punish window. Trades a high voltage over into Huntler. Hunter's going to get slowed off. If Focus Meteor is going to break Huntler's frontal guard. He's going to use his mana absorption to try and FG. The Bolide coming out from Huntler will be successful. Gets behind the pillar, checked the Bolide, TP'd in, went for the TP again. Huntler's going to space away, going the opposite side. He pops a real quick heal, resetting, gets the mana shield up. No, yeah, it is going to be the magical shield actually. So he's going to be a little bit tanky here in this instance, but at 50% HP, that will be enough that they can actually combo each other. E-buffs are going to be getting prepped up here. They can both E-buff whenever they want, and again, Wizard, it's about SA trading, but it's more about also breaking your opponent's frontal guard. Both these instances where these guys have been trading rounds, they've been breaking frontals every single time. High voltage, trading it over into Fabi. Fabi's going to be holding his frontal so he won't get slowed. Slow is going to end up hitting Huntler. You can see it right there. Look at how slow his lightning is. He did not go for the unprotected CC knowing that he was slowed right there. Fabi's just going to space away, and the damage trading begins. 50 seconds. Both players E-buff at the same time. They can be trading. Frigid Fog. Pops the Blizzard, waiting, high voltage. Fabi needs to go for a heal if he can. Another FG comes out, trades the Bolide into Hunter, hoping the Hunter would have gone for some kind of lightning CC right there. 38 seconds, goes to the high voltage one more time. Earthquake evade comes out from Hunter. Fabi could not damage trade into it, down to about 20%. TP's outside the zone, is going to be forced to use his mass TP. He needs a mass TP in the pillar, and then TP one more time and go for the heal. Hunter's holding the high voltage, trying to go for the trade. He missed the high voltage. Bolide comes in, Hunter's down to 1. Fabi might win the trade. 20 seconds, goes to the Blizzard, ends up missing it. Fabi ends up Blizzard back. Hunter gets dogged down. Fabi will be your master wizard.
Wow. Okay, Fabi, I'm telling you.
Holy.
As you can see from just the play, Fabi is just so much more in control of his cooldowns, always having the Blizzard. It's almost like he didn't even need it whenever Hunter got close to try to get behind Fabi. Fabi had the Blizzard, no problem, and spaces them very simply. And yeah, let's go ahead and pick up the brackets here. Thanks for such wonderful gameplay coming out of Fabi. I definitely see why the crowd was rooting for him.
Yeah, Fabi definitely taking the win on that. As I mentioned continuously throughout the matches, just did a really good job at taking those trades, being able to switch it up when Hunter would go into super armor, with Fabi swapping to frontal guard.
Yeah, and I think especially with the high voltage there, just some key whiffs from Huntler. I think maybe the mirrors might be creeping on him, but
it's the nerves, man. It's the nerves, but
the nerves are nothing
Fabi
to laugh
seemed
at.
like, I think early on in the early rounds especially, Fabi seemed a little bit more nervous, but I could tell the second he got that 2-0, or the 2 rounds, even though after the first round, he seemed so much more composed.
It was all tempo.
He got locked in.
Yeah, exactly.
For sure.
Okay, so congratulations, Fabi. Once again, you are the masterclass wizard. Really well played. I mean, honestly, one of the more
both played
interesting
extremely
matches
well
for today. Yeah.
I do gotta say, I feel like watching Wizard or Witch gameplay, way more abilities to track versus when I'm playing Awakening DK.
For sure. I mean, they're just running options on both sides to see who can get there's just a little bit more damage in.
Man, that mass TP outside of the zone though.
It was coming down.
How long that iframe was?
I thought Fabi was dead for sure.
I thought he was about to die there.
But I think Huntler thought the mass TP was going to go into another TP, and maybe he needs to hold the damage, and that's exactly what he did. But he missed the high voltage.
Yeah,
he tried to go for the damage, and he just missed.
Yeah, right up against the pillar, and he slipped out, and then that was it.
That was it. That was crazy.
All right, let's go ahead and move on to the next match here.
I believe our final match.
Exactly, it's going to be. Hopefully, I know that Drac is usually kind of a very volatile class, so I'm hoping that
these rounds are going to be so short.
Yeah, it might be a little bit of a lightning round for this last class here, but I really do hope that we see some, really cool plays coming out of both sides. We have Kata against Yoshimaru. A little bit of history about these players. Do you guys have anything to share?
I know Yoshimaru is someone that Armin is very
I know about
with.
Yoshi very well. Do you know anything about Vanav?
I can't remember off the top of my head. I think he beat Hakurin?
He did beat Hakurin, yes, to make it to the finals. I think a lot of people had Hakurin as potentially as one of the favorites to make it over to the finals.
We love a good upset, though.
Yeah, for sure. And I don't know. The thing is that this matchup is a lot about core skills and which one you're going to use. Yeah. These guys might be using different ones. They might be using the same ones. You're either going to be using I don't forget the exact skill names, but the WE core gives you a movement-based SACC, so you can play more aggressive. Yeah. Or you can get a frontal guard CC, a knockdown that you can use in your neutral that lets you play a bit more safe. Yeah. And in this instance, Yoshimaru, if you guys don't know, this guy plays a lot of AOS. He loves just W King.
I respect that so
This guy is going to play mega aggressive in this matchup. I fully expect him to just try and run down Vanav, but there's a chance he takes a backseat. We'll have to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I do know, in this matchup with Awakening versus Awakening,
yes.
One of the, like you said, these rounds are going to be lightning fast. Let's see if we see any punishes on Doombringer. If you're not familiar with Doombringer, it's the skill where it's super armor into iframe into super armor, they jump up in the air.
Yes.
So potentially that might be the only window for them to go for, but like you said...
No, there's plenty of grab windows, but that is one of the potential ones that's a little more, projected on how you're going to land a safer grab attempt, if that makes sense. The thing about Dracania is that they have only really 2 iframes they can kind of use. It's their slide and it's Doombringer. And the slide, while other classes have more precise movement with how to position, if you use your slide too aggressive and try to go for a grab attempt, you don't have an iframe to get out, and then you're just going to get counter-grabbed.
Yeah, really dangerous.
Yeah, very, very dangerous. And Dracania, It's so fast, as you guys know. So fast. And stamina could be a potential problem here, but
I think the health bars are going to run out.
I think the health bars are
yeah, probably.
What's your predictions, Armin?
I'm predicting Yoshi to win this.
Is that biased?
3-1. No, I think he is just the better player.
I mean, yeah, just, I'm pretty sure you guys have done extensive research on both these players, and, it looks like Armin's really got his money on Yoshi. Let's see what happens.
You said Vanav, though.
I would say Yoshi 3-1 or 3-0, personally.
Anything can happen, though, like you guys said. I mean, especially when we're coming up in the last 30 seconds. Probably won't get to that point. I don't think so.
Let's see. Let's see.
And we will have to see it. By the way, if you guys don't know, Yoshi, he plays AOS on Japan sometimes.
Wow.
Really?
Okay. For fun. So, I mean, this guy's a PvP freak a little bit.
All right, we're out the gate.
Round starting up. We're going to be starting on the Yoshi PoE. VOV, Vanav on the other side. Goes in, scoring Malt. Dragon Walk is that little iframe back, and Refraction is the sideways one that they're going to use to slide. You can see you can use it from Awakening or Pre-Awakening. Fast engage, Tectonic Slam, needs to be careful, goes for the grab. Yoshi's going to end up missing it. He went Shift E and could have gone for into the Doombringer, but he actually saves it knowing that Vanav could have gone for a grab punish. Comes down, Shift LMB is going to get the CC. Vanav going for the damage over on the Yoshi. Is actually going to stand up. Wait, what? Definitely has combos to kill, but did not manage to get enough damage there. I'm very surprised. Oh my god, the chip! No, Yoshi greeted too hard. Did not Q block in time, and the Dragon Roar from the range ends up doing enough damage to kill
40 seconds.
Vanav.
Wow.
Really smart aggression. Actually, the Shift LMB, if you guys don't know, when Drak is in flight, depending on which stance they're on, I believe, before entering their flight skill, they will come out with the Shift LMB, and it's either a KD or I think a Stiffen. One of them is small, a larger AoE. The other one's a stiff, kind of smaller AoE. And Yoshi, that's why this matchup is so volatile. While it's so harsh, even if you play a little bit too aggressive on some instances, or you're unprotected for just 1 second, that skill right there, that little slam down, can catch you off guard so fast. Shift F. Oh no, Vanav gets a secondary CC. No. Yoshi's already on the ground. He has the grab reset, and as a result of that Drak grab, you can use at any point in the combo, and you can easily force the V. Goes to the Shift LMB. Vanav trying to do what he can. Goes to the Dragon's Roar. Backing up. Yoshi has been playing so aggressive, and it hasn't been working out for him. Vanav this time, though,
there's
the grab. Out of the Doombringer. That's the one we were talking about. Needs to go for a dodge match, and is going to have enough damage. Vanav forced to be. Really good grab over on the Doombringer. Waiting it out. Comes out. Shift LMB. Vanav spaces away. Doombringer used again. Yoshi didn't have his grab available that time. Goes in, Tectonic Slam, the WE. That's the core I believe that Yoshi is running. Vanav so far. Haven't seen what core he's running. I think he is running Shift E core. Comes out. The KD Slam! Yoshi no V! The damage is enough. And Vanav takes the round 2-0. This might be a 3-0 sweep in the other way from what I was predicting.
I mean, lightning rounds coming out of here from Nav, just really putting the pressure on Yoshi. Yoshi's playing really aggressive, but he's kind of falling into traps set up by Vanav. Especially coming off that first round, just literally melting in front of the Dragon's roar right there. Good spatial awareness from Vanav to know that I don't have any more range abilities up. I'm just going to go ahead and sit in this ability here and takes him out.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, let's see if this is going to be a situation where Yoshi receives the O2 buff reverse sweep. But, yeah, things are not looking too good for our hero.
He's going to go into that Azure Onslaught. Oh my god, he's so good at hitting the Doombringer grabs. But I don't know if off the end of that you can kill. It looks like he can.
He just needs to find one more grab.
Vanav, so far, I'm going to see if he adjusts his playstyle now that seeing that Doombringer grab is the only option that Yoshi has landed so far. In the neutral, Yoshi's been landing better grab, but Vanav has been getting those neutral catches way better. Yoshi trying to come back in with that KD, does not manage to connect. Good iframe, avoids the grab coming off Vanav. Doombringer grab again. The connection, Yoshi taking the next round. You can see these rounds are so fast,
man. So fast.
It
is
so
way different.
Fast.
Yeah, I mean, from that one round there, you can see Yoshi's definitely just locked in. His tracking was way better on Vanav's movements and just closed it up really, really quickly there.
Yeah, absolutely. And that grab onto Doombringer, we did mention that. I mentioned that at the earlier start of this match. That's like one of those punishable windows. But it's insane to see, even though Yoshi's on the back foot 0-2, there's a lot of pressure. He's still playing the same way. I respect it. He is still sticking to the script. He's not letting anything get in his head. He saw an opportunity, a window, and he went for it and got the win.
Yeah, and Vanav, as I said, has been playing the neutral a lot better, but not the grabs. Yoshi is very locked in on just playing for Doombringer grab. But potentially, with how he's playing neutral game, maybe playing for the grab too much is why Vanav has been getting a lot better in this instance. He's going to get slowed out by that Dragon's Roar. Yoshi's still grab available. You can see Vanav is kind of trying to avoid using Doombringer, but that time around is going to be perfect on the timing. Does not get punished out by Yoshi. 2 minutes 30 seconds. Now no play. Neither player's grab available. They're going to slow down a little bit. Try to go for a win for the KD. Yoshi's going to be spaced away too far though, so Vanav will not be able to get that catch. Actually got out. Vanav went for a CC right there. Was a little bit too slow. Went for the stun. That little dragon sweep they do. The little shout is a 360 AoE sound. It is unprotected though, so it's kind of hard to get caught. The grab of the Doombringer. It is kind of hard to aim though. Desync. I mean, just like the way the camera turns, it's hard to aim. So despite getting 2 in a row in that previous round, it's not really something you can hard commit and play for. And Vanav, understanding that now Yoshi had no grab available, went more aggressive with the Doombringer, trying to just kind of use it for neutral game. Yoshi a bit too aggressive. Vanav, a great counter punish, used its rightful soul to get that connection.
And the health bars are lined up here.
Bring it out, goes to the KD. Yoshi's forced to iframe out. He's on 1 CC from his tournament live, and Vanav is feeling confident. Gets a grab on the shifty, on the ground, and Vanav will take it 3-1. Takes the aim and is gonna fire the bullet. Your Dracania Master win, your Vanav. Congratulations.
I mean, honestly, you could see such just. It was just very, very, adrenaline on both sides. Vanav is just playing a little bit more clean. Yoshi with the grabs more on point, but just some of his aggression was just a little bit unfounded.
A little bit too risky. Vanav, I think even though he wasn't hitting grabs, he was just playing to bait Yoshi in.
Yeah.
He understood that he wanted to play aggressive, saw that the only real CC he was getting was the grabs, and just played it better.
Grabs, I think he punished tip of the skill.
Yes, he did one time. Yes. That last grab that he got on the very end of the round as well, he was waiting for the kind of the shifty into the Doombringer, and was really good timing on that one too.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and pull the brackets up here. Vanav is going to be your champion for the Masterclass Dracania. Congratulations. You weren't wrong when you told me that these rounds would be fast, Armin. I just wasn't
wasn't expecting like 20 seconds.
That was like a 5-minute match total, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see how much damage Dracania can put down on each other. So, I mean, losing your V in this situation is immediately like, I feel like using the V at all is like,
unlike other matches where the classes are like a little bit more protected, in this mirror matchup where you could see there's a lot of gaps in their movement and aggression.
I mean, the damage is just so insane from both sides, but of course, Vanav is just able to, I wouldn't say edge out the win here, literally just
played well, played smart, played controlled, and he knew that his advantage wasn't with grabs, so he played to his strengths in other areas, and for that, he has taken home the championship win for first place, Masterclass Dracania.
And honestly, no discount to Yoshi, though, even if he was down in
that second round from Yoshi was crazy.
Yeah,
that
he just played confidently and left it out all for.
I respect it.
Yeah, and that's probably going to be it. That's going to be the last
match for the day. Don't worry, there is more. That is Group A and B stage for today. We still have tomorrow.
Tomorrow's the big day.
Tomorrow is all the skirmishers.
Yes. We got Kuno. Hash, we have DK, Ninja, Kuno.
Yeah. It's almost like we're going on a world tour. We've gone past the European classes, and now we're flying over onto Asia side. We have all the Ninjas, the Kunos, and all the Asian classes. Super, super cool. Can't wait, you guys. Get into the action with you guys tomorrow. It's going to be action-packed. Same time, so please, just tune in. It's going to be some crazy matches coming up. I've been your host, CM Baja, and just some parting words from, you guys on the first day here. Maybe some favorite matches that you had, some key moments that you guys, just unforgettable times.
Favorites, I did not think I was going to say this, but I think the Velk matches were incredibly.
I think the Mystic match was my favorite.
Yeah, the Mystic match was sick. Valk matches were sick. Also, like the Stork matches. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think for me, myself, they're a little bit less of like some grab-heavy gameplay, but the Wizard one was just so close.
The Wizard one was hype.
There's a lot of good ones, you know what I mean? Yeah, Especially with jumping out into the out of bounds and coming in with the teleport to, it's just. That play is just so brave, everything balls to the wall. So I think that one was definitely the one for me. But we do have a little bit of a gift for you guys before we head on.
We didn't come empty-handed. What do we got for them? What do we got for them, Baja?
So we do have a little bit of a coupon cooking up for you guys. If we can throw that up on the screen, GM Wisdom. It's going to be the same coupon that came out from EU. So if you did use this already, don't worry about it. But for those people who haven't seen it yet, it's going to be the Masterclass Finals Day 1 coupon, Let the Games Begin. You're going to be taking home Masterclass Battle Cry. You're going to get 4 of those. Enhancement Health Kit 5. Really nice.
2 of those.
Yeah, get your gains up. Perfume of Deep Sea, 4 of those. And on the other side, you're going to get Perfumes of Courage as well. You're going to take home 4 of those. Loose Scrolls, I know that some people are really burning out, especially with all the insane grind spots in Indania. They're probably just coming up on the last few of them. Nice little bump for them. And Sturdy Forest Threads, you also take home 6 of those. So really nice coupon. Again, this is going to be the same coupon as the one EU shared today in their masterclass.
But this is just day 1 coupon. So
Yeah.
if you guys want that day 2, you better stay tuned because we will be back tomorrow
Yeah.
with the Group C and D matches.
Yeah, and just another whole line of classes. Really going to be excited. Armin, I'm going to keep my eyes on
prepared?
you.
Another whole day to lose my voice. I'm excited.
This guy's gonna need like
I'm
6
excited.
water bottles for sure.
I mean, honestly, you made it to the first day pretty well.
Yeah, have you
yeah,
tried
I-
casting Kuno? Have you tried casting Kuno?
Tomorrow's the hard day. Don't
50
get it
skills going
twisted.
out, moving all over the place. I can't wait to see how that camera is going to track that,
Yeah,
but
so-
it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, really exciting stuff coming up tomorrow. We can't wait for it. So yeah, can't wait to jump into things tomorrow. But we're gonna let everyone, take a little bit of a breather. Congratulations to all the winners today.
Absolutely.
And, yeah, with that, we're gonna be checking out.
Yep, thank you so much for watching Masterclass, and again, thank you for all the participants who joined. Quite literally, we could not do this without you guys, so thank you, adventurers.
Yeah, I appreciate everyone watching. It's only the first day, but if you guys want to check my Twitch, twitch.tv/ArminTF, I'm having a blast so far, and I'm excited for day 2.
This is awesome.
I'm even more excited
Only
for day
day
2.
one. Only day one.
Only day 1.
All right, and with that, we're gonna let you guys head on out here.
Yeah.
Adrenaline's still high though. I mean, honestly, the Draconia ones, I wish it was a little bit longer. But yeah, that's gonna be it from us today. Don't forget to use that coupon. Hopefully, whoever's running the back end there on the chat, can you help us maybe pin it for our adventurers to see, so they can go ahead and pop that into game to get their rewards. And yeah, I think that's gonna be it from us.
All right, everyone. We'll see you again tomorrow. Later.
Bye, everybody.